Chapter 201 Projection and Boundary Breaking. Awesome! Seeing the destruction of the island, Naraku was amazed. Though the communication with the bronze tower made him know that the power of the projection tower was comparable to that of a ground-level magic weapon, he found that he still underestimated the value of the ground-level magic weapon. Destroying an island with a diameter of 10 kilometers in one blow, such power is difficult even for the nine-tailed fox's tailed beast ball. After all, this is not just destroying the material on the surface, but blasting the entire island to pieces. This is the bronze tower. Even if it is just a projection, it has such terrible power. I really don't know how powerful it will be when the bronze tower is fully revived. After the amazement, there was a sigh. The power of the projection tower far exceeded Naraku's expectations, which made him extremely emotional. After a while, he calmed down his agitated mood and then operated the nameless technique to restore his true energy. The activation of the projection tower consumes a huge amount of chi, but compared with the powerful power, the consumption of chi is completely worth it. And with the extraordinary characteristics of the nameless technique, the consumption of chi is completely within Naraku's tolerance. After a short time, when the chi returned to its peak, Naraku tested it again. The projection tower can not only be used for attack, but also for attack, defense, and trapping. In terms of protection, Naraku transformed the projection tower into a 3-meter tower shadow and attacked it himself. But let alone the thunder method, even the Suinjin sword energy could not do anything to the 3-meter tower shadow. In terms of trapping, because of the lack of opponents, Naraku could only simply use creatures in the ocean as experimental subjects. He found a whale. When the projection tower was activated for trapping, the whale was immediately sucked into the bronze tower without resistance. It was like the incarnation of the tower-bearing heavenly king. Naraku, who held up the projection tower with his right palm, felt the whale inside shrinking along with the projection tower. With a slight shake, the whale turned into nothingness. If it were in the world of immortal cultivation, with the power of the projection tower, I'm afraid that weaker foundation-building cultivators would not be my opponents. When the projection tower was dispersed, Naraku admired in his heart. After a simple test of the power of the projection tower, Naraku then tested other things. The projection tower is not the full power awakened by the bronze tower. In addition, a hidden space is also opened in the bronze tower. Currently, only one space is opened, and the size of the space is about 100 feet high and wide. This space can not only store items, but also hide in it. In other words, if Naraku encounters an opponent that he cannot defeat, he can hide in the bronze tower to resolve the crisis. This undoubtedly gives Naraku more guarantees for safety. Although his current cultivation level cannot really activate the bronze tower, it is still possible to just move it. The most important thing is the defense of the bronze tower. The projection tower has amazing protection ability, not to mention the main body. Naraku believes that in the entire Naruto world, no one can break the protection of the bronze tower. Compared with the projection tower and the different space, this ability to break the boundary is the biggest gain of the power awakened by the bronze tower this time. Without thinking about the different space for too long, Naraku's attention was quickly focused on the strongest power awakened by the bronze tower. Although this strongest power can't be used in battle like the projection tower, the ability it possesses is beyond imagination. This ability is called breaking the boundary. Just like Naraku came to the Naruto world at the beginning, the bronze tower has the ability to break the boundary of the world. And it's different from the way he came to the Naruto world at the beginning. At that time, it was because the bronze tower was not enough energy, so during the process of breaking through the world, Naraku's body was destroyed and he had to be reborn as a reincarnation. If there is enough energy, the bronze tower can take Naraku to other worlds safely. It is difficult for Naraku to ignore the importance of crossing the world. It is not that he has not thought about what to do if the resources of the Naruto world are not enough to support his immortality. Now the awakened ability of the bronze tower to break through the world has undoubtedly solved his worries at once. If the resources of the Naruto world are not enough to support his immortality, then he can break through the world to find resources in other worlds. Of course, the energy required for breaking through the world is very large. With the energy currently absorbed by the bronze tower from the dragon vein, it can only support him to break through the world once. If there is no new energy replenishment, he will not only be unable to break through the world again, but the bronze tower will also fall into silence again. Breaking through the world can be used as a last resort. Naraku thought secretly. Of course, he has no plan to break through the world now. Although there is the threat of Otsutsuki Hagoromo in the ninja world, he has just begun to obtain resources from the Naruto world. Not to mention Otsutsuki Hago Romo, even if it is the Otsutsuki clan, he will definitely not give up the resources of this world easily before reaching a desperate situation. Star City. Faith. In the office, Nono looked at Naraku in surprise. Yes, next I want you to preside over the establishment of my statues in major towns and even villages across the country to collect the power of faith for me. Naraku said in a deep voice. What is it to let others believe in yourself? In the eyes of ordinary people, this is a big personality cult and an act of seeking fame. But for Naraku, this is his means to continue to revive the Bronze Tower. In addition to awakening some of the power of the Bronze Tower, the revival of the Bronze Tower also forms a closer connection with Naraku. For example, in the communication with Shen Erming, Naraku knew how to revive the Bronze Tower. In addition to special energy such as dragon veins, the power of faith can also be used. At the same time, the power of faith is also the easiest for him to obtain at present. As the lord of a country, it is much easier for Naraku to collect the power of faith than ordinary people. Of course, Naraku would not say that the purpose of collecting the power of faith was to revive the Bronze Tower. In his story to Nono, he only stated that he was practicing a certain technique that required the faith of others to practice. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Nono didn't understand the power of faith, but she wouldn't hesitate to follow Naraku's instructions. Don't say that Naraku needed to collect the power of faith in order to practice a certain technique. Even if it wasn't, she didn't think there was anything wrong with letting the people of the country believe in Naraku. One is that she is Naraku's most loyal believer. The other is that she thinks Naraku is fully qualified. After all, Naraku himself is the founder of the Star Country and the pillar of the entire country. With Naraku's contribution to the Star Country, he is not only qualified to enjoy the faith of the people of the country, but also better unite the people. Nono has a strong ability to act. After receiving Naraku's instructions, she mobilized people to build statues of Naraku all over the country that day to promote the faith of the people. She even set up a special inspection team to arrange national inspections to supervise the beliefs of people in various places. Once it is found that there are people who pretend to obey but do not obey in secret and whose beliefs are not in place, the local chief officials will be severely punished. Chapter 202 The Power of Faith. Under the vigorous promotion of Nono, Naraku soon sensed the endless flow of faith power. Is this the power of faith? The Bronze Tower recognized him as its master, and the faith power condensed by believing in him could not only be absorbed by the Bronze Tower, but Naraku could also sense the power of faith with the help of the Bronze Tower. At this time, Naraku, who was on the 9th floor of the Star Tower, was thoughtfully sensing the silver-like power of faith that was constantly gathering towards him. Although the power of faith is invisible and intangible, in fact, it is definitely a kind of energy with extremely high potential. In the records of the Secret Book of Immortal Dao, the use of the power of faith is quite rich. For example, the cultivation of some magical powers requires the power of faith. Even some techniques can use the power of faith to replace spiritual energy to improve cultivation. Of course, just as Naraku could not sense the power of faith before. As a young cultivator in the chi refining stage, he cannot touch the power of faith for the time being, so he is more curious about the power of faith. However, curiosity does not mean that Naraku will ignore the power of faith. Whether it is to revive the Bronze Tower and awaken more power, or to prepare for emergencies, he attaches great importance to the power of faith. If he originally developed his power to better collect resources to support his own cultivation, then now there is another one, that is, to gather more people to collect the power of faith. While the Star Country was vigorously developing faith, a place in the Rain Country had just experienced a fight. Under the hazy drizzle, the wet land was full of pits, and incomplete corpses could be seen everywhere around. Nagato, are there any other enemies? The light blue-purple hair and the black robe of Fire Cloud were soaked by the rain, but the panting Konan completely ignored it. She looked around vigilantly and asked Nagato next to her in a low voice. The terrifying Samsara eyes scanned the surroundings, and the long-haired man who was also soaked by the rain. Nagato shook his head. No more, these are the only enemies this time. Hearing this, Konan's tense nerves relaxed. Another wave of assassinations ended. Although it is unknown whether there will be new enemies next, at least they have successfully made it through this fight. Thinking of this, Konan subconsciously looked at the figure standing on the other side of Nagato. Also wearing a black robe of Fire Cloud. The figure on the other side of Nagato surprisingly had the same Samsara eye as Nagato, and there were black nails on his face. The most important thing is that the appearance of this figure turned out to be Yahiko, who was supposed to be dead. Heavenly Path Pain, the Six Paths clone. This is exactly Yahiko's current identity. It has been many days since Yahiko's death. During this period, Nagato and Konan have been assassinated. The repeated fights certainly made it difficult for the two to have much peace, but it also helped Nagato adapt to the power of the Samsara Eye faster. Up to now, the power of the Samsara Eye, which was greatly stimulated by Yahiko's death, has been completely mastered by Nagato. Just like in the original plot, in order to let Yahiko continue to accompany him and Konan, he used the eye technique of the awakened Samsara Eye to turn Yahiko's corpse into the first Six Paths clone. Looking at Yahiko standing beside her like a living person, Konan's heart was very complicated. There was both grief and joy. Grief was that she knew that the Yahiko in front of her was not the real Yahiko, but just a puppet. The same was true for joy. Although she knew that the Yahiko in front of her was just a puppet, she was already satisfied that Yahiko could continue to fight side by side with her and Nagato. When Konan lost consciousness because of Yahiko, Nagato had already stepped forward and grabbed an enemy's corpse. The Samsara Eye condensed, and the terrifying eye power was released. Nagato was surprisingly using the Samsara Eye to read the memory in the corpse's mind. Sure enough, it's Konoha's people again. Compared with Hanzo, Konoha's Danzo deserves to die more. The memory reading was not without obstacles. In fact, there was a very powerful curse seal set in the corpse's mind. This curse seal is called the Seal of Tongue Eradication. That's right. The enemy killed by Nagato and his three companions was sent by Danzo to seize the Samsara Eye. The restriction of the Seal of Tongue Eradication is very strong. But it obviously can't stop the power of the Samsara Eye. Under the overwhelming gap, Nagato easily broke through the blockade of the Seal of Tongue Eradication and read the memory in the corpse's mind. When he read the memory, a layer of haze immediately appeared in his eyes. These days, there are two waves of people chasing him. One wave comes from Hanzo, and the other wave comes from Danzo. Compared with the two, the frequency of the latter is much higher than the former. Through the memory reading, Nagato naturally knows why Danzo sent people to chase him so frequently. The other party's goal was to take his eyes. Nagato was not surprised that someone wanted to take his eyes. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately hidden his eyes with his hair. He knew the temptation of the Samsara Eye better than anyone else. Just because he knew it clearly, it did not mean that he would remain indifferent. When he thought that Yahiko's death was due to the calculation of Danzo's men, Nagato's heart was filled with cold murderous intent. He would never forget Yahiko's hatred. As long as he accumulated enough strength, he would not let anyone go, whether it was Danzo or Konoha behind him. Nagato, where are we going next? Konan came to his senses and looked at Nagato, walked up and asked. He dropped the body in his hand. Nagato slowly turned around, looked at Konan, and said in a deep voice, "Keep looking for a place to hide. Time is on our side now. As long as I have enough time, I will be stronger in the future. Once I am strong enough, no one can stop me, whether it is to avenge Yahiko or to fulfill Yahiko's dream." "Yes, I believe you." Konan nodded softly. She witnessed Nagato's growth during this period of time. Nagato's growth rate has always been far faster than Yahiko and her, and it has been further improved in recent days. In addition to strength, Nagato's personality has also changed a lot. The whole person has matured all of a sudden, and the previous introversion is completely gone, as if he has inherited Yahiko's will. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Wood style, Tree World Birth. The roaring fire dragon and the wildly growing trees collided fiercely in the underground space. In the fierce confrontation, the fire dragon burned a large number of trees into ashes with terrible high temperature. But because of the continuous growth of the trees, the fire dragon was eventually smashed and extinguished. The power of the tree that defeated the fire dragon continued to spread towards Uchiha Obito on the opposite side. Just when the tree was about to touch, Uchiha Obito's body seemed to turn into a phantom, causing the tree to pass directly through his body. The Manjiki Sharingan rotated. Uchiha Obito, who had virtualized his body with God's power, relied on the complete power of his eyes. While continuing to be immune to the contact of the tree in the virtual state, he rushed out and attacked the white Zetsu who was performing wood release on the opposite side. Chapter 203 Black Zetsu's Appearance. The figure flashed. Just when Uchiha Obito closed the distance between the two sides, his figure suddenly blurred, and he actually increased his speed again, appearing in front of White Zetsu like a flash. Side. Bang! Uchiha Obito punched out, hitting White Zetsu's head with one punch, knocking him out fiercely. Sharp wooden thorns grew on the ground under his feet. White Zetsu surprisingly used wood style again when he was knocked out. However, Uchiha Obito keenly perceived the abnormality under his feet, and once again used God's power to virtualize his body and immune to the attack of the wooden thorns. Falling in the distance. Uchiha Obito's punch was so powerful that it deformed White Zetsu's head. Just as it landed, White Zetsu's head immediately recovered as if it had been reborn, and then he put his palms together and continued to use wood style to attack. God's power, fire style. Facing White Zetsu's wood style, Uchiha Obito did not panic at all, but responded with ease. Either using God's power to resist the attack, or using fire style to counterattack. In the continuous fight, Uchiha Obito showed a completely different strength from before in the battle with White Zetsu. It didn't even take a while for Uchiha Obito to break through White Zetsu's wood escape defense, grabbed White Zetsu's head and pressed it to the ground. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. White Zetsu, whose head was pressed to the ground, found that Uchiha Obito seemed to be ready to continue attacking, and shouted hurriedly. The hand knife with chakra condensed stopped in front of White Zetsu. Uchiha Obito withdrew his hand knife with an indifferent expression, stood up and released the suppression of White Zetsu. Obito, you are really ruthless now, I was almost beaten to death by you just now. White Zetsu quickly got up from the ground and complained to Uchiha Obito on the side. If I can't even defeat you, how can I complete the Moon Eye plan? Uchiha Obito glanced at the other side and walked directly to Uchiha Madara on the other side. Light and darkness are only separated by a thin line. Since falling into darkness, Uchiha Obito's body and mind have undergone earth-shaking changes. In addition to completely accepting the Moon Eye project. I don't know whether it is the power of blackening or the transformation brought by the Manjiki Sharingan. During this period, Uchiha Obito has shown a completely different talent from before. After training with Uchiha Madara, his strength has been greatly improved. Madara, I should be qualified to be the executor of the Moon Eye project now. Walking closer, Uchiha Obito stared at Uchiha Madara who was sitting upright. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, just barely qualified. Uchiha Obito's current strength has indeed been greatly improved, but if you want to say how powerful he is, he naturally can't take it seriously. However, based on the other party's qualifications, being able to grow so much during this period of time is already in line with his expectations. The most important thing is that he only wants a tool. There is strength, but not particularly strong. Uchiha Obito's current state is just right. Even if the other party grows in the future, it will not be beyond his control. Just barely. Uchiha Obito frowned, obviously not satisfied with Uchiha Madara's evaluation. He thought he was strong enough now. Just like his former teacher. If he were to fight with Minato Namikaze, he believed that he would win. After all, the opponent's most powerful Flying Thunder God technique could not be compared with his God's power. Noticing Uchiha Obito's reaction, Uchiha Madara said playfully, "Why? Did I underestimate you? Isn't it? With my current strength, in the current ninja world, if not invincible, at least it is enough to be invincible." Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice. Uchiha Madara looked at him deeply and said calmly, "The ninja world is small, but also very large. If it is an ordinary person, your God of War can indeed make you invincible. But for a real master, God of War may only make you live a little longer." That's right, Obito. There are many masters in the ninja world. Although you are very strong now, if you are careless, it is easy to fall. White Zetsu jumped up from behind and patted Uchiha Obito on the shoulder to persuade him. Well. White Zetsu is more like gloating than persuading. Uchiha Obito pushed White Zetsu's hand away with a gloomy face. He looked at Uchiha Madara closely and said, "If you are worried that my arrogance will cause the Moon Eye plan to go wrong, then there is no need to worry. It seems that you don't believe what I said just now and think that I am deliberately belittling you." Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. The other party doesn't seem to be very smart. Although it is so, being unintelligent and having unclear self-awareness is not what a good tool should be like. Well, anyway, I was going to help you eliminate a hidden danger before I died. Now it's just right for you to see the vastness of this world. As for the training of Shiha Obito, Uchiha Madara thought he had reached the standard in terms of strength, but now he still lacked training in terms of vision. In order to prevent the other party from failing in his plan due to arrogance, Uchiha Madara decided to help him broaden his horizons. Slowly getting up, Uchiha Madara, dragging a pipe that looked like a tree root, walked towards White Zetsu and raised his hand to press on his shoulder. The strange black substance extended from Uchiha Madara's arm to half of White Zetsu's body, immediately turning White Zetsu half white and half black. I injected my will into this guy, and it is equivalent to half of me. Although it is very inferior, you can use them made by yin-yang escape as chess pieces in the future. Uchiha Madara retracted his hand, turned his head and instructed Uchiha Obito on the other side. Hello everyone. The black substance covered half of White Zetsu's body, and it controlled half of the body like a living thing and let out a low laugh. Hey? You are the will of Madara-sama. It feels so strange that we each have half of the body. White Zetsu's half of the body, right eye squinted to the other side, and said in surprise. Just get used to it. Black Zetsu said casually. White Zetsu asked curiously, then can you poop? Black Zetsu. Although he knew that White Zetsu was an idiot, Black Zetsu found that he still underestimated this guy's boredom. Not mentioning the communication between White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, when Uchiha Madara explained the situation of Black Zetsu to Uchiha Obito glanced at Black Zetsu. So this is the tool used by the other party to monitor himself. But it doesn't matter. After the other party dies, if this guy doesn't listen, find an opportunity to solve it. Is this the hidden danger you want to help me eliminate? Uchiha Obito said lightly. Uchiha Madara shook his head and said, of course not, this is just an assistant I prepared for you before I die. As he said this, he formed a seal in front of him. Chapter 204 Three Derivatives of the Space-Time Force. Boom. On the other side of the internally connected pipe, the outer path demon statue seemed to be a giant beast that had awakened, and suddenly there was a violent vibration. When the underground space was shaking, a huge vitality quickly came out of the outer path demon statue. Through the connected pipe, this huge vitality was injected into Uchiha Madara's body. I saw Uchiha Madara's white hair quickly turned black, and the wrinkles on his face faded, and he actually reversed from an old age to a middle-aged state. How is it possible? Such a scene made Uchiha Obito's face change drastically. The other party actually hid such a method. Didn't he say that he would die soon? Why did he suddenly become young again? It's still comfortable to have this body. Although I can only use the power of the outer path statue to regain my youth for a short time, it's not bad to experience the feeling of youth again before I die. Uchiha Madara exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the whole person seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, and suddenly glowed with strong vitality. Crack! The pipe connected to the back fell off. It was like a last gasp. Uchiha Madara raised his right hand, clenched his fist and felt the surging power coming out of his body at this time. He ordered Uchiha Obito with great dominance, let's go, next we will go to the Star Country, I will teach you a good lesson at this last moment. Although there is only one grade difference between the middle grade spiritual roots and the low grade spiritual roots, the difference between the two is really huge. Star City, the 9th floor of the Star Tower. Naraku, who was sitting cross-legged in the center, refined the spiritual energy fed back by a true energy shadow clone. As the true energy increased rapidly, his heart was full of sighs. The spiritual root that the Bronze Tower created for him again, in addition to containing the out-of-control power, the basic spiritual root grade was also promoted from low grade to medium grade. The improvement of one grade may seem small, but the effect it actually produces can be described as a world of difference. The most direct manifestation is the breathing of spiritual energy. Whether it is Naraku or his true energy shadow clone. At this time, the amount of spiritual energy breathing has increased by more than 5 times. This undoubtedly makes Naraku's current practice speed a leap forward. There is also the practice of magical powers. If the understanding relies on the deepening of the understanding of magical powers to speed up the absorption of the 5 elements, then the spiritual root is the channel for absorbing the 5 elements. The original low-grade spiritual root has a channel of only 1 meter, so the current medium-grade spiritual root is a channel with a diameter of more than 5 meters. With the same absorption speed, the thicker the channel, the more 5 elements power can be absorbed. With the dual improvement of cultivation and magical powers, Naraku is naturally in a good mood now. Similarly, the gap between the middle-grade spiritual roots and the low-grade spiritual roots also made him feel more clearly what the disparity of life is. Reality is really cruel. No matter how much you deny it, some people are born at the pinnacle of life. For cultivators, spiritual roots are one of the main differences in life. Under the same external environment, those with superior spiritual roots, with a little practice, may have a life that those with inferior spiritual roots can never reach. It cannot be said that hard work is useless, but if you want to smooth out this innate gap, you will undoubtedly have to make countless times more efforts to have a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, I am also a person standing at the pinnacle of life. Naraku sighed in his heart. Although he didn't even have spiritual roots at the beginning, he couldn't help but have a father. Relying on the bronze tower as a father, he turned over from a cow and horse in life to a winner in life. This is actually an important part of the road to cultivation. For a successful cultivator, the innate advantages can certainly bring a high starting point, but if there is no opportunity, it will be difficult to achieve anything in the end. On the contrary, even if one is born weak, as long as there are enough opportunities, one can still be a master of cultivation. Naraku belongs to the latter. After adjusting his mood, Naraku continued to ponder his spiritual roots. His spiritual roots were derived from the dragon veins absorbed by the bronze tower, so he named them dragon spiritual roots. After his research over the past few days, he has barely figured out several uses of the time and space power contained in the dragon spiritual roots. One is predicting the future. With his at the current level of cultivation, if he fully activates the time and space power of the dragon spiritual root, then he will be able to predict the future he will experience in the next 10 seconds. The second is tracing back to the past. The future is infinite, and the past is eternal. Compared to predicting the future, tracing back to the past is much easier. With his current level of cultivation, he can roughly trace back to a certain area or a person and object what happened in the past year. The third is space jump. If the first two are the use of time, then space jump is the use of space. Just like the name, space jump allows him to move in space. With his current level of cultivation, he can cross the entire star country at most. Although space jump has some overlaps with shrinking the Earth into an inch in some aspects, it is undoubtedly superior. Although shrinking the Earth into an inch performs the same as time and space ninjutsu, it is actually just moving in distance. Space jump is different, it is moving in space. There is an essential difference between the two. Just like the space of death. If Naraku wants to go in and out, he can't rely on shrinking the Earth into an inch, he must rely on Flying Thunder God technique. This is the limitation of shrinking the Earth into an inch. It is worth mentioning that Flying Thunder God technique has now been optimized by space jump. Or the development of space jump is inspired by Flying Thunder God technique. Naraku, who was thinking about what other uses the space-time power of the dragon spirit root could develop, suddenly looked up in a certain direction. The 9th floor of the star building inherited the design of the original star shadow building. Except for the stone pillars supporting the roof, there are no walls around. This allows Naraku to not only overlook the entire star city, but also look outside the star city. The direction Naraku is looking at now is the wall in a certain direction of the star city. The gaze is just a subconscious action. What really caused Naraku to stare was the predicting the future from the dragon spirit root. Uchiha Madara. Pictures from the future appeared in his mind, which made Naraku, who was looking into the distance, look slightly condensed and whispered a name. Outside the star city. On the open space only 100 meters away from the towering wall, there were 3 figures hiding in the space. Naraku. Uchiha Obito whispered the name again. Yes, it's this Naraku. I tell you Obito, this guy is very powerful. If you meet him, you might be killed in a moment. White Zetsu next to him said incessantly. Uchiha Obito was thoughtful. On the way here, he already knew the purpose of coming to the Star Country. To be precise, Uchiha Madara had told him what kind of hidden danger he wanted to eliminate. This hidden danger was Naraku. Chapter 205 Eliminate Hidden Dangers. According to Uchiha Madara, the Star Country has 2-tailed beasts, the 4-tailed and the 5-tailed. When collecting tailed beasts in the future, Naraku will become an obstacle to capturing these 2-tailed beasts. Uchiha knows something about Naraku. After all, Naraku was a teacher at Konoha Ninja School. Although he was not teaching his grade, Naraku had a great reputation in the ninja school because of his appearance. Even his Rin once paid attention to him. As for the later, Naraku becoming an S-class rebel naturally caused a lot of noise. But he didn't know more. No way. At the beginning, he was just a waste who couldn't even awaken the Sharingan, so of course he wouldn't pay too much attention to Naraku who was at a different level from him. Just Being able to withstand Konoha's pursuit and develop a small ninja village into the current Star Country, this Naraku is indeed quite capable, but you are too much of a fuss. After all, this person is just a lucky person born as a commoner. Uchiha Obito glanced at Uchiha Madara on the side. Lucky? Haha, your description is really interesting. It seems that growing too fast has really limited your vision and made you arrogant. Uchiha Madara glanced at him and said lightly with his hands folded across his chest. What a stupid guy. He came all the way here, but he didn't even see the problem. But stupidity has its advantages. With the wool he left behind, it can be better controlled. Open the exit. I don't have much time. I must solve the hidden dangers that will threaten the Moon Eye plan as soon as possible. Uchiha Madara ignored Uchiha Obito, whose face turned ugly, and directly gave orders to the other party. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the gloom in his heart, Uchiha Obito activated Kamyu to open a rotating exit from the front. I want to see how good this Naraku is. Watching Uchiha Madara walk out of the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito sneered in his heart when he closed the exit. The complete Manjiki Sharingan really made Uchiha Obito's use of Kamyu far better than the one-eyed man in the original plot. The Manjiki Shuriken in both eyes rotated. Although the Kamui space was closed, the space layer in front of Uchiha Obito and black and white Zetsu actually showed the scene outside the Kamui space. It's been a long time since I breathed the fresh air from the outside world. It seems to be better here than the environment of the Fire Country is even better. Ignoring the vortex space that disappeared behind him, Uchiha Madara walked out of the Kamui space and glanced around casually, feeling quite surprised. With his rich life experience, Uchiha Madara could not say that he knew the entire ninja world very well, but it was basically the same. Just as he and Senjo Hashirama would establish Konoha in the Fire Country. In addition to the fact that the Fire Country was the strongest country in the ninja world at that time, it was also because the superior environment of the Fire Country was more conducive to development. But now, the pure and fresh air, as well as the fertile land that can be seen at a glance, almost made Uchiha Madara suspect that he had come to the wrong place. It's not that he hadn't heard White Zetsu talk about the changes in Star Country. But compared to verbal descriptions, seeing with one's own eyes is undoubtedly more real. Surprised, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. He seemed to have underestimated the boy called Naraku. Even Hashirama's wood release couldn't change the ecological environment of a country to such an extent. Forget it, once the Moon Eye plan is implemented, it doesn't matter what this world is like. I can create a new world with a better environment. His frown soon relaxed, and Uchiha Madara looked at the city wall opposite. On the towering wall, you can see a star ninja standing guard and patrolling. In fact, when Uchiha Madara walked out of the Kamui space, the star ninjas on the wall in the area found him. But before these star ninjas could react, Uchiha Madara glanced casually, and all the star ninjas on the wall fell into illusion. Good defense. In addition to having extremely high perception, the barrier also integrates the ability to isolate time and space. Uchiha Madara ignored the star ninja controlled by his illusion, but looked at the barrier that ordinary people could not capture with interest. Same as Konoha. Star City has a super large barrier covering the entire city. This barrier, as Uchiha Madara said, not only has extremely strong perception ability, but also integrates the ability to isolate time and space. This is exactly why Uchiha Obito did not enter Star City directly, but stopped outside. Uchiha Madara was not troubled by the barrier set up in Star City, but praised it in a condescending manner. Then say hello first. Uchiha Madara's eyes condensed, and his eyes immediately opened the Sharingan. It was not an ordinary Megatama Sharingan, but a triangular pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan. Among the many reincarnations of Indra Chakra, Uchiha Madara is not the first, but he is definitely the one with the highest talent. Even Uchiha Sasuke in the later part of the original plot. If it weren't for Otsutsuki Hagoromo's cheating, he would not be able to be compared with Uchiha Madara at all. Just like the Manjiki Sharingan at this time. This pair of eyes is not originally a Manjiki, but a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan newly transplanted by Uchiha Madara, which he redeveloped and evolved by himself. Opening the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Madara chuckled and put his palms together, ready to announce his arrival. Would release. The surging chakra emerged. Uchiha Madara's so-called greeting was obviously not very friendly, and it could even be said to be very exaggerated. He, who also had the cells of Hashirama Senjo transplanted, was preparing to use wood release to attack the Star City. Swish! The figure flashed. As wood release was about to appear, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Thunder method, Thunderbolt. Naraku, who arrived instantly, did not pause at all. He raised his hand to condense brilliant lightning and punched Uchiha Madara in the face. His pupils contracted. Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Madara. He had not fought for so many years, but he was not as pampered and slow to react as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even though Naraku suddenly arrived, he still responded quickly with the insight of the Mangekyo and rich combat experience. Boom! The fist condensed with lightning hit Uchiha Madara's crossed arms fiercely. Amid the deafening roar, the amazing bombardment destroyed the land in front of Naraku, and also made Uchiha Madara fly away like a meteor. Your reaction is fast enough. Naraku's expression did not change when Uchiha Madara was able to keep up with his attack. He just glanced at the void beside him and immediately chased after Uchiha Madara, who was flying away. Swish! Naraku disappeared, but before he left, he glanced at the void, and Uchiha Obito and Black and White Zetsu, who were hidden in the Kamui space, were stiff. Chapter 206 Illusion Confrontation. Obito, did the other party discover us just now? White Zetsu swallowed unconsciously. Probably. Uchiha Obito's expression was wooden, but from his somewhat stuttering words, it was not difficult to see his emotions at the moment. What a joke! How did the other party find him? And even if the other party could really see into the Kamui space, why did he have the illusion that his body was about to be torn apart just by being looked at by the other party? It's true that there is a reason why Madara-sama went to this person. This Naraku is very unusual. Black Zetsu said after a moment of silence. If you look at Black Zetsu's eyes at this time, you will definitely find a look of surprise in his eyes. The glance that Naraku gave him just now also it brought a strong impact. In order to disguise itself as the product of Uchiha Madara's will, it hid in Uchiha Madara's body a long time ago, which also allowed it to learn about Naraku from the information provided by White Zetsu. But pale words are obviously not as good as personal experience. How could such a person be born in the ninja world? The other party obviously did not inherit his mother's blood. Why is he so powerful? Black Zetsu was extremely suspicious. It actually didn't care much about Naraku. After all, from what it knew, the other party did not inherit his mother's blood. How powerful can such a person be? But now, Naraku's gaze across space made it feel cold in its heart. Such a person is far beyond its expectations. Hurry up, Obito, let's catch up. The suspicious and uneasy Black Zetsu hurriedly urged Uchiha Obito on the side. Boom boom boom. The figure that seemed to have turned into a meteor kept smashing trees and rocks into pieces. After flying hundreds of meters, Uchiha Madara regained control of his body. Ha! The surging chakra burst out from his body, forming a shock wave that swept around. Using the recoil of the shock, Uchiha Madara fell rapidly, his feet inserted into the ground below. Plowing the ground and sliding. Drawing two gullies tens of meters long, Uchiha Madara finally stopped retreating. Swish! The figure flashed. As soon as Uchiha Madara stopped, Naraku came again in an instant. The right hand made a sword finger, and the brilliant lightning condensed into silver light, pointing to Uchiha Madara's eyebrows. Blood splattered. The sword finger condensed with lightning crossed one side of Uchiha Madara's brow bone, tearing out a bloody blood mark. Avoiding the vital points and dodging the fatal blow, Uchiha Madara was not affected by the pain at all. He bent down and rushed forward, raised his knee and slammed into Naraku's abdomen. Bang! The left hand blocked the knee that hit him. Uchiha Madara's high-intensity chakra condensed knee strike was firmly held down by Naraku's left hand, which was condensed with true energy, and even grabbed in an instant. Twisting his waist and turning around, Naraku, who held Uchiha Madara's knee, burst out with amazing power, lifted Uchiha Madara up, turned around and smashed him to the ground behind him. Boom! The earth collapsed, and the violent shock wave swept in all directions with rolling rocks and soil, crushing the nearby trees and rocks crazily, forming a huge pit. In the pit, Uchiha Madara's body did not sink into the mud, but condensed a blue energy body behind him as a buffer. Tsukuyomi. The triangular pattern in his left eye rotated rapidly. At the moment the earth collapsed, Uchiha Madara's eyes were fixed on Naraku. The brief contact of the eyes brought about a dizzying scene change. The trees disappeared. Instead, there was a barren land. At the same time, Naraku was hanging in the air with his hands and feet wrapped by several chains in a big letter shape. Exaggerated lightning escape and strange power, as well as the pressure that makes it difficult to breathe. I thought I had overestimated you, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you in the end. A stone pillar rose under his feet. Uchiha Madara, who rose to the same height as Naraku, looked at Naraku opposite with interest with his hands on his chest. He continued, but the movement technique you just used does not seem to be a time-space ninjutsu, but a kind of distance-crossing technique. Naraku did not panic because of being trapped in the illusion. He was also looking at Uchiha Madara opposite. When he heard what the other party said, he chuckled and said, "You are a terrible lie. I thought you should be old and weak now, but I didn't expect you to still retain such strength." "Oh? From what you said, you seem to know me," Uchiha Madara said playfully. Naraku said calmly, "It's natural. After all, I used to stay in Konoha for a while. How could I not know you, the Shura of the ninja world?" Uchiha Madara laughed loudly, "Interesting, really interesting. I thought I had been forgotten by the world, but I didn't expect that someone still knew me." As he laughed, the void around him rippled, and thousands of swords condensed quickly. "What a pity. If it weren't for the future of the ninja world, I really don't want to kill such an interesting young man like you." Uchiha Madara sighed, and then mercilessly controlled thousands of swords and shot at Naraku. Blood splattered. Pain swept through. But it wasn't Naraku, but Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, whose body was full of swords like a hedgehog, looked shocked. "What a pity. Do you really think that you can threaten me with your last bit of life?" The positions of both parties have changed quietly. With his hands folded across his chest and a golden vertical pupil between his eyebrows, Naraku stood on the stone pillar, looking at Uchiha Madara, who was pierced by the sword opposite him with amusement. The illusion rebounded. The moment the sword entered his body, this thought immediately flashed through Uchiha Madara's mind. Looking at Naraku in astonishment. The other party could actually rebound Tsukuyomi and even replace him to dominate the illusion space? Haha. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. I really didn't come to the wrong place. People like you are worthy of my personal action. After the astonishment, the low laugh turned into a wild laugh. Uchiha Madara performed a wave of Uchiha wild laughter for Naraku on the spot. And in the wild laughter, the illusion space seemed to be unable to withstand Uchiha Madara's laughter, and it was bombarded and shattered like a mirror. The sky and the earth spun again. Naraku and Uchiha Madara all left the illusion space created by Tsukuyomi and returned to reality. Whether it was the sword or the damage caused by the sword, all disappeared from Uchiha Madara's body. Only the blood and tears flowing from his left eye proved how Uchiha Madara got rid of Naraku's illusion rebound. Boom! The blood and tears had no effect on Uchiha Madara. After leaving the illusion space, he was like a tiger out of a cage, and instantly burst out with terrifying chakra like a tiger's roar. It was just the same. At the moment of leaving the illusion space, Naraku didn't waste any words with Uchiha Madara. He raised his hand to condense a thunder bomb and punched the other party directly. The terrifying chakra turned into a high-density energy body. In the amazing bombardment, the huge deep pit created by the previous collision exploded and expanded again, rolling up rolling rocks and soil. But before the rolling of the rocks and soil subsided, a huge arm made of blue energy immediately stretched out from it and slapped Naraku fiercely. Chapter 207 Wooden Man Susanoo. Boom! Amidst the roar of explosion, the huge energy palm smashed the ground into pieces and collapsed. But Naraku was not seen under the palm. Before the energy palm fell, Naraku had already appeared 100 meters away in a flash. The energy palm that smashed the ground did not dissipate, but supported the earth, and a huge body appeared from the extension. This is a Susanoo in the third stage, which is 30 or 40 meters tall. Wood release, tree world birth. Controlling Susanoo, Uchiha Madara, who was in the chest of Susanoo, strode out of the deep pit, and Uchiha Madara, who was in front of Susanoo, also put his hands together. Boom boom boom. The earth shook, and countless tree roots broke out of the ground, like ferocious pythons, sweeping towards Naraku from all directions. Big property repulse. The vertical pupil between the eyebrows glowed with a faint light, and the majestic gravity immediately swept out from Naraku's body, shattering and emptying all the attacking tree roots. The indifferent eyes fell on Susanoo opposite. An even more ferocious gravity fell from the sky, violently pressing on Susanoo with the momentum of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. Crack! Boom! The legs sank into the mud, and the hands supported the ground. The sudden gravity made Susanoo unbearable. Not only half of the body sank into the ground, but also unable to move. The dark door of the sky. The triangular pattern in the right eye rotated. When Susanoo was suppressed by gravity, Uchiha Madara's face changed slightly, and he immediately activated the pupil technique contained in his right eye. The invisible suction burst out from the kaleidoscope in the right eye, and actually absorbed the gravity pressing on Susanoo crazily. Following his left eye, Uchiha Madara's right eye also shed tears of blood. Such a sign is the phenomenon of the Mangeki Sharingan pushing the pupil technique to the extreme. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Susanoo, which was relieved while absorbing gravity, put his palms together under Uchiha Madara's control and spit out a huge meteorite-like fire bomb from his mouth. The same ninjutsu, performed by different people, may have very different power. For example, Uchiha Madara. The Great Fire Annihilation he performed at this moment, whether in terms of scale or temperature, is far beyond the reach of other Uchiha clan members. Zhang. The sword finger was raised. A huge thunder slash appeared out of nowhere, not only splitting the huge fire bomb that hit it into two, but also slashing towards Susanoo with its remaining power. Wood style, ranking technique. A huge shield shaped like a fanged ghost face rose from the ground and blocked the thunder slash. As the lightning current rushed, the ghost face shield was torn into deep cracks by the slashing wave, almost piercing through it. Swish! The figure flashed. When Uchiha Madara blocked the thunder slashing wave with wood escape, Naraku had already arrived above Susanoo with shrinking the earth into an inch before he could counterattack. Both feet landed on the top of Susanoo. A whirlwind rolled up. Whether it was Naraku or Susanoo, or Uchiha Madara and Susanoo, they all disappeared. It's a space-time ninjutsu, the other party used the space-time ninjutsu to take Madara away. Uchiha Obito, who was transferred by God's power and hiding in another space and watching Naraku and Uchiha Madara fighting, changed his face greatly. His face changed greatly, not because Naraku showed the space-time ninjutsu, but because Naraku could take Uchiha Madara away with the space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara is not a piece of wood. It is impossible to let the space-time ninjutsu be controlled by him. Now he was taken away, obviously because he could not resist Naraku's time and space ninjutsu and was forcibly taken away. The problem revealed here is enough to make Uchiha Obito, who also mastered the time and space technique of Kamyu, understand that Naraku's mastery of time and space techniques far exceeds his own. Lord Madara is in this direction, very far away, and should have entered the territory of the Wind Country. Although Black Zetsu did not really come from Uchiha Madara's will, it has the sensing technique set by Uchiha Madara. With the sensing technique he mastered, Black Zetsu immediately pointed in a certain direction, turned his head and urged Uchiha Obito on the side. The enemy's strength is far beyond expectations, we must understand the details of this battle. Hey? Why are you talking as if Lord Madara will lose? I'm going to tell you. White Zetsu yelled. Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito ignored White Zetsu. Looking at the direction pointed by Black Zetsu, Uchiha without hesitation, Obito activated the kamikaze again and moved through space. The Land of Wind. The location of a gold mine where Naraku once practiced the Suinjin sword chi. Rolling yellow sand flew up. The Susanoo that suddenly descended trampled the sand dunes below into pits. Raised his hand and waved his palm. Susanoo slapped his head hard. But just before the palm arrived, Naraku had already left first. In a flash, Naraku appeared on the sand dunes opposite Susanoo. Look at Susanoo again. Uchiha Madara, who was hiding in his chest, had a gloomy face. When Naraku used space jump to transfer, Uchiha Madara naturally did not resist. Just like the current situation, the space power displayed by space jump made Uchiha Madara unable to break free. This result was no less than being slapped hard in the face for Uchiha Madara. It seems that this is the graveyard you chose for yourself. Uchiha Madara's eyes fell coldly on Naraku opposite. Boom! The surging chakra swept out. Wood style, woodman technique. Behind Susanoo, a bigger wooden man crawled out of the sand dune. When it stood up completely, the wooden man was nearly 200 meters tall. And as the wooden man appeared, Susanoo immediately stepped back. Powerful suit, woodman Susanoo. Susanoo hit the wooden man behind him, but there was no collision. Instead, it turned into blue armor and quickly covered the wooden man. And even Uchiha Madara, like falling into the water, dived into the wooden man's body. From the appearance of the wooden man to the fusion of Susanoo and the wooden man, it actually happened in just a moment. When he put on the armor, the wooden man Susanoo immediately raised his right hand, condensed a wooden sword covered with Susanoo's energy, and swung the sword fiercely to where Naraku was. Big property, cut the air. Without dodging, the vertical pupil between the eyebrows flashed. Naraku did not dodge, but raised his left hand with a calm face, and pointed his palm forward. The surging Sharingan pupil power was projected into the golden vertical pupil. The golden vertical pupil not only perfectly accommodated, but also integrated with itself, bringing the contained pupil power to a higher level. Boom! The majestic gravity turned into a huge barrier that was half hidden and half visible. When the wooden sword slashed on it, it immediately caused a terrifying shock that shook the earth. Countless tons of yellow sand flew up like a bombing, turning into a rolling sandstorm that swept several kilometers away. In the brief stalemate, the gravity barrier collapsed. Combined with the wooden man technique and Susanoo no Hu. Although Uchiha Madara is no longer at his peak, the power of the wooden man Susanoo is no less than that of the complete Susanoo no Ho. Chapter 208 The End of the Hero. Buzz. Boom. Under the collapse of the gravity barrier, the remaining power of the Susanoo sword remains undiminished, and it slashes towards Naraku with unstoppable force. But just as the Susanoo sword fell, the illusory 3-foot tower shadow suddenly appeared around Naraku. In the terrifying collision, sand waves hundreds of meters high were raised on both sides, forming a huge gully like a canyon. In the middle of the sand wave, the 3-foot tower shadow transformed by the bronze tower projection stood still like a mountain, steadily guarding Naraku and blocking the amazing slash of the wooden man Susanoo. Even at the moment of blocking, the 3-foot tower shadow instantly burst out with a shocking recoil, breaking the Susanoo sword abruptly. Stronger than the reincarnated Senju Hashirama. This is Naraku's evaluation of Uchiha Madara. Although he saw Uchiha Madara, he realized that the opponent should use some secret technique to make his body enter a state similar to the last moments of life. But in the real fight, the strength shown by Uchiha Madara still surprised him. Unfortunately, it's not enough. After dispersing the bronze tower projection, Naraku's eyes became sharp. The opponent showed his true ability, so he should be a little more serious. Zhang. The right hand gathered the sword finger, and when the finger was waved, the crisscrossing black gold sword energy burst out and turned into a huge sword net covering the wooden man Susanoo. Danger! Uchiha Madara, who was hidden in the wooden man Susanoo, immediately felt a strong danger when the black gold sword energy appeared. His face changed drastically and he tried to dodge, but the black gold sword energy came too fast, so he could only barely control the wooden man Susanoo to cross his arms for defense. The sword energy was sharp. The sword net woven by the Suinjin sword energy encountered almost no obstacles and flew directly through the wooden man Susanoo. Dense cracks appeared on the wooden man Susanoo. The next second, it was like the collapse of a spliced building block. The wooden man Susanoo was cut into countless pieces by the Suinjin sword energy, and collapsed into a ruin of broken wood. For this scene, Naraku looked normal and silently operated the nameless technique to restore his true energy. Unlike shrinking the earth into an inch, Suinjin sword energy has the earth as a huge backup, and the consumption is very small when it is performed. Destroying the wooden man Susanoo with a move like this certainly shows the terrible power of Suinjin sword energy, but the consumption is also very large. After all, the wooden man Susanoo is not really just a piece of wood. Not to mention the blessing of Susanoo no, the toughness of the wooden man itself is superior to that of steel. The speed of the recovery of the nameless technique also improves with the improvement of cultivation. Although it cost a lot to destroy the wooden man Susanoo with one move under the nameless technique, the true energy in Naraku's body also rotated at an astonishing speed. 40%, 50%, 60%. Swish! Just when Naraku's true energy recovered to 70%, a figure suddenly jumped out of the sand dune behind him and slapped him with a palm. Heaven's dark door! The figure that jumped out of the sand dune was Uchiha Madara. It can be seen that Uchiha Madara at this time, the left eye showed a strange grey-white. The right eye was spinning wildly with a triangular pattern. Naraku's Suinjin sword energy attack just now was indeed extremely terrifying. Not only did it destroy the wooden man Susanoo, but it also forced Uchiha Madara to sacrifice his left eye to perform Izanagi to resolve it. However, even so, Uchiha Madara still did not give up the fight. Just as the triangular pattern in his right eye rotated, he slapped the palm on Naraku's back and a terrible suction force came out. The pupil technique of Heaven's Dark Door has a similar ability to the Hungry Ghost Path of the Samsara Eye, which can absorb energy including chakra. In the previous fight, Uchiha Madara had absorbed the gravity released by Naraku with this eye technique. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was obviously ready to use Azuma no Anda to absorb Naraku's true energy. Puff! The body shape changed. Amid the splashing blood, an arm flew away. The owner of the arm was not Naraku, but Uchiha Madara. Just when Uchiha Madara's palm was about to touch Naraku's back, Naraku seemed to have expected it and flashed behind Uchiha Madara with the shrinking earth into an inch. That's not all, he even gave Uchiha Madara a wave of heartfelt words in advance. But it's a pity that Naraku is not Black Zetsu after all. Uchiha Madara, who has an online IQ, showed a quick reaction and avoided the vitals in time, only letting Naraku's hand knife tear off the opponent's right arm. The body shape spun awkwardly and landed not far away. Uchiha Madara covered the broken shoulder that sprayed blood without an arm, and stared at Naraku. Don't you continue to use Izanagi to be immune to damage? Carelessly throwing a trail of blood on the sand beside him, Naraku looked at Uchiha Madara with a smile. I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of the ability of the Sharingan. It seems that I didn't lose this time unfairly. Chakra recovered the broken shoulder, and the loss of blood quickly stopped. Uchiha Madara put down his left hand and looked at Naraku deeply, and a smile also appeared on his face. It's getting more and more interesting. The person in front of him really refreshed his cognition again and again. If it were decades ago, he and Hashirama would be very happy to have such an opponent. Patting the gravel on his body, Uchiha Madara smiled and raised his hand and said, "Come on, as the winner of this battle, give me the last blow now." Swish! Blood splashed from Uchiha Madara's eyes. Naraku, holding a pair of Manjiki Sharingan in his right hand, appeared 100 meters behind Uchiha Madara. Boom! The body swelled, and a curse seal similar to the inner four symbol seal but more powerful rushed out of Uchiha Madara's body like a chain. It instantly covered 100 meters and came to Naraku's back. The dense curse seal suddenly shrank back into Uchiha Madara's body, and then turned into an explosion, annihilated with Uchiha Madara's body. It's not that easy to die with me. Turning around and looking at the hemispherical pit behind him, Naraku sneered. Although the other party just looked like a hero who faced life and death calmly, how could he, who has always been cautious, let his guard down? He had long used his spiritual sense to see the curse seal condensed in the other party's body, so he took the other party's Manjiki Sharingan very simply. It's not a waste of time to get this pair of eyes. Weighing the Manjiki Sharingan wrapped in true energy in his hand, Naraku turned his head and looked to one side. You ran fast enough, but after the battle just now, the deterrent effect should be enough. With a flip of his hand, the Manjiki Sharingan disappeared in his palm, and Naraku, with a playful look on his face, immediately activated the space jump and returned to the Star City. Obito, the other party shouldn't have caught up, right? I don't know. What should we do? Madara-sama has been killed by the other party. If the other party catches up, won't we be killed too? Shut up. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito, who fully activated the Kamui to move in space, and Black Zetsu, who shared the body with White Zetsu, listened to White Zetsu's endless yelling, and the two of them scolded him together. Chapter 209 Looking Back to the Past. Chapter 209 Looking Back to the Past. What? Why are you so fierce? I'm just worried. The scolded White Zetsu muttered aggrievedly. Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu ignored each other. After a while, when the Kamui space was transferred back to the familiar underground space, Uchiha Obito was slightly relieved. It seems that the other party did not chase us. That's what he said, but Uchiha Obito had no intention of leaving the Kamui space. Naraku is too strong, and he also has a very powerful space-time ninjutsu. We don't know what to do if we want to capture the Four Tails and the Five Tails in the future. Black Zetsu said worriedly. Although the Moon Eye plan was used by it to deceive Uchiha Madara, it was also a plan it wanted to implement. Only by gathering all the tailed beasts can it rescue Mom from the Seal of the Moon. Uchiha Obito was a little silent about what Black Zetsu said. He also didn't know what to do. Although because of the difference in spatial power, when he found Naraku and Uchiha Madara, the two sides had already started fighting in the desert. But this did not prevent him from seeing Naraku's terrifying strength in the subsequent battle. Especially the time and space technique. If Naraku didn't know the time and space technique, he still had the confidence to rely on God's power to stand invincible. But the opponent, in addition to being powerful, also mastered the time and space technique, and it is even possible that it is more powerful than his God's power. Let's go find Nagato first. Now we can only rely on the opponent's Samsara Eye to find a breakthrough. Uchiha Obito said after a while of silence. He thought about it, and finally he could think of a hope to defeat Naraku. No, the only one who has a chance to take away the 4 tails and the 5 tails is the Samsara Eye. Okay. Black Zetsu thought about it, and now only the Samsara Eye can regain confidence. If even the Samsara Eye doesn't work, then the last resort is to use the impure world reincarnation to revive Madara. Black Zetsu thought secretly. Uchiha Madara. In the office of the Star Building, Nono looked at Naraku in shock. Not only Nono. The same was true for Hyuga Rinka and Hyuga Yuka behind Naraku. Well, it was Uchiha Madara who fought with me outside the city before. Naraku, sitting on the office chair, nodded slightly. In the battle with Uchiha Madara, Naraku quickly took the opponent to the Kingdom of Wind with space jump. But the initial fight caused a lot of noise. Whether it was the people hypnotized by illusion on the city wall or the Susanoo used by Uchiha Madara, these caused a lot of commotion in the Star City. This is also the reason why Nono, who learned about the situation, came to Naraku immediately after he returned. But Nono obviously never thought that the person who caused the commotion would be Uchiha Madara. But shouldn't the other party have died long ago? Nono asked hurriedly. Naraku shook his head and said, it was just a fake death. He could fully understand Nono's reaction. If he hadn't known the plot, he would have found it hard to believe that Uchiha Madara, who should have died long ago, would have been hiding in the dark. Naraku then briefly explained Uchiha Madara's situation. In addition to the fact that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had just faked their death in the battle, he also included the result of his battle with Uchiha Madara. It turned out that there was such a thing, but fortunately you won in the end, otherwise it would be unsettling to think about such a person hidden in the ninja world. Nono said with lingering fear. The more you know, the more you think. Although Nono had not seen Uchiha Madara's era, the root organization had detailed information about Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's sudden appearance really scared her. Of course, this shock has now eased as Naraku defeated Uchiha Madara. Nono looked at Naraku with burning eyes and said, I'm afraid Uchiha Madara has not thought that his era has passed. If the outside world knew that you defeated Uchiha Madara, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Hinata Rinka and Hinata Yuka, who were behind Naraku, looked at Naraku with their beautiful eyes shining. Who is Uchiha Madara? Although the two of them didn't know Uchiha Madara as well as Nono, they also knew what such a person represented. Now that Naraku defeated Uchiha Madara, Hinata Rinka and Hinata Yuka were shocked, and their eyes looked at Naraku with almost thread-like eyes. They have already committed themselves to Naraku and have long regarded Naraku as their life support. The more powerful Naraku performed, the more they felt proud of him unconsciously. Maybe. Naraku said casually. He was not proud of defeating Uchiha Madara. The main reason was that Uchiha Madara was not in his peak state at all. In his opinion, defeating such a Uchiha Madara was nothing to be proud of. After chatting for a while, Naraku went to the 9th floor after Nono left. It seems that Izanagi has only made this eye fall into a state of silence, and it has not been truly destroyed. Take out Uchiha Madara's pair of Mangeki Sharingan from the bronze tower. When Naraku wrapped it with true energy, his eyes fell on the grey-white one. In the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he survived by relying on Izanagi. While waiting for the opponent to awaken the Samsara Eye in the later stage, the eye that activated Izanagi regained its light. It can be seen that the side effects of Izanagi are not irreversible. At this time, Naraku used his spiritual consciousness to explore the inside of the grey-white eye. Finally, he found that this eye was not truly destroyed, but just fell into silence. This discovery made Naraku secretly satisfied. If one of the Mangeki Sharingan is missing, the value will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Now that there is a chance to save it, he will have a chance to get another pair of complete Mangeki Sharingan. First, let's determine what Uchiha Madara has done recently. Without rushing to perform the ritual, Naraku stared at the Mangeki Sharingan in his hand, immediately activated the dragon spiritual root, and began to trace the past of these eyes. With the Mangeki Sharingan as the medium, a series of pictures that only Naraku can see appeared in front of him. It was like a movie being played in reverse. In the past tracing back of the Mangeki Sharingan, it first returned to the previous battle between Naraku and Uchiha Madara in the desert, and then returned to Uchiha Madara's battle. Before Uchiha Madara came to the Star Country. Unconsciously, all the scenes experienced by the Mangeki Sharingan in the past year were replayed. In the replayed scenes, Naraku saw Uchiha Madara's control over Uchiha Obito, and also saw the appearance of Black Zetsu. Although my appearance has affected many aspects of the plot, some things are still following the original trajectory. After finishing the replay, Naraku recovered the consumed true energy and thought silently in his heart. Obito Uchiha's situation and the appearance of Black Zetsu obviously did not change under his influence. But this is also in his interest. Chapter 210 Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. It was as if he deliberately let Uchiha Obito leave. Chaos is the ladder to rise. The chaos caused by Uchiha Obito can better help him get chestnuts from the fire. Whether it is to seize the tailed beasts in the future or to develop the Star Country, it is the same. As for whether Uchiha Obito would bring a threat, if the other party really has this ability, then he will only admire him. After all, with his current strength, if Uchiha Obito can threaten him, it can only prove that the other party is powerful. Similarly, he is not afraid of challenges from anyone. Knowing Uchiha Madara's recent operations, Naraku adjusted his state and started to do business. Condensing the true fire cauldron, throwing 2 Mangeki Sharingan into it, Naraku began the familiar ritual. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it has been, the 2 Mangeki Sharingan in the true fire cauldron successfully completed the fusion, and it was refined into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Removing the true fire cauldron, Naraku raised his hand to catch the Mangekyo Sharingan, and used his spiritual consciousness to explore again. After being refined into a magic weapon, this Mangekyo Sharingan has no other abnormalities except that the pupil power is less than the normal Mangekyo Sharingan. When Naraku poured his true energy into it to warm it up, the pupil power of this Mangekyo Sharingan began to increase slowly. With this one, I now have 4 Mangekyo Sharingan. When this one is warmed up, I can try to merge with the Eternal Eye. Looking at the new Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand, Naraku took out the other 2 Mangekyo Sharingan that were warmed up in his body after confirming that there was no problem. One of these 2 Mangekyo Sharingan came from Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo No. 1, and the other was the newly evolved Mangekyo No. 3. Yes, it was Mangekyo No. 3. After Naraku handed Mangekyo No. 2 to Nono, the remaining early 3 Megatama Sharingan had also successfully evolved during this period of time. This newly evolved Mangeki Sharingan was named Mangeki No. 3 by him. Having gathered 4 Mangeki Sharingan, Naraku naturally wanted to try to fuse them into a stronger Eternal Mangeki. Quantity is not as good as quality. Especially for Naraku now. Compared to 4 ordinary Mangeki, the Eternal Mangeki can bring him more strength enhancement. Concentrate your energy. Under Naraku's full efforts to nurture Mangeki No. 4, the lack of pupil power of this Mangeki was quickly restored. And as Mangeki No. 4 recovered, Naraku used the remaining 3 Megatama Sharingan to replace Mangeki No. 2 from Nono. In the 9th floor of the Star Tower, Naraku kept making seals with his hands, concentrating on controlling the true fire cauldron to refine the 4 Mangeki Sharingan thrown into it. Time passed little by little. In the true fire cauldron, the 4 Mangekyo Sharingan slowly merged until they were completely integrated. When the fusion was completely completed, the amazing pupil power came out from the true fire cauldron, and it actually formed invisible ripples to spread. Naraku's eyes condensed slightly, and he immediately set up a strong barrier with his feet to intercept the spreading pupil power. The invisible ripples hit the barrier, only causing a few ripples, and did not cause much movement. After releasing the ripples for a while, the spreading pupil power quickly shrank back into the true fire cauldron. It's done. The shrinking pupil power was like the last step of polishing. When it was over, Naraku's spiritual consciousness, which was always paying attention, immediately captured the situation in the true fire cauldron. With a flash of light in his eyes, Naraku immediately stopped the ritual and removed the true fire cauldron. The true fire dissipated, revealing an eyeball that looked like a black and red ruby. Naraku quickly raised his hand to capture it, and the eyeball immediately fell into his hand. Looking closely, the eyeball looks like jade but not jade, and the Tai Chi pattern is present inside. The pupil power has increased so much. In fact, he doesn't know about the appearance. What really concerns Naraku is the pupil power contained in the eyeball in his hand. When his spiritual sense probed it, he immediately sensed the amazing pupil power from the Tai Chi eyeball. This pupil power is far greater than the superposition of the pupil power of the 4 Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems that in the fusion of each other, a greater degree of sublimation has been formed. Feeling the amazing pupil power in the Tai Chi eyeball, Naraku raised his eyebrows and smiled immediately. Although he has not seen other Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he has enough confidence to believe that this one, which he has refined as a magic weapon, is the fused Eternal Mangeki Sharingan will definitely not be weaker than other Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This confidence comes not only from the amazing eye power of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but also from the eye technique contained in it. His Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is not derived from the conventional evolution method, but is formed by the ritual of magic weapon. During Naraku's ritual, in addition to fusing 4 Mangeki Sharingan into Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he also perfectly inherited the eye technique contained in the original 4 Mangeki Sharingan. The eye technique of Mangeki No. 1 is Dayujyo. The eye technique of Mangeki No. 2 is Tsukuyomi and Kagutsuki Kato. The eye technique of Mangeki No. 3 is Amaterasu and Tamazunomi Kato. The eye technique of Mangeki No. 4 is Tsukuyomi and Aim no Akudo. Even though the Tsukuyomi overlaps, the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan still contains as many as 6 eye techniques. Containing so many eye techniques, it is obviously not comparable to the regular Eternal Mangeki. Using shrinking the earth into an inch, Naraku couldn't wait to leave the star building and go outside the star city to test the power of the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After half a day, when Naraku returned to the 9th floor of the star building, he had a big smile on his face. The results of the test were obviously very gratifying. Whether it is basic insight or illusion amplification, etc., the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is far superior to the Mangeki Sharingan. Especially the eye techniques. Even if it is the same eye technique, the power of the eye technique is completely sublimated by the higher level of eye power. If I were to fight Uchiha Madara again now, I wouldn't need to use any other powers, I could win with Eternal Mangeki Sharingan alone. Naraku sighed. After being refined into a magic weapon, Gamma Sharingan is a human-level lower-grade magic weapon, Mangekyo Sharingan is a human-level middle-grade magic weapon, and Eternal Mangeki Sharingan has further reached the level of a human-level upper-grade magic weapon. And compared to Star, which is also a human-level upper-grade magic weapon, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is even better in combat. Chapter 211 Death of Demigod. At night, in the camp of Sand Village on the border of the Land of Fire. After a long time of lingering, Naraku casually lay aside. I felt like I almost died just now. After a while, Yakeng finally came back to his senses. She turned over lazily and lay in Naraku's arms, looking at Naraku with a dazed look and whispered softly. I understand. Naraku stroked the other's beautiful back, chuckled and pulled the other to himself. Of course, Naraku is still very considerate. While supporting Yakeng, he condensed the Tianyi divine water and injected it into the other's body to help the other recover his strength quickly. Yakeng let out a long breath, and she looked at Naraku charmingly after recovering her strength, and became active again very actively. How is the battle between you and Konoha recently? Helping the other party recover his strength is not without a price. The price is that Naraku did not intend to deal with it again in this round. He put his hands behind his head and let Yakeng show his skills. He even chatted with interest when he was free. Not bad, now we have suppressed Konoha's defense line to the territory of the Land of Fire, and even some towns and mines in the surrounding areas have been occupied. The heavy artillery made it difficult for Yakeng to operate, which made her speak a little intermittently when she responded to Naraku's words. Fortunately, Naraku didn't mind. In Yakeng's intermittent narration, he quickly learned the detailed situation of the battle between Sand Village and Konoha. Different from Uegakuer. On the battlefield of Sand Village, Konoha did not have the help of Minato Namikaze. This made Konoha, which lacked top-level combat power, completely at a disadvantage. Until now, Sand Village has occupied many places on the border of the Land of Fire. These gains can be said to have made the morale of Sand Village unprecedentedly high. Since the 3 Ninja World Wars, this is the first time that Sand Village has tasted the fat meat of the Land of Fire. The gratifying gains of the war, in addition to weakening the impact of casualties in Sand Village, have greatly improved Yakeng's prestige. Yakeng, who led this war, has now reached the peak of prestige, surpassing the previous generations of Kazekage. Even within Sand Village, Yakeng has been regarded as the new strongest Kazekage. Similarly, based on the situation on the Sand Village side, Naraku can probably infer Konoha's current situation. The situation in Uegakuer village is just a special case. The situation in Sand Village is the overall situation of Konoha. Internal and external troubles are what Konoha is facing now. With the current development of Konoha, if there is no change, collapse is only a matter of time. Damn Danzo! In Konoha, in the Senjo clan, Tsunade punched the armrest of the sofa angrily. Her anger comes from Kushina. Just like the promise she made to Minato Namikaze, she started to think of ways to rescue Kushina from the moment Minato Namikaze went to the battlefield in Uegakure village. Kushina is not only Minato Namikaze's girlfriend, but also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Whether it is to appease Minato Namikaze or to improve her own strength, Tsunade naturally wants to keep Kushina by her side. But now, whether it is to ask Danzo for it openly, or to secretly mobilize people to look for it, or to secretly contact it was Orochimaru. She tried everything, but she couldn't find out where Kushina was imprisoned, let alone rescue Kushina. Such a result made Tsunade hate Danzo even more. It turned out that the other party was good at doing bad things. After calming down, Tsunade rubbed her temples with a headache. Kushina's matter was not the source of all her worries, but there was still the pressure of war. Although the situation in Uegakure village eased after receiving support from Minato Namikaze, the battlefields in the other three places could only be described as terrible. I can't continue to waste time with Danzo. Tsunade, rubbing her temples, had already planned to go to the battlefield. Although she knew that Danzo would take the opportunity to seize power if she left the village, she was not Danzo, and it was impossible for her to ignore the bad situation of the war in order to fight for power. Grandpa Tobirama is really blind. He actually accepted someone like Danzo as his disciple. Tsunade couldn't help but curse in a low voice. It was pouring rain. In the rain village. Boom! With a sudden roar, the beautiful courtyard and houses were crushed by the terrifying impact. In the dust, a blood-soaked figure fell to the street in a mess. Uchiha Fire Formation. A vortex appeared in the void. The masked figure flew out of the vortex and touched the ground with his fingertips. In an instant, the red barrier blocked the surroundings, making it impossible for the rain ninjas who came after hearing the news to approach. Trample, tramp, tramp. 3 figures stepped out of the huge pit formed by the courtyard and houses. Cough, cough. The figure who fell to the street in a mess climbed up with difficulty. When he coughed up blood, he looked up and immediately let people see that this person was Hanzo. Tianyan of the 10,000 Things. One of the people who walked out of the huge pit raised his hand expressionlessly and grabbed it. The invisible gravity immediately pulled Hanzo to fly in a reverse bow shape. Die! Hanzo, who was pulled close, burst out with a huge amount of chakra. In the fierce murderous intent, he summoned a sickle in his hand and slashed at the person opposite fiercely. Shinra Tensei. Gravity turned into repulsion. Both the sickle and Hanzo were instantly blown away by the fierce repulsion. Bang! Halfway, Hanzo suddenly turned into a stream of water and scattered. The next second, the ground turned into a dense mass of detonating talismans, and a terrible series of explosions were about to occur. Hungry Ghost Path Sealing Technique Absorption Seal. Squatting down, he slapped the detonating talisman under his feet with his right hand. In just a moment, the chakra in countless detonating talismans was absorbed by Nagato's reincarnation eye pupil technique. Without chakra, the detonating talisman instantly became waste paper. Swish! Just as Nagato absorbed the chakra in the detonating tag, Tendo Pain, who had just fought Hanzo with Tenshi Tenin and Shinra Tensei, immediately rushed out at super speed. Leaping up, he stomped hard on the ground not far away. As the earth cracked, Hanzo, who was hiding underground, was immediately blown out by Tendo Pain's attack. Fists and feet burst out. Tendo Pain, who also opened his samsara eyes, rushed forward quickly and started a physical battle with Hanzo. Hanzo is Hanzo. Although he was seriously injured in the surprise attack, the strength he showed was still worthy of the name of demigod. In the simple physical battle, Hanzo quickly suppressed Tendo Pain. But he overlooked one point, that is, Tendo Pain was not afraid of injury at all. Trade injury for injury. Under pressure, Tendo Pain took the initiative to expose a flaw. When Hanzo slashed his chest with his spiritual sickle, Tendo Pain also ignored the damage and inserted his hand knife into Hanzo's body. Chapter 212 Rain Village becomes the master. Swish! When Tendo Pain and Hanzo were both injured, a figure quickly appeared behind Hanzo. Human Path Soul Absorbing Technique. Slapping Hanzo's back with a palm, Nagato pulled back with cold eyes, pulling Hanzo's soul out of his body bit by bit. If it were normal times, with Hanzo's strength and chakra, he could completely compete for Nagato's soul. But now, he was seriously injured and had no strength to resist. Finally, his soul was pulled out of his body by Nagato. The body stiffened. Hanzang, who had lost his soul, suddenly became limp with a dim look in his eyes. The opposite Tendo Pain drew his hand knife expressionlessly and let Hanzo's body fall to the ground. What a wonderful battle! Your use of the Samsara Eye is better than I expected. When the battle was over, the masked figure who cast the barrier came forward. While clapping, an old hoarse voice came from the mask. How about it? I should be worthy of your trust now, right? Walking closer, Uchiha Obito stopped and stared at Nagato closely. That's right. The masked figure is Uchiha Obito. To be precise, it should be Uchiha Madara disguised by him. Frightened by Naraku, Uchiha Obito decisively found Nagato. Similarly, in order to increase his weight and hide his true identity, Uchiha Obito chose to disguise himself as Uchiha Madara as in the original plot. As for the current situation, it's actually very simple. Nagato naturally wouldn't easily believe Uchiha Obito who suddenly came to him. So after some communication, in order to gain trust, Uchiha Obito proposed to help Nagato get rid of Hanzo. Just now in the battle, Uchiha Obito did not participate in the follow-up. But at the beginning, it was he who led Nagato and the other two to sneak into the rain village with Kamiyu and created an opportunity to severely injure Hanzo. Well, you will be a member of the Akatsuki organization in the future. After crushing Hanzo's soul, Nagato glanced at Uchiha Obito. He naturally did not believe in the so-called Uchiha Madara. But the other party's ability is indeed not bad. In addition, he assisted him in killing Hanzo, so he did not mind continuing to cooperate with the other party. Next, I will go to the rain village to meet you. Having initially gained the other party's trust, Uchiha Obito chuckled and then casually glanced at the many rain ninjas gathering outside the barrier. Well, our current strength is far from enough. Controlling the rain village can bring a lot of convenience. Nagato nodded slightly, and then his eyes fell on Hanzo's body beside him. His eyes revealed a cold light. This guy teamed up with Konoha's people to kill Yahiko. Even if he died, he would not let him off easily. He wanted to turn him into a second Six Paths clone, so that he would not rest in peace even after death. Half a month later. Hanzo's prestige in Rain Village is indeed very high. We killed a lot of people these days to quell the chaos. In the center of Rain Village, in a high-rise building, Konan, who overlooked the entire Rain Village through the window, looked back at Nagato behind him. The chaos is just labor pains. Under our leadership, Rain Village will only become stronger in the future. Nagato, sitting on a large stone chair, said calmly. Strength is everything. Although Hanzo's death brought great chaos to Rain Village, with overwhelming strength, Rain Village successfully changed its owner in just half a month. At the same time, two figures can be seen standing on both sides of Nagato. The left one is Tendo Pain. The right one is the Shurido clone made from Hanzo's corpse. Just as Nagato's voice fell, a vortex appeared in the void on the side, and Uchiha Obito walked out of it. Here, see if it meets your requirements. Uchiha Obito threw the scroll in his hand to Nagato. Swish! Konan flashed over and caught the scroll for Nagato. After a brief inspection, Konan confirmed that there was no problem with the scroll, and then opened it. Plop! 4 corpses flew out of the opened scroll. On the side, Nagato's eyes fell on the 4 corpses that fell on the ground in front of Konan. Under the insight of the Samsara Eye, the physical strength of these 4 corpses can fully prove that they were at least masters of the Jonin level. Does Naraku from the Star Country really make you so afraid? After looking at the quality of the corpse, Nagato shifted his sights to Uchiha Obito. Of course, after all, I almost died in the hands of the other party not long ago. Uchiha Obito said in a low voice. Considering that he would confront Naraku sooner or later when capturing the 4 tails and the 5 tails. During this period, Uchiha Obito mentioned Naraku to Nagato. Of course, in his words, he was Uchiha Madara. It's just that he was not killed in the end, but escaped by faking his death with some secret technique. Naraku. Nagato repeated the name. Although he didn't believe that the person in front of him was Uchiha Madara, he was familiar with the Naraku mentioned by the other party. The main reason was that Yahiko had discussed Naraku with him and Konan. From the small ninja village to the current Star Country. Although the method was not the peace concept originally pursued by the Akatsuki organization, it did not prevent Naraku's achievements from making Yahiko admire him very much at that time. With these eyes, I am destined to become the new god of this world. When the time is right, I will let you see that no matter how hard mortals try, there is an essential gap between them and gods. Nagato touched his Samsara Eye and said indifferently. Naraku may be very powerful, but he still doesn't take him seriously. He has now determined that only pain can bring true peace to the world. And the source of pain is the tailed beast. According to Uchiha Madara, when the 9 tailed beasts are gathered, the ultimate weapon that will shock the entire ninja world will be born. In this regard, he has decided to become the master of this ultimate weapon, so as to bring permanent peace to the world through pain. No matter if it is Naraku or others. As long as they dare to stop him, he will make the other party understand what pain is. Uchiha Obito took a deep look at Nagato and chuckled, "This is why I will cooperate with you. With the Samsara Eye, you are destined to be unstoppable in the future. Nagato, now that the village is stable, should we continue to accumulate strength?" Konan looked at Uchiha Obito warily, then turned to ask Nagato. Nagato's indifference eased a lot when he looked at Konan. He pondered and said, "After I complete the creation of the 6 Paths clone, I can try to see if I can cooperate with the Hidden Rock Village." Cooperate with the Hidden Rock Village? Konan was surprised. Uchiha Obito also looked at Nagato in surprise. "Yes, we need to accumulate strength, and the same is true for the Rain Village. Although Naraku is not worth mentioning, the way he develops the Star Country has given me a good inspiration." Nagato raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. Chapter 213 Chi Training Level 8. Time flies. Several months have passed quietly. Star City. Continuous construction. The city is now more prosperous and magnificent. Looking around, whether it is the city gate or the streets, people can be seen everywhere. It has been 3 days, and this whirlwind has really been hovering over the Star Tower. Yes, if there was a notice issued by the Ministry of Police, I would have thought someone attacked the Star Tower at first. Haha. Your statement is really funny. Who dares to come to the Star City to make trouble now? Yes, not to mention the heads of the 3 tribes of Konoha, Pig, Deer, and Butterfly, the current power of the Star Country. I am afraid that the 5 major countries have to be cautious in the face of it. That's right. It is said that the expeditionary force of the Star Country annexed another country not long ago. According to this trend, from the Star Country to the west to the coast, I am afraid that the unification will be completed soon. In the city, streets, restaurants, entertainment venues, etc., all have people gathering in groups of 3 or 2 to discuss the affairs of the Star Country. Some of them talked about the expeditionary army, and some talked about the vision of the Star Tower. The former is not mentioned, but the latter is. As discussed, even if you look from a distance, you can clearly see the howling whirlwind hovering above the towering Star Tower. This whirlwind has lasted for 3 days. At the beginning, the people in the new Star City were still nervous, but now, the people in the city have completely gotten used to it. Even many people will unconsciously show awe and admiration when looking at the whirlwind above the Star Tower. The reason is very simple. Just like the previous external announcement, the announcement issued by the Ministry of Police for this whirlwind still shows that the whirlwind comes from some powerful secret technique practiced by the master of the Star Country. Force is the strongest deterrent. As the absolute pillar of the entire country, Naraku's sneeze is enough to shake the Star Country from top to bottom. Now practicing some powerful secret technique that can produce visions, the impact can be imagined. Inside the whirlwind that stirs the wind and clouds is a vortex of spiritual energy that ordinary people cannot detect. It was like a funnel. While the people of Star City were talking about it, the vortex of spiritual energy was pouring back into the 9th floor of the Star Building, until it poured into Naraku's body. With 5 hearts facing the sky, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Accompanied by the operation of the nameless technique, the spiritual energy infused into the body was quickly refined by Naraku, providing nutrients for a new transformation of the body. It was unknown how long it lasted. The whirlwind above the Star Building gradually subsided. Not to mention the reaction of the outside world when they discovered this situation. When the transformation of the body was completely completed, Naraku slowly opened his eyes. A touch of almost tangible divine light flowed from his eyes. After a while, the divine light gradually disappeared. After all, it is a middle-grade spiritual route, which actually allowed me to break through to the 8th level of Chi training so quickly. Rising, Naraku stretched his body lazily, and when bursts of crisp bone sounds came from his body, a slight smile appeared on his face. Activate the divine consciousness. Everything within a radius of 400 feet is reflected in the soul. Run the true Chi. The strong true Chi is about to burst out, as if to overturn the entire Xingchen building. Raise the arm and shake it. The unparalleled force makes the void tremble, as if it is about to collapse. Feeling the current state, Naraku's smile on his face can't help but become more intense. This breakthrough has undoubtedly made his strength significantly improved. All the trees and grass are soldiers too. Naraku added silently in his heart. Over the past few days, the breakthrough is not only the cultivation, but also the magical power of all the trees and grass are soldiers. Thanks to the transformation of the spiritual root. This allows Naraku to complete the breakthrough in cultivation at a faster speed, and the speed of practicing the magical power has also been leapfrogged. It's like all the trees and grass are soldiers. The promotion of the spiritual root, coupled with the growth of plants by Tianyi divine water, has obtained a more concentrated wood element power. The combination of the two made it possible for seeing enemies in every tree and grass to quickly complete the entry. Practice should be done in moderation. Let's relax for a few days. Naraku smiled slightly at the success of the practice, and immediately activated shrinking the earth into an inch and left. Back in the mansion, Naraku leisurely soaked in the bath filled with Tianyi divine water for a while, and then waited for the two sisters Hyaga Rinka and Hyaga Yuika who received his message. Then there was a lot of fun. Until Nono came back from work, Naraku just pulled himself away from the twin sisters who were filled with puffs and twitched unconsciously, and came to the living room. How is it? Is the practice going well? Entering the living room, Nono asked with a smile when he saw Naraku sitting on the sofa. She naturally knew about the strange phenomenon above the Xing Chen building when it dissipated. Similarly, she was already familiar with such practice. Of course. Naraku nodded with a smile. Then he stood up and took out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses from the wine cabinet, and poured a glass for himself and Nono. That's good. Nono smiled when he learned that Naraku's training was going well. Walking closer, she took the glass handed over by Naraku and sat elegantly on the sofa opposite to taste it. Do you know that during the few days you were training, something very interesting happened in the Land of Fire? Nono said excitedly, holding a glass of wine with her 2 round thighs together. Naraku looked at the other party in surprise. What's the matter? Could it be that Konoha's defense line was breached? That's not the case. The Land of Fire was robbed by unknown people. Nono shook his head and said playfully, and what's interesting is that in these few days, the Hidden Rock Village suddenly increased its offensive against Konoha. The combination of all these things looks very similar to our cooperation with the Hidden Cloud Village. Naraku raised his eyebrows and showed an interested expression on his face. It's quite interesting, but whether it's from the Hidden Rock Village or not, it's not easy to plunder like I did back then. Didn't Konoha send people to attack them? Nono said, of course there was an attack, but the plunderer seemed to be quite capable and solved all the people sent by Konoha. Oh? It seems that he is indeed quite capable, but I don't know how long he can hold on. Naraku said casually. He was able to plunder the Land of Earth in the past, not only because of his own strength, but also because of his mobility of shrinking the earth into an inch. Though the people who are plundering the Land of Fire now have shown their outstanding skills, he does not think that anyone can imitate him. Even though Konoha's main energy is now dragged on the battlefield, it is impossible to condone someone to plunder the country's property. It can be predicted that Konoha will inevitably send out a stronger expeditionary force next. By the way, how are Xiaorixing and Scorpion? Naraku just treats what happened in the Land of Fire as a joke. As long as Konoha and the Land of Fire do not collapse, it does not matter. Chapter 214 Imitation Plunder. It went smoothly. Not long ago, we annexed another small country. Nono also just treated the Fire country's affairs as fun. Hearing Naraku talking about serious matters, she became serious. The Snow country and the Ghost country had already been digested. But the Star country's external expansion did not end there. After digesting the Snow country and the Ghost country, Naraku once again ordered Xiaorixing and Sasori to continue leading the team to annex several small countries further west. How is the military strength? Can you keep up? Naraku asked. Nono said confidently, don't worry, most of the prisoners captured by the Snow country and the Ghost country have surrendered to us, which makes our current military strength very sufficient and can fully support the next annexation. In addition, the ninja school will soon usher in a new batch of graduates, and then our military strength will be expanded again. Unlike the Ghost country, the Snow country and the Ghost country both have developed ninja villages. Moreover, the scale of the ninja villages is considered medium among the small ninja villages, and the number of ninjas is far greater than that of the original Star Ninja village. Although this caused more casualties when the Star country annexed the 2 countries, relatively speaking, as the annexation was completed, many ninjas from the 2 countries were captured. Now that most of these ninjas have surrendered, the military strength of the Star Country has increased instead of decreased. As for the ninja school, there is no need to say more. High investment in exchange for high returns report. Under the continuous investment of huge resources, the students of the ninja school have been growing up well, chatting about the war. Until the end, a bottle of wine was empty without knowing it. Because they had already had dinner when they came back, Nono, with a red face, naturally rode on Naraku. Soon, another in-depth and simple exchange began. Puff. Blood splattered. Several ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors were caught off guard and had their waists cut by sharp giant sickles. Ah! After their bodies were broken, these Konoha ninjas did not die immediately, but experienced unbearable and tragic pain, rolling and screaming. Boom! Not far away, more than a dozen Konoha ninjas were also blasted into pieces of meat by the terrible impact. No more. Looking around, he found that no new Konoha ninjas had arrived. Uchiha Obito, who was holding a bloody sickle, was indifferent to his Sharingan, which was disguised as ordinary eyes with his pupil power, and his face under the mask. He and Konoha had already been divided into two worlds with Lin's death. Now Konoha is not only no longer the village he loved before, but also one of the murderers who killed Lin. On the other side, these are just interests. Yahiko, you watch. I will definitely let Konoha be buried with you. Also wearing a mask, and also using his pupil power to disguise his samsara eye as ordinary eyes. Nagato also looked indifferently at the pieces of meat and corpses left by Konoha ninjas around him. Danzo is the Hokage of Konoha. Knowing that it was Danzo's men who killed Yahiko, Nagato was full of hatred for both Danzo and Konoha. Not to mention that in his childhood, his parents also died at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Bang! After the battle, Nagato formed seals with both hands, and with the talent of the Uzumaki clan, he easily split a large number of shadow clones. As soon as these shadow clones appeared, they immediately plundered the town where they were located. As for the location of this town, it is in the Land of Fire. That's right. The unknown people who plundered around the Land of Fire are Nagato and Uchiha Obito. Since taking control of the Rain Village, Nagato has completed the creation of the Six Paths clone. As soon as the creation was completed, he contacted the Uegakure village. The purpose is very simple, that is, to imitate Naraku's cooperation with the Cloud Village and plunder the Land of Fire. Nagato will kill Hanzo, in addition to helping Yahiko to avenge, also wanted to use the Rain Village as the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. If you want to develop your power, you naturally have to invest resources. In addition to Yahiko's revenge, the source of resources naturally made Nagato eye the fertile Land of Fire. Let's talk about the Hidden Rock Village. Of course, Onoki would not refuse the sudden contact from the Rain Village and the proposal to cooperate to deal with Konoha. One is that Nagato has a secret message, and he has made Hanzo into a six-path clone, which makes Onoki think that Hanzo is still the master of the Rain Village. Onoki still recognizes Hanzo's strength. Another. That is naturally the pressure of the battlefield. In addition to having top-level combat power, Minato Namikaze also relies on the Flying Thunder God technique to exert greater lethality on the battlefield than ordinary top-level combat power. Although Onoki successfully deceived the outside world and found the right opportunity to seize the Seven Tails through the war with Konoha, allowing the village to regain its human pillar. However, under the delay of Minato Namikaze, Uegakure still could not achieve much results on the battlefield. Especially compared with the battlefields of the other three places, this made Onoki feel even more unwilling. After all, compared with Uegakure, Sand Village, Cloud Village, and Mist Village have successfully suppressed Konoha's troops into the territory of the Land of Fire, and even each of them has more or less occupied part of the territory on the border of the Land of Fire. Combining the two. Of course, Onoki does not mind using Hanzo to contain Konoha's energy from the inside. Both sides have feelings for each other. The development of the matter has come to the current situation. Onoki led the army to launch a fierce offensive against Konoha from the front, while Nagato and Obito just sneaked into the interior of the Land of Fire and plundered property. Uchiha Obito's Kamyu is not as mobile as Naraku's shrinking the earth into an inch, but it is a time-space technique after all, so the efficiency of looting is still very considerable. If the two of them were not determined to kill a wave of Konoha's people while looting, it would be difficult for the Konoha expeditionary force to find them. Nagato's imitation was very comprehensive. Soon, a large number of shadow clones sent out brought back a lot of property with the sealing scroll. After sending the scroll into the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito and Nagato immediately went to the next target. Konoha. Waste, all waste. In the Hokage's office, when Danzo learned that the expeditionary force was wiped out again, he was furious and cleaned up the desk directly. How many times has this happened? It was just a petty thief, but the expeditionary force he sent out was killed again and again. This was a complete disgrace to his position as Hokage. You should know that when he first received the message from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he vowed that he could solve the problem in 3 days at most. But now several 3 days have passed. Let alone the success of the crusade, he has not even found out the origins of the plunderers. Chapter 215 Danzo's Calculation. Sir, according to the memories we read from the corpse, although there are only 2 plunderers, they are very powerful. Our people were killed by the other side without any resistance. On the other side, the Konoha ninja who came to report saw Danzo's anger and hurriedly explained. Shut up, failure is failure, don't make excuses for me. Danzo slammed the table and scolded. He is not the weak guy like Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could he tolerate failure easily? However, after many failures, Danzo actually knew that the plunderers were not ordinary thieves, but very powerful masters. Damn it, if only I could get the Samsara Eye, otherwise I could use this opportunity to improve my prestige. Danzo's eyes were filled with gloom. Thinking of the Samsara Eye, Danzo felt a pang of heartache. He didn't know where the man named Nagato was hiding, but he couldn't find his trace. And Hanzo too. This guy actually cut off contact with him. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't get the Samsara Eye, he could at least use the other party to solve the trouble of Minato Namikaze. Wait, maybe this is also an opportunity. Danzo suddenly pondered. Although the origins of the 2 plunderers were unknown, their strength was undoubtedly very extraordinary. Since Hanzo was unreliable, he might as well use these 2 people to deal with Minato Namikaze. If Minato Namikaze didn't handle it well, he could use this opportunity to attack and suppress the other party. If the other party succeeded by chance, he gave the order, so he could take the credit for himself. After all, Tsunade has left the village, so it is not difficult for him to control public opinion. And no matter what the result is, at least this can remove Minato Namikaze from the battlefield and prevent him from continuing to make meritorious deeds. Even more, taking this opportunity, he can try to regain control of the discourse power in the battlefield of Uegakure village. Soon, Danzo showed a sneer. This is the mission certificate, Minato Namikaze, the Hokage requires you to set off immediately and eliminate the mission target as quickly as possible. The border of the Fire Country fighting with Uegakure village. In the commander's tent of the Konoha camp, Minato Namikaze frowned and looked at the 4 root organization members opposite. After hesitating for a while, Minato Namikaze still took the mission certificate. At the same time, he immediately opened it to check. When he saw that in the mission certificate, in addition to the seal of the Hokage, there was also the seal of the Fire Country daimyo, Namikaze Minato closed his eyes. As for the 4 root members on the opposite side, they left after Namikaze Minato took the mission certificate. It seems that I can only go once. After a while, Namikaze Minato opened his eyes and rubbed his temples with a headache. He had heard about the robbery, but he didn't expect that this matter would fall on his head in the end. Especially since this matter was arranged by Danzo. If it was the time of the 3rd Hokage, he would definitely not say anything and would only regard it as the Hokage's respect for him. But for Danzo now, all he could think of were conspiracy and calculation. In fact, if it was really only Danzo's order, he would definitely refuse. After all, the internal struggle between the 2 sides has basically been exposed. With Tsunade as a backer, even if he refused, Danzo could not do anything to him. But the problem is that now, in addition to Danzo, there are also orders from the daimyo. It is obvious that Danzo also knows that if he relies on his own orders alone, he will most likely refuse, so he cunningly pulls the daimyo in advance. For the daimyo, whether it is to maintain the face of the village or to help Tsunade-sama overthrow Danzo in the future, the support of the daimyo is indispensable. Knowing this, Minato Namikaze can only take the task helplessly. Of course, Minato Namikaze is still very vigilant. Before leaving, in addition to arranging his men to prevent Danzo from taking the opportunity to seize power, he also sent a message to Tsunade with a ninja hawk. The battlefield between Konoha and Sand Village. In the tent of the commander of the Konoha camp. What is this guy Danzo going to do again? Looking at the letter sent by Minato Namikaze not long ago, Tsunade frowned. Of course, she was very vigilant about Danzo's operation. It means that the daimyo is involved, otherwise she will definitely send a message to Minato Namikaze to withdraw immediately. I hope Minato can handle it. Tsunade sighed helplessly. The participation of the daimyo made it difficult for her to intervene. And she didn't have the extra energy to take care of other things now. In order to relieve the pressure of the war, she chose to support the frontline battlefield. However, in the Sand Village battlefield where she came, many high-level officials, including the Commander-in-Chief and the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, were Danzo's people. These days, relying on her own prestige and strength, she has won the position of Commander-in-Chief. But if she wants to truly have the right to speak on the battlefield here, it obviously takes more time to deal with it slowly. Tsunade-sama, one of our transport teams has lost contact. Just as Tsunade was thinking about what conspiracy Danzo had, a Konoha ninja suddenly rushed in from outside the tent. Hearing the other party's report, Tsunade's attention was immediately drawn back to the battlefield here. Send someone to explore this transportation route immediately. Tsunade ordered with a serious expression. The importance of logistics is no less than the fighting on the front line. Now they are already at a disadvantage in the war with the Sand Village. If there is a problem with the logistics, the situation will definitely worsen. Perhaps it proves the saying that good things don't come in pairs, and bad things don't come alone. Just when the logistics problem occurred, someone hurried to report another situation. It turned out that the Sand Village launched a new wave of offensives, and even the leader was Yekang, the Wind Shadow. Prepare for battle. Tsunade's face changed, she stood up decisively, strode out of the tent, and quickly began to mobilize troops. Very quickly. The front line area between Konoha and Sand Village. The 500 Konoha ninjas led by Tsunade met Yekang, who also led hundreds of sand ninjas. Quick reaction. Spotting Tsunade's arrival, Yekang sneered and led hundreds of sand ninjas to charge forward. No matter whether it was the original Konoha collapse plan or Tsunade's arrival at the battlefield. Yakura and Tsunade have fought many times. The two are definitely old rivals now. Go. Facing Yakura's charge, Tsunade was not willing to be outdone and went up to fight. Very soon. Whether it was Yakura and Tsunade, or the troops of both sides, a fierce fight broke out immediately. Fireballs flying. Super strength. In terms of personal strength. With the help of the immortal seal, Yakura is better. But Tsunade also has her advantages. In addition to the 100 healings technique, she can also use the summoning beast slug to provide treatment for others. This made the sand ninjas fall behind before Yakura defeated Tsunade. In response, Yakura did not insist on winning with Tsunade, but decisively divided some of his energy to support his subordinates. After fighting for a long time, both sides finally withdrew with injuries. This is how wars between ninjas work. Unless the strength of both sides is really very different, it usually takes a long time to wear each other down to decide the winner. The war will not end until one side can no longer hold on. But one thing is certain. That is, Tsunade's arrival has indeed eased a lot of pressure on Konoha on this battlefield. Please collect, recommend, and vote for me. Chapter 216 Clairvoyance Jade Zooming. Chapter 216 Clairvoyance, Zooming. Night. On the spacious balcony, Naraku lazily lay on the recliner, quietly watching the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. Rinka, Yuka, if the moon is artificially made, how powerful would the person who can do this be? Naraku suddenly said. Hinata Rinka and Hinata Yuka, who were waiting in the back, were both stunned, and subconsciously looked up at the bright moon in the night sky. Hinata Yuka wondered, how could anyone in this world be able to do such a thing? If there is, it can only be God. Made the moon? Who else can do this except God? If she didn't know that Naraku's physique was different from that of an ordinary person, Hinata Yuka would have suspected that Naraku was drunk and talking nonsense. Hyuga Rinka thought for a moment, and then said, My lord, I think only the legendary Six-Path Sage can have such a great power to create the moon. God. Six-Path Sage, yes, the ability to create the moon is indeed not something that ordinary people can have. Hearing the words of Hyuga Rinka and Hyuga Yuka, Naraku, who was staring at the moon, couldn't help but sigh. Practice more if you are not good at it. Although the moon in the ninja world is just an artificial moon made by Otsutsuki Hago Romo using Shibaku Tensei to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. It is much smaller than the moon in the previous life, But it is still a moon after all. With his current strength, he is enough to be the king among the mortals in the ninja world, but he is still a long way from the great power of creating the moon. Unable to match such a great power, he is naturally not qualified to challenge Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Footsteps approaching. My lord, Nono-sama has her period and said she is going to rest alone tonight, so you can make your own arrangements. Galura walked into the balcony and knelt on the carpet next to the lounge chair, and said softly to Naraku. Well, I'm a little angry now, can you help me calm down first? Naraku replied lazily. Hearing this, Galuro skillfully moved a little, began to take things out of the bag, and lowered his head to calm down. Lying down, Naraku could see Hinata Rinka and Hinata Yuika waiting on him with a slight raise of his head. Looking at the delicate faces of the two sisters, Naraku, who was in a state of anger, naturally would not be polite, and directly hooked his finger at his sister Hinata Rinka. Hinata Rinka obediently stepped forward and leaned closer. Because she often bathed in Tianyi divine water, the women around her had flawless and nourished skin. Even if she got close, Naraku could not see any flaws on Hinata Rinka's delicate face. Stick out your tongue. Hearing Naraku's order, Hyga Rinka's face turned slightly red, but she did not hesitate, and immediately opened her red lips and stretched out her tongue as far as possible. Pressing the back of the other's head with his backhand, Naraku savored it carefully. At the same time, his other hand was not empty, and he waved to Hyga Yuika on the other side. Hyga Yuika's eyes lit up and she quickly moved closer. As she leaned over, her arched buttocks immediately fell into Naraku's hands, allowing him to measure them. Indulgence is just an interlude, and practice is the theme. With the moon in the night sky as a contrast, breaking through the 8th level of chi training did not make Naraku relax his practice. Well, the pressure of this practice is mainly concentrated on the real chi shadow clone. Naraku himself. He is still relatively relaxed. Sometimes he will practice with the real chi shadow clone. But sometimes he will let his secretary Jiaoluo talk to him about the new trends in the ninja world in his spare time. For example, this day, the people who plundered the land of fire seemed to be very powerful. After Konoha failed to conquer them many times, it dispatched Minato Namikaze, who was originally stationed in the battlefield of Uegakure village. It was just the information obtained by the intelligence team that Minato Namikaze's dispatch only played a certain delaying role, and until now, the people who plundered the land of fire have not been dealt with. In the office on the 8th floor of Xingchen building, Naraku sat on the office chair, and Jiaoluo sat on him, breathing a little hurriedly to tell the information. Is there such a thing? Hearing what Jiaoluo said, Naraku, who was playing with the full granary, paused with his hands disappearing under the hem of Jiaoluo's shirt. Surprise appeared on his face. Although Minato Namikaze was just like that to him, compared with others, his strength was still good. Especially the Flying Thunder God technique. With the mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, there are not many people in the ninja world that Minato Namikaze can't do anything to. At least in Uegakure, even Noki would find it difficult to gain any advantage against Minato Namikaze. This made Naraku, who originally didn't care much about this matter, arouse some interest. Do you know the location? It doesn't matter whether it's Minato Namikaze or the people who plundered the land of fire. Naraku asked Kuruura. Because Naraku stopped moving, Kuruura breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the information, she said, according to the latest information, the location of the opponent's fight is in a town in the southeastern area of the land of fire. As a secretary, Kuruura is very competent. In addition to providing high-quality services to Naraku physically, he is also very careful at work. Sky eyes, open. After getting the location provided by Kuruura, Naraku turned his head to look in the direction of the land of fire, and a golden vertical pupil immediately appeared between his eyebrows. The eternal Mangekyo in the body projected the pupil power to Sky Eye. This not only increases the eye power of Sky Eye to the point where 1 + 1 2, but also allows Sky Eye to freely display the 6 eye techniques contained in Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Yuzuming. The golden vertical pupil glowed faintly, which made the gaze of Sky Eye between the eyebrows immediately break through space and fall directly on the fire country spanning several countries. The 6 eye techniques contained in Eternal Mangeki are Great Property, Tsukuyomi, Kagutsuki, Amaterasu, Yuzuming, and Aim no Inho. Some of them have appeared in the original plot, and some have not. The 3 eye techniques of Great Property, Yuzuming, and Aim no Inho belong to the latter. There is no need to say more about Great Property. The remaining Yuzuming and Aim no Inho. Aim no Inho comes from Uchiha Madara's Mangeki, and its eye technique ability is energy absorption. The gravity that Naraku applied to Uchiha Madara was resolved by this pupil technique. Then there is the Jade Ancestor Life. This pupil technique comes from the number 3 Mangekyo, which is somewhat similar to the telescope technique, which can allow people to see beyond all obstacles and directly see thousands of miles away. Hands continued to move inside Kurura's clothes. Naraku used the Jade Ancestor Life to search with interest. Got it. After a while, in the area Kurura mentioned, Naraku searched and finally found Namikaze Minato in a nearby town. Yes. Namikaze Minato is fighting. Who is fighting him? Yes. When seeing the two figures fighting with Namikaze Minato, Naraku raised his eyebrows and showed a playful look in his eyes. Watch and cherish. Chapter 217 Uchiha Obito Nagato vs Namikaze Minato. Shinra Tensei. The terrible repulsive force turned into an overwhelming shock wave that swept across. Danger! Grabbing the flying thunder god Kunao, Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank as he was about to attack, and he quickly activated the flying thunder god technique to transfer again. Boom! The wind howled and the earth collapsed. With Nagato as the center, the streets and buildings on both sides were all shattered, forming a huge pit. The Mangeki Sharingan disguised as an ordinary eye scanned left and right. When he caught Namikaze Minato appearing not far away, Uchiha Obito did not hesitate and rushed over with a huge sickle. The super-fast speed allowed Uchiha Obito to quickly approach Namikaze Minato, and then he swung the sickle fiercely to slash. Ding! Sparks flew. The flying thunder god Kunao injected with high-density wind chakra blocked the sickle. But the strong force from the sickle still made Minato Namikaze's feet slide sideways for a distance. But such pressure was obviously not enough to make Minato Namikaze lose his balance. He rushed forward. Using his clever strength to push away the blade of the sickle, Minato Namikaze condensed a raised nan in his left hand and blasted it towards Uchiha Obito on the opposite side. Hollow transformation started. The raised nan seemed to be pressed in the void, and together with Minato Namikaze's arm, they all passed through Uchiha Obito's chest. Shinra Tensei. The overwhelming shock wave came again, and after passing through Uchiha Obito's body, it hit Minato Namikaze. Swish! Flying Thunder God started. The excellent nerve reaction allowed Minato Namikaze to move away again very quickly, avoiding the terrible shock wave formed by the repulsive force. The earth collapsed. Another huge fan-shaped pit was born. Seeing that Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge his attack again, Nagato slapped the ground in front of him. Summoning 6 Paths Clone. Amidst the smoke, the 6 clones appeared in a row in front of Nagato. Like Nagato, in order to hide their identities and samsara eye, the 6 clones all wore masks and used their pupil power to disguise their samsara eye. It's the same trick again. Although these 6 people are like puppets, each of them has a very dangerous ability. Moving to another coordinate left behind, Minato Namikaze was immediately attracted by the 6 clones summoned by Nagato. There was a deep fear in his eyes. This was not the first time that Minato Namikaze had fought with Nagato and Uchiha Obito. Since receiving the order from Denzo, Minato Namikaze easily caught the wanton looting Nagato and Uchiha Obito with the Flying Thunder God technique. It is obvious that Nagato and Uchiha Obito could not be scared off by Minato Namikaze. So from the first encounter until now, the two sides have fought many times. The result of the fight is just like Nagato and Uchiha Obito are still standing here. Minato Namikaze not only failed to see through the disguise of Nagato and Uchiha Obito, but also could not do anything to the two. His repeated pursuits can only play a role in slightly delaying the looting of Nagato and Uchiha Obito. Of course. Just like Minato Namikaze is standing here. The combination of Nagato and Uchiha Obito certainly gave the two sides the upper hand in the fight, but they also could not keep Minato Namikaze, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Swish swish swish. Minato Namikaze looked at the 6 clones of Nagato's spirit with fear, but Nagato did not hesitate. After the spirit came, the 6 clones immediately turned into after-images and rushed towards Minato Namikaze. Kamikaze. On the other side, Uchiha Obito tacitly cooperated with the attack of the 6 Paths clones. With a fixed look in his eyes, the space where Minato Namikaze was located was distorted immediately. Uchiha Obito had no master-disciple relationship with his former teacher. In his opinion, Minato Namikaze also bore a great responsibility for Rin's death. It was obvious that the other party mastered the time-space ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God technique, but whether it was Rin or himself, the other party would never appear when they were in danger. The distortion of space would affect the use of Flying Thunder God technique. Minato Namikaze suffered a loss during the first fight. So when he saw the distortion of space, Minato Namikaze immediately burst out chakra with all his strength to fight against the constraints of the distortion of space and escape from the distorted area. Swish! The 6 clones were empty. Minato Namikaze, who had escaped from the distorted space area, decisively used Flying Thunder God technique to move to another position. Wind style, suppress. Minato Namikaze flashed to the other side, quickly formed a seal, and immediately sprayed high-density wind bombs towards the 6 clones. Boom! The wind bomb hit one of the 6 clones, and then exploded into a huge vortex-shaped storm, engulfing all the 6 clones. When spraying the wind bomb, Minato Namikaze did not stop, but used the Flying Thunder God technique again to move to other coordinates. Swish, swish, swish. With the sound of breaking through the air. As soon as Minato Namikaze, who had moved to another direction, appeared, he immediately shot several Flying Thunder God Kunao at Nagato and Uchiha Obito respectively. Small missiles flew over. The Flying Thunder God Kunao shot at Nagato and Uchiha Obito were all engulfed by the bombing. In the distance, the vortex-shaped storm was shattered by the fierce impact. From it, we can see that the 6 clones appeared unscathed. At the same time, it was Shurita who intercepted the Flying Thunder God Kunao. Tianyan of all things. Tiandeo, who had dispersed the storm, looked at Minato Namikaze indifferently, raised his hand and grabbed it, and a terrible gravitational force burst out from it. The body leaned back. Minato Namikaze, who was enveloped by the gravitational force, immediately left the ground, and the whole person was in an arched shape, flying towards Tiandeo in a panic. Swish! Shuridu also raised his right arm, and his palm opened like a flower, revealing a cannon-like mechanism. Chakra gathered and turned into a beam-type chakra cannon to bombard Minato Namikaze who was flying. Still not working. Feeling the little chakra left in his body, Minato Namikaze sighed and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer. This time, the transfer was not to change the attack direction like before, but to really leave. Excellent nerve reaction and Flying Thunder God technique. Although he can evade the enemy's attack very well, the problem is that high-intensity combat consumes a lot of chakra. Just like the many times before. Unable to win, Namikaze Minato can only choose to evacuate when his chakra is running low. Boom! Namikaze Minato disappeared, and the chakra cannon that was fired landed in the distance. In an instant, the amazing bombardment turned into a huge hemispherical energy field. Large areas of buildings around were shattered by the shock wave. Until the energy field dissipated, a huge deep pit like a meteorite impact was added to the town again, and nearly 1/3 of the entire town had turned into ruins. Escape again? It seems that there is no need to use the 6 paths clone next time. Looking around, the inside of the Samsara Eye allowed Nagato to quickly determine that Namikaze Minato had left. He snorted coldly, and then used the power of the Samsara Eye to destroy all the Flying Thunder God Kunao left by Namikaze Minato and the set technique coordinates. If there is no previous chapter, it means it has been banned, and there will be one later. Chapter 218 The Continued Internal Struggle. Although the arrival of Minato Namikaze has delayed our speed, it is not all bad. At least it has made you develop the Samsara Eye more deeply. Uchiha Obito came over and chuckled when he heard Nagato's words. His eyes flickered. He was the same. These days, his strength has grown a lot after fighting with Minato Namikaze again and again. Minato Namikaze, you are just my grindstone now. Uchiha Obito sneered in his heart. Soon, the two of them simply packed up and went to the next town to plunder again. Interesting, I thought, who would be the one that Minato Namikaze could not do anything to. It turned out to be these two people. After watching the battle between Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito, and Nagato, Naraku couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. Although the disguises of Uchiha Obito and Nagato were so powerful that Minato Namikaze, who had fought with them many times, could not see through them, it was not difficult for Naraku. Using the Uzuming as a medium, Naraku can also use the inside of the Sky Eye to see through the disguises of Uchiha Obito and Nagato. Well, in fact, the abilities displayed by Uchiha Obito and Nagato alone were enough for Naraku to recognize the two. Although Naraku was a little surprised that Nagato and Uchiha Obito would plunder in the Land of Fire, he did not care too much. As his influence grows, it is normal for some things outside the plot to happen. It is the strength of Nagato and Uchiha Obito. Let's not talk about Nagato for now. Uchiha Obito is undoubtedly much stronger than in the original plot. The opponent now has a complete Mangeki Sharingan, and whether it is strength or potential, it is definitely better than the one-eyed state in the original plot. Based on the observation just now. Even in a one-on-one, the current Uchiha Obito is not much inferior to Namikaze Minato. Not to mention Nagato. The opponent has obviously created the Six Paths avatar. And unlike the original plot, his legs are not disabled. His strength is completely above Namikaze Minato. Samsara Naraku pondered. He naturally wants to get this pair of eyes. But like the tailed beasts, this pair of eyes is closely related to Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Before he is strong enough, he will not easily touch them. My lord. Suddenly, Kururo in his arms looked back with watery eyes. Naraku came back to his senses from his pondering, and when he met Kururo's eyes, he immediately knew what was going on. Do it yourself. Naraku pinched the other party and leaned lazily on the back of the chair. Kururo was very conscious and immediately started the full automatic mode. The matter between Nagato and Uchiha Obito was just a small episode for Naraku. The only impact of these two people's looting of the Land of Fire on him was that he judged that the development of the Land of Stars needed to be accelerated. After all, the Land of Fire was also his goal. If the Land of Fire collapsed too quickly, the benefits he could obtain in the future would be reduced. In the following days, Naraku paid more attention to the progress of the expedition. Xiaorixing and Scorpion were still very powerful. Almost every day brought the expansion of the Land of Stars. At the same time, whether it was resources, population, or captured ninjas from other countries, they would be escorted back to the Star City every once in a while. All these gains made the development of the Land of Stars faster. Well, compared with the Land of Stars, the dynamics of the Land of Fire were in another direction. Minato Namikaze went to stop the looting of Nagato and Obito Uchiha, which naturally led to the lack of a key pillar in the war between Konoha and the Hidden Rock Village. Not to mention that after Denzo transferred Minato Namikaze away, he immediately sent people to the battlefield to fight for power and profit. This put the Konoha side in a worse situation on the battlefield. So the result is obvious. During this period of time, Konoha was defeated by the offensive of the Hidden Rock Village. Soon, like several other battlefields, the troops were compressed into the territory of the Land of Fire, allowing the Hidden Rock Village to successfully occupy part of the border area. Under such a situation, Danzo naturally could not remain indifferent. Well, he sent someone to hold Namikaze Minato accountable. Namikaze Minato, we are here to take you back to the village on the orders of Lord Danzo. Namikaze Minato looked coldly at the dozen or so root members opposite him who seemed to be ready to take action as soon as he made the slightest move. Sure enough, Danzo couldn't wait to hold him accountable because he failed to get rid of the looters. If he really went back with these people, he would probably be imprisoned. Come find me somewhere. Leaving behind a word, Minato Namikaze directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left. The speed was so fast that the people of the root organization had no time to react. Minato Namikaze naturally could not surrender. In response to Danzo's attack, he decisively gave up the mission and chose to return to the battlefield directly. Once he returned to the battlefield, whether it was the pressure of the war or the prestige he had fought for, it would be difficult for Danzo to do anything to him. And between two evils, he chose the lesser one. The difficulty of Nagato and Uchiha Obito made him helpless. Compared to continuing to entangle, Minato Namikaze, who had always been aware of the situation, was ready to stabilize the situation first. Who is this? We are in such a difficult situation here, and yet he comes to cause trouble. That's right. What kind of Hokage is this? Not only does he not send reinforcements, but now he even wants to hold Lord Minato accountable. He is simply ignorant. SHH, keep your voice down. We only need to know the village's affairs. If it spreads outside, it will shake the morale of the army. In the Konoha camp at the battlefield of Uegakure village, many Konoha's jonins gathered together to discuss, and there were many complaints in their words. But it's no wonder that these Konoha jonins are like this. It's really too infuriating what happened just now. The reason is very simple. Because the people of the root organization actually chased Minato Namikaze to the battlefield to hold Minato Namikaze accountable. For such a situation, before Minato Namikaze did anything, the Konoha high-level officials on the battlefield here were the first to become dissatisfied. Since Minato Namikaze was transferred away, the situation of the war has deteriorated rapidly. Now that Minato Namikaze can come back, the Konoha high-level officials are too happy to allow anyone to take Minato Namikaze away. Even if this person is the Hokage, it won't work. The high-ranking officials of Konoha are very aware of the struggle in the village. It would be fine if it was a peaceful time, but now it is a war time. Compared to internal struggles, war naturally comes first. Especially when Minato Namikaze has gained extremely high prestige through his dazzling performance in the previous war, the high-ranking officials of Konoha on the battlefield will naturally support Minato Namikaze. So the root members who came here, let alone holding Minato Namikaze accountable, were driven out of the camp by the high-ranking officials of Konoha on the battlefield without even seeing Minato Namikaze. Back to Konoha. Knowing that his accountability failed to do anything to Minato Namikaze, Danzo would naturally not give up easily. But before he could continue to make trouble, many high-ranking officials in the village had already jointly petitioned. These high-level officials are all Tsunade's supporters. It is obvious that after returning to the battlefield, Minato Namikaze will immediately inform Tsunade of his situation. Tsunade will certainly protect Minato Namikaze after understanding the situation. The final result is that after a lot of wrangling between the two sides, the matter of Minato Namikaze became unresolved. Chapter 219 Spirit Gathering Array. After returning to the battlefield, Minato Namikaze quickly launched a large-scale offensive against the Hidden Rock Village. After only a few battles between the two sides, the Hidden Rock Village took the initiative to shrink its forces, withdrew from the Land of Fire, and restationed in the Land of Grass. In the office of the Xingchen building, Jiaoyuo reported to Nariku the latest situation of Konoha, among which the biggest change was the situation between Konoha and the Hidden Rock Village. These people really follow suit. Knowing that Konoha launched a large-scale offensive against the Hidden Rock Village, forcing the Hidden Rock Village to retreat to the Land of Grass, Nariku tapped his fingers on the table and felt a burst of laughter. How could he not see that Minato Namikaze learned his moves from Onoki? At the beginning, Onoki relied on a large-scale offensive and a mutually destructive fighting style to force the retreating Kumigakure to retreat. Now Minato Namikaze obviously saw the cooperation between Nagato and Uchiha Obito and Uegakure, so he adopted the same strategy. Such an operation seems very risky, but it must be said that it is indeed a smart approach. The combination of Nagato and Uchiha Obito made Minato Namikaze helpless. It was almost impossible to force the two to retreat if they continued to fight head-on. The other is the problem of Uegakure itself. Uegakure was definitely the best among the 5 major ninja villages. But after experiencing the double suppression of him and Kumigakure, Uegakure was no longer the same after many tragic casualties. Nariku knew this, and Minato Namikaze obviously discovered it. So Minato Namikaze successfully scared off Uegakure with a large-scale offensive. Of course, the situation in Konoha was not much better. It is even worse than the Uegakure village. It is just that the Uegakure village is not the only one fighting with Konoha now. The war between multiple parties certainly puts Konoha under great pressure, but it also makes the Uegakure village consider more. For example, if the Uegakure village really fights Konoha to death, then the other 3 parties will definitely benefit in the end. With Onoki's character, he will naturally not be such a good guy. I don't know whether Nagato and Uchiha Obito will withdraw from the Land of Fire, but it doesn't matter whether they withdraw or not. The collapse of Konoha and the Land of Fire will eventually happen on the battlefield. Nariku pondered for a while, then smiled slightly and stopped thinking about it. Days passed by. While understanding the outside world, Nariku did not neglect his own practice. For example, he has been studying formations recently. Formations are also one of the 100 arts of cultivation, and like the weapon refining method, they are all mainstream skills ranked in the top 10 of the 100 arts of cultivation. It's done. In the 9th floor of Xingchen building, when Nariku removed the true fire cauldron, a formation disc about the size of a millstone immediately appeared. The true energy was swung out, and the formation disc depicting a complex formation suddenly fell lightly on the floor. Looking at the formation disc in front of him, Nariku hurried forward to check. Among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, many are interoperable. For example, the current formation disc is the Gathering Spirit formation disc that Nariku refined by combining the refining method and the formation. The word Gathering Spirit is enough to show what the function of the Gathering Spirit formation disc is. Spiritual energy is one of the important foundations of cultivating immortals. With the thin spiritual energy in the ninja world, how could Naraku not seek a breakthrough? First, he came up with the true energy shadow clone. Now, he has found a new breakthrough. That is the gathering spirit formation. The gathering spirit formation, this formation is definitely one of the most common formations among all formations. But this world is not a world of cultivating immortals. At least with the resources of the ninja world, it is very difficult to gather all the materials for setting up the spirit gathering array. It was only after Naraku developed and expanded in the Star Country that he gathered all the materials and refined the spirit gathering array plate. After checking, when he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the spirit gathering array plate, Naraku was really relieved, and he couldn't wait to try it. He formed a complex seal with his hands, and after a while, Naraku injected a stream of true energy into the spirit gathering array plate. Buzz! A faint fluorescent light bloomed, and the true energy flowed in the array depicted, causing the spirit gathering array plate to vibrate slightly and burst out with amazing suction. It absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Part of these absorbed spiritual powers became the consumption of the spirit gathering array plate, and part was released to the outside, which immediately increased the concentration of spiritual energy on the 9th floor of the star building, which was about 30% higher than that of the outside world. Success! When the spirit gathering array was successfully operated and he sensed the increase in spiritual energy, Naraku immediately exhaled a breath of foul air and smiled. Because of the lack of spiritual stones, he had to make some modifications to the spirit gathering array and use part of the spiritual energy he absorbed as the required operation. Although this will weaken the effect of gathering spirits, at least it will not be in vain. Just like the increase in the concentration of spiritual energy now. The increase in spiritual energy concentration by 30% may not seem very good, but with the resources of the ninja world, it is very rare to be able to increase the spiritual energy by 30%. I hope I can find enough materials to refine another one next time, so that the cultivation of spiritual medicine can also be accelerated. Quite a lot. Feeling the increased concentration of spiritual energy, Naraku was relieved and thought with expectation. The improvement of spiritual energy undoubtedly accelerated Naraku's subsequent practice. In the following days, he focused his main energy on improving his cultivation, trying to break through to the 9th level of Qi training as soon as possible. After all, only after breaking through the 9th level of Qi training, he truly had the ability to explore the foundation building period. The days passed quietly. While Naraku was practicing hard, Nagato and Uchiha Obito also returned to the Rain Village with a large amount of looted property. Although the cooperation between the two and Onoki was more to use the Hidden Rock Village to contain Konoha, in order to prevent Onoki from exposing the base camp of the Hidden Rock Village, they chose to withdraw from the Land of Fire when the Hidden Rock Village withdrew. Of course, this was because the two had looted enough property. Even if a part of these properties needed to be divided and handed over to the Hidden Rock Village, the remaining property was enough to support the initial development of the Hidden Rock Village. Konoha was naturally the first to learn of Nagato and Uchiha Obito's retreat. Smart people can naturally see Minato Namikaze's strategy. With Tsunade's help, Minato Namikaze turned the situation around and gained higher prestige. Similarly, with the prestige brought by Minato Namikaze and Tsunade's successful stabilization of the war with Sand Village, Konoha soon raised the voice of running for the next Hokage. This voice naturally came from the top leaders who supported Tsunade. And the reason was sufficient. In addition to the many wrong arrangements made by Danzo in the war, it was also because of Danzo's age. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication in the original plot. In addition to the disadvantages in the war, it was also because Sarutobi Hiruzen was getting older. Chapter 220 Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. This sentence is the village concept set by Hashirama Senju when Konoha was established. Although most of the time, this concept will be deliberately distorted by people, it can also become politically correct when it is really needed. Like now. The elderly Danzo was designated as a flying leaf, and needed to burn into flames to illuminate Tsunade, the newly sprouted leaf. Lawless, these bastards are simply lawless. In the Hokage's office, Danzo angrily cleaned up a wave of desks. What's the meaning of where the leaves are flying, the fire will also continue? Obviously, he is the newly sprouted leaf, why does he need to illuminate the village? Come here. With his chest heaving violently, Danzo angrily called a member of the root organization. Go, tell the police department to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the village immediately, and arrest any rebels who discuss the election of the next Hokage directly. Yes. The members of the root organization who received the order left quickly. After the police department was taken away from the Uchiha clan, it was not disbanded, but became the department that Danzo controlled the most. Danzo, who had manipulated the Hotaki Shomo incident, was obviously very clear about the importance of public opinion. So he would definitely not tolerate the discussion in the village. Tsunade. Minato Namikaze. When the members of the root organization left, Danzo sat down. Angry, he began to think about countermeasures. Finally, he found that he had no way to punish Tsunade for the time being, but Minato Namikaze said. Danzo thought of Kushina. Thinking of Minato Namikaze's many attempts to visit and even rescue Kushina, Danzo's face quickly showed a sneer. It seems that this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can be used for other purposes besides being made into his strongest tool. What did you say? Minato Namikaze anxiously grabbed the Konoha Jonin who came to report across from him. Not long ago, the village received news that they were going to replace the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Konoha Jonin whose arms were grabbed understood Minato Namikaze's reaction, so he immediately repeated it again. After hearing the other party's retelling, Minato Namikaze was hit hard, and his face became very ugly. Replace the Jinchuriki? Doesn't that mean Kushina will die? Minato Namikaze is a very rational person. Suddenly learning that Kushina would replace the Nine Tails, although he was inevitably a little flustered, he still tried to keep calm. Replace the Jinchuriki, this arrangement must have come from Danzo. On the surface, the reason for replacing the Jinchuriki was that Kushina ran away and killed many people in Konoha. But if the Jinchuriki was really going to be replaced, Danzo should have done it long ago, and with the other party's personality, if he really wanted to do so, he would never spread it as widely as he is now, so the other party's target is most likely me. Calming down, Minato Namikaze frowned tightly. He even guessed why Danzo suddenly proposed to replace Jinchuriki. The voices of competing for the next Hokage in the village were raised, and he also contributed. It is obvious that such voices must have frightened Danzo, so he wanted to use Kushina to plot against him. This is an open conspiracy. Now Kushina is in the hands of the other party. Even if they ask Tsunade-sama for help, as long as the other party is willing, they can secretly replace the Nine Tails. So this is forcing me to make a choice. Namikaze Minato sighed. Now he has only two choices. Either ignore Kushina's life or death, betting that Danzo will not really give up Kushina, the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Either surrender to Danzo, or directly rescue Kushina by force. With his fists clenched, Minato Namikaze's face changed. During the Konoha collapse plan, because of Nariku's true energy shadow clone operation, the rampaging Kushina not only caused damage to Konoha, but also killed many Konoha personnel. This point has now become a good reason for Danzo to replace the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Just like the news spread to the battlefield of Iwagakure village. Danzo made a public announcement in the village about the replacement of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo is also good at the offensive of public opinion. Just like when Konoha White Fang was forced to commit suicide, under Danzo's operation, many people in Konoha were encouraged to regard Kushina as a sinner. The main reason is that many people did die in Kushina's rampage. Among the relatives of these dead people, there are civilians and some ninjas. These people obviously would not pay attention to the fight in the village, so they gave Danzo a lot of support. Tsunade, who was stationed in the battlefield of Sand Village, also got the news at the first time. It was just that the pressure of the war made it impossible for her to get out of it, so she could only send a message to her supporters in the village for help. But this was obviously useless. Danzo, who had Kushina firmly in his hands, ignored Tsunade's people and directly showed the attitude that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki must be replaced. Konoha wants to replace the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. On the 9th floor of the Star Tower, Nariku, who was originally in training, looked at Jiaoyuo who came in a hurry in surprise. Yes, sir, and the date has been determined, just 3 days later. Jiaoyuo added hurriedly. Although Nariku did not take any action for the tailed beasts because he was afraid of Otsutsuki Hago Romo, in order to prevent any accidents, he also instructed the intelligence team to pay attention to the movements of the Jinchuriki of each village. Like Konoha's public announcement of the replacement of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the intelligence personnel of the Star Country planted in Konoha naturally sent a message as soon as they knew it. Nariku touched his chin. He really didn't expect that Konoha would replace the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After all, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina is definitely a very high-quality Jinchuriki. So the current situation is, Danzo is trying to use Kushina to fish. Naraku showed a hint of amusement on his face. Danzo is still very smart in internal fighting. If he succeeds, even if he can't control Minato Namikaze, he can at least eliminate the threat of Minato Namikaze. Speaking of which, Uchiha Madara is now dead, and Indra and Ashura's chakra should be reincarnated again, but with the current situation of Minato Namikaze and Kushina, could it be that Ashura's chakra reincarnated into someone else? Naraku pondered. Forget it, no matter what happens, let's pay attention to the situation of the Nine Tails first. If it is really replaced, then the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki must know who it is. It doesn't matter whether Kushina is dead or not. What Naraku really cares about is the Nine Tails. After all, when his strength is accumulated enough, his first target is the tailed beast. With the eye technique of Uzuming, Naraku can always detect the situation of Konoha even if he is in the Star City. Chapter 221 Namikaze Minato Rebellious Ninja. Chapter 221 Namikaze Minato, Rebellious Ninja. The next day. So it's hidden here. Danzo is quite good at hiding. On the 9th floor of the Star Building, a golden vertical pupil appeared between his eyebrows. Standing on the edge of the floor, Naraku, facing the direction of the Fire Country, stared slightly, and said with some emotion. If you want to pay attention to the situation of the Nine Tails, the first thing is to determine Kushina's location. Just as Tsunade could never find Kushina's whereabouts, Danzo hid Kushina very deeply, and even took her out of Konoha and hid her in an unknown underground base in the Land of Fire. Even if it was Naraku. If Danzo hadn't announced that he was going to replace the Jinchuriki, he might have worried that Kushina's location would be exposed, so he secretly sent more people to Kushina's place of imprisonment. Even if he was Uzuming to investigate, it would be difficult to find. But fortunately, with the tracking and additional personnel, he finally found Kushina's location. Otherwise, he was ready to go to Konoha in person to capture some root members to explore their memories. It's so miserable, is this because his self-consciousness has been destroyed? Danzo really does what he says and really trains the Jinchuriki into a weapon without emotions. After finding Kushina's location, Naraku naturally also found out about Kushina's situation. The other party's situation made him raise his eyebrows, and he sighed again for Danzo's ruthless means. It's too cruel. In the underground base explored by Uzuming, there is a cage with strict guards. The person imprisoned in the cage is Kushina, who has not been seen for a long time. But she is different from the previous Kushina. At this time, Kushina is like an exquisite puppet, with empty eyes and numb expression. That is to say, the exploration did not find that Kushina was violated, otherwise Naraku would suspect that Danzo had taken some unspeakable theatrical version of Kushina. Similarly, Kushina's condition reminded Naraku of the memory he read at the beginning. It is obvious that during the period when Danzo imprisoned Kushina, he destroyed the other party's self-consciousness as planned and trained her into the Jinchuriki weapon she had always desired. Not everything can detect Kushina's location like Naraku. But this does not prevent Danzo from releasing false information when he wants to fish. Boom! Inside the Root Organization base, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. The next second, the barrier appeared, blocking the entire Root Organization base. Namikaze Minato, you are so bold that you dare to attack the village's confidential place. You are guilty of betraying the village. Surrender, don't dream of escaping with the Flying Thunder God technique. This place has been blocked by the barrier that isolates time and space. You can't escape. Namikaze Minato, Lord Danzo has explained that as long as you dare to violate the rules, you can not only be exempted from your guilt, but also promoted to the deputy director of the Anbu. Looking at Namikaze Minato, who triggered the trap but was only slightly injured, the many Root Organization members who surrounded him did not rush forward, but instead walked out of the group and began to persuade them. With his eyes full of gloom, Minato Namikaze looked coldly at the people in front of him. He knew that he had fallen into Danzo's trap. After returning to the village secretly from the battlefield, the location of Kushina he found out was actually a bait deliberately thrown by Danzo. It's a pity that Kushina was still not found. Minato Namikaze didn't regret falling into the trap, but just felt sorry. It's not that he didn't expect that this time would be dangerous. It's just that he was too concerned, and in order to ensure Kushina's safety, he chose to take a gamble. The gamble was that Kushina was really imprisoned in the Root Organization base. If this was true, even if he had to be held accountable, he could at least take Kushina away. But Danzo was more cunning and despicable than he thought. Even the bait thrown was fake. Try to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. The result was just as the person on the opposite side said, a barrier that isolated time and space was set up in the root organization base, making his Flying Thunder God technique completely unable to break through to the outside world. Reverse summoning technique. The isolation of the Flying Thunder God technique did not make Minato Namikaze panic, but he decisively put his palms together. Bang! In the astonishment of all the members of the root organization, Minato Namikaze disappeared on the spot with the summoning technique. Impossible! Quick, search the entire base immediately. The other party may have set up the Flying Thunder God technique in the base in advance. Notify the barrier team, do not lift it without my order. Several captains of the root organization were shocked and angry about the disappearance of Minato Namikaze and hurriedly took action. Although Minato Namikaze clearly performed the summoning technique, the blockade of the space-time barrier made them completely unconvinced that Minato Namikaze broke through the blockade of the barrier with the summoning technique. Such a thought is normal. After all, compared with the Flying Thunder God technique, the space-time power involved in the summoning technique is just the tip of the iceberg, so how could it break through the blockade of the barrier? It's just that the people of the root organization obviously don't know that the same technique, when performed by different objects, may have very different powers. Minato Namikaze knew that this was probably a trap set by Danzo, but he still came. This was not only out of concern for Kushina, but also because he had a trump card to escape. That was the Great Toad Sage. Just as the people of the root organization searched the entire base, Minato Namikaze had come to Miyaboka Mountain again. Didn't find it. Gamamaru, who summoned Minato Namikaze by reverse summoning, looked at the only one Minato Namikaze on the opposite side, and his eyes immediately showed disappointment. Great Toad Sage, you can't find Kushina either. The escaped Minato Namikaze was not happy, but looked at Gamamaru with a serious expression. The ninja world is too big, and with deliberate hiding, it's hard for me to find a person. Gamamaru sighed. Uchiha Madara has been confirmed dead. Indra and Ashura's chakra can be reincarnated again at any time. If the descendant of the Uzumaki clan cannot be found, the bearer of Ashura's reincarnation may have to look for someone else. In Gamamaru's heart, the talented Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who inherited the rich blood of the Uzumaki clan, are definitely the best choices for bearing Ashura's reincarnation. But it's only the best, not the only choice. Whether it's the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan, the blood of these two clans has other circulations in the ninja world. But you don't have to worry too much. With the current situation of Konoha, Kushina, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, will enter the battlefield sooner or later. Then we can find a way to rescue her. Next, you stay in Miyaboka Mountain to practice the Sage Mode. After all, the stronger you are, the more confident you will be in rescuing Kushina in the future. Seeing the disappointment on Minato Namikaze's face, Gamamaru comforted him. Although he has already thought of changing the bearer of Ashura's reincarnation, there is still some time after all. And even if he is really replaced, with Minato Namikaze's potential, he can be used as a chess piece to test Naraku in the future. Okay. Minato Namikaze sighed. He had no other choice now, so he could only work hard to become stronger. Soon, Gamamaru began to teach Minato Namikaze how to practice the Sage Mode. Please collect, recommend, and vote for me. Chapter 222 The Sun is Setting. How could this happen? Lord Minato actually became a traitor. The notice said that Minato Namikaze was because he was treated as a traitor for attacking the village's secret place and trying to kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Humph, he deserves it. The monster Nine-Tails Jinchuriki killed so many people and wanted to rescue them. Now he is just a traitor. It's his luck. When the moon sets and the sun rises, when a new day comes, an announcement quickly spreads throughout Konoha, causing everyone in Konoha to talk about it. Too impulsive, Minato is too impulsive, he has fallen into Danzo's calculations. Alas, Minato is confused because of his concern. With his personality, how can he sit back and watch Kushina get into trouble? What should we do now? Minato has become a traitor. This will not only make us lose the right to speak on the battlefield of Uegakure village, but even the momentum we have created with great difficulty will probably be suppressed. I have sent a message to Lady Tsunade. Now we can only hope that Lady Tsunade can find a way. The fact that Minato Namikaze became a traitor not only caused discussions among many people in Konoha, but was also a major blow to the senior officials of Tsunade's side. Some were caught off guard, and some sighed. Minato Namikaze was definitely the main force of Tsunade's side. Now that this main force has become a traitor, it is definitely a heavy blow to them. Compared to Tsunade's people, Danzo's people were overjoyed. What golden flash, now he has become a traitor. You are still powerful, Danzo-sama, and you easily eliminated Minato Namikaze. Now I want to see how Tsunade can compete with you, Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama, Minato Namikaze has become a traitor, and we should take down the position of the other side as soon as possible. Danzo-sama, I am willing to rush to the front line. The Hokage's office. The high-level officials who supported Danzo came to visit tacitly. In the midst of flattery, someone soon mentioned the vacant position of the commander-in-chief on the battlefield of Uegakure village. This immediately attracted many people to apply for the position. There is no way, the position of the commander-in-chief on a battlefield is definitely a high-ranking position. Even if the current war situation is not very good, after years of being high above, most of the high-level officials of Konoha do not think they will lose. As long as there are ambitious people, how could they miss such an opportunity to rise to power? Very good, you can be so active in applying for the position, I am very pleased, and I will definitely choose from you for the position of Commander-in-Chief. At this moment, Danzo was absolutely in high spirits. Although he failed to subdue Minato Namikaze, he successfully eliminated a major threat by driving him out of the village. Then Danzo began to make arrangements. In addition to arranging someone to replace Minato Namikaze as the head coach, he was also preparing to seize the power in the village. Tsunade went to the battlefield and successfully gained the right to speak on the battlefield, but it also weakened her control in the village. During this period of time, Danzo not only paid attention to Minato Namikaze, but also tried to gain power in the village. Now that Minato Namikaze has become a traitor, it will naturally affect Tsunade's prestige. For Danzo, this is a great opportunity to further seize power. Is it true that the Golden Flash has become a traitor? That's right. I heard that he committed a serious crime and was punished by the Hokage of Konoha. This is going to be a good show. Minato Namikaze just led Konoha to force the Hidden Rock Village out of the Land of Fire. Now that he has become a traitor, the Hidden Rock Village will definitely not let go of this opportunity easily. Konoha really feels like it's on the decline now. With such great pressure from the external war, it's still fighting internally. Due to the war with the Uegakure village, Minato Namikaze made a great name in the ninja world. Without Konoha covering it up, the news that Minato Namikaze became a traitor quickly spread throughout the ninja world. A bystander sees more clearly. Regarding the fact that Minato Namikaze became a traitor, some people think that Minato Namikaze must have committed a serious crime to be punished, but some also see that this should be a struggle within Konoha. But no matter what, the fact that Minato Namikaze became a traitor has undoubtedly attracted many parties. Especially the Uegakure village. On the second day after Konoha announced that Minato Namikaze became a traitor, the Uegakure village, which had originally withdrawn its troops and retreated to the Land of Grass, decisively launched another charge towards the Land of Fire. Facing the comeback of the Uegakure village, Konoha, which was caught off guard, was completely defeated and lost the territory it had finally regained. Similarly, with the counterattack of the Uegakure village, the other three places, the Sand Village, the Cloud Village, and the Mist Village, also took action. The major ninja villages are obviously paying close attention to the struggle within Konoha. What happened to Minato Namikaze has undoubtedly made the major ninja villages see the severity of the internal struggle in Konoha. The internal struggle of the enemy is naturally a good opportunity for one's side. Like the Sand Village, Yabakura launched a large-scale offensive against Konoha quite strongly, as if he was going to take advantage of the opportunity of Konoha's morale setback to completely defeat Konoha. Because of her hemophobia, Tsunade was in a blank period before, and her strength was the weakest among the three ninjas of Konoha. Facing the fierce attack of Yekang, although Tsunade relied on slugs and medical abilities to improve the overall combat effectiveness of her side, she was still at a disadvantage and could only barely resist. As for the Cloud Village and the Mist Village, among them, the Cloud Village has always been the most advantageous side in the war situation. The people arranged by Danzo could not replace Orochimaru at all, so Konoha was completely suppressed by the Hidden Cloud Village on the battlefield here. Compared with the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Mist Village, the hidden cloud village is the one that currently occupies the most territory in the Land of Fire. Now the offensive of the hidden cloud village has been strengthened again like the hidden sand village. The third generation Raikage personally rushed to the front line, led the AB combination and the hidden cloud village army, and Konoha launched an extremely fierce offensive. Finally, it was the hidden mist village. The war here is a slightly better place in the 4 battlefields of Konoha. But this better, that is, it is really just better, and it is still at a disadvantage. It is mainly due to Danzo's operation that Konoha's troops here are the least in the 4 battlefields. In the war with the hidden mist village, Konoha was able to withstand the pressure, relying entirely on the main force of the Uchiha clan. In order to fight against the hidden mist village, Uchiha Fugaku almost emptied his entire family and invested in this war. At the same time, the Uchiha clan is indeed extraordinary. The high-intensity war certainly caused heavy casualties to the Uchiha clan as the main force, but in the excitement of life and death, while the number of Uchiha clan ninjas decreased, the quality was constantly improving. Chapter 223 Fighting Clan Uchiha. Chapter 223 Fighting Clan Uchiha. Pairs of new Sharingan awakened. Pairs of Sharingan evolved from 1 Megatama to 2 Megatama, and 2 Megatama to 3 Megatama. In the war, whether it was the people of Konoha or the people of the hidden mist village, they all witnessed the horror of the Uchiha clan. This clan seemed to be born for fighting. Not only did death not bring panic, but it burst out a more terrifying power. The best example is Uchiha Shisui. This super genius of the Uchiha clan also entered the battlefield. Although he is only a dozen years old, he has already evolved his Sharingan to 3 Megatama. He even cultivated the superb instant body technique and illusion technique, and earned the name of Instant Body Shisui at this age. The pressure of war further fell on Konoha. Konoha did send more troops, but given Konoha's situation, the additional troops were very limited. The limited increase in troops cannot be said to have no effect, but it is almost the same. After all, the most critical thing about Konoha is the lack of top-level combat power. It's like the battlefield of Sand Village. If it weren't for Tsunade resisting the pressure of Yekang, the battlefield here would have been the same as that of Kumagakure. Konoha Whitefang committed suicide, Sarutobi Hiruzen died, Jiraiya and veteran Ino Shikacha died in battle, plus Orochimaru became a researcher, and Namikaze Minato became a rebel ninja. All these things have made Konoha's top-level combat power fall into an unprecedented weak state. This is certainly the work of Naraku. But people like Konoha Whitefang and Namikaze Minato are undoubtedly the result of internal friction within Konoha. So no matter how good the foundation is, it cannot withstand the corruption of the one in power. They are all trash. We have already sent in more troops, but we still can't stabilize the situation. Do these trash want me to fight in person? In the Hokage's office, Danzo became more and more angry as he learned about the battle situation from all sides. At last, he angrily slapped his palm on the desk in front of him. He didn't think that the worsening of the battle situation was his own problem, but that the people below were not doing their job well. Swish! While Danzo was getting angry, a member of the Root organization appeared in the office. Sir, the Sharingan collected recently has been sent back. The Root organization member knelt on one knee and reported respectfully. Hearing this, Danzo's expression eased a lot, and he nodded and said, "Yes, send these Sharingans to Orochimaru again." "Yes." The Root organization member who received the order was ready to leave. "Wait." Danzo suddenly stopped him and said in a deep voice, "How is the situation with Uchiha Shisui? Haven't you dealt with him yet?" "Sorry, sir, Uchiha Shisui is so powerful that our people have failed miserably in many ambushes." The Root member hurriedly explained. "Waste, the other party is just a kid in his teens after all. No matter how powerful he is." Danzo was about to get angry when he learned that he still couldn't deal with Uchiha Shisui. However, he suddenly stopped halfway through the reprimand, and his face became gloomy. He still had the original attitude towards the Uchiha clan, with deep-rooted hostility and vigilance. So in addition to planting people to seize the Sharingan, he also arranged for the assassination of Uchiha Shisui as Uchiha Shisui became more famous. At first, he thought he could deal with Uchiha Shisui quickly, but the current situation exceeded his expectations. The repeated failures, coupled with the terrifying growth rate of Uchiha Shisui, who awakened the Sharingan at the age of 5, evolved into 2 Megatama at the age of 6, and evolved into 3 Megatama at the age of 9, made Danzo have an uneasy guess. That is, could Uchiha Shisui have evolved the Sharingan again, from 3 Megatama to the Mangeki Sharingan. Although this guess is unlikely in Danzo's cognition, what if it happens? The main thing is that the talent shown by this Uchiha Shisui is beyond the reach of even the original Uchiha Madara. Danzo's face changed. If Uchiha Shisui really, then this brat will definitely make the Uchiha clan a greater threat. When he thought of the Uchiha clan having another pair of Mangeki Sharingan, Danzo couldn't help but reveal a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Naraku's life is very happy. The refining of the spirit gathering array has accelerated his practice. Although it will take a long time to reach the 8th level of Chi training, the accelerated practice efficiency still makes him very happy recently. Similarly, in addition to practice, life is the same. Moroku, your skills have improved a lot recently. In the dense woods of the exclusive training ground, Naraku touched the head of Moroku squatting in front of him and expressed his appreciation. Moroku, who was carefully taking care of his mouth, stopped for a moment, looked up at Naraku, and said a little embarrassedly, "These were all taught to me by Jiaoluo. She said that you would like it more." Naraku suddenly realized, "I thought so, no wonder you were so familiar with the skills just now, it turned out that Jiaoluo taught you. Doesn't the sir like it?" Moroku said nervously. "Why wouldn't I like it? Come on, continue." Naraku smiled and pinched the other's face, and then let him continue. Seeing Naraku's smile, Moroku suddenly relaxed in his heart, and immediately took care of his mouth carefully again. Just like a fitness coach who charges a fee for being a sparring partner. Naraku and Moroku are the same now. With the integration of the Kingdom of Demons into the Kingdom of Stars, Moroku was arranged by Naraku to be Nono's assistant, as a backbone for future training. This training, in addition to management, also includes strength. Not long ago, Naraku just found Moroku for training as usual to help him stimulate the power of demons and gods in his body. After his efforts, Moroku has basically mastered the power of ghosts and gods. Except for a little lack of experience, his strength can be said to have completely reached the level of the first level. Similarly, after a new round of training, Moroku consciously paid Naraku, the sparring partner, again. Oral care is just a prelude. A moment later, in the dense woods, Moroku had stood up and bent down, with his hands on the big tree in front of him, and Naraku asked for further fees. In the Konoha camp, a separate area has a newly built house with earth escape. 2 root organization teams are responsible for guarding the outside of the house. Inside the house, a member of the Yamanaka clan and the 3rd root organization team supervised Kushina, who was shackled on her hands and feet. The shackles were covered with complex spells, which showed that a strong seal was set. Look at Kushina again. She was shackled with her hands and feet, just like when she was in the cage, sitting cross-legged on the ground with a wooden expression. Woo! Suddenly, an alarm sounded throughout the camp. After a while, a member of the root organization who was guarding outside the house walked in and said respectfully to the people of the Yamanaka clan inside the house, "Sir, the Hidden Cloud Village has launched an attack." Chapter 224 War Weapon 9 Tail. Chapter 224 War Weapon 9 Tail. Got it. Yamanaka Ryo, the new right-hand man of Danzo, nodded slightly. He glanced at Kushina, who looked expressionless, and immediately ordered the other 4 root organization members in the house, "Let's go, take this guy with you, it's her turn next." Yes. The root organization members took the order, and the 4 of them stepped forward and escorted Kushina out of the house with Yamanaka Ryo as if she were a prisoner. Kill. Go to hell. Ah. On the battlefield between Konoha and Kumigakure, nearly 1,000 Kumigakure ninjas and Konoha ninjas were fighting fiercely. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, secret techniques, etc., all kinds of techniques were constantly performed. Almost every moment, there were casualties. In the fight, it is not difficult to see that the Kumigakure side has an absolute advantage. Because it is the 3rd Raikage and the Ab combination that lead the Kumigakure ninjas. Thunder and lightning are entangled. Swords are everywhere. The 3rd Raikage and the Raikage Sun all used the lightning chakra mode to slaughter the Konoha ninjas who blocked them. Kiribi used the 7-sword style he developed, leaving a trail of Konoha ninja corpses covered with sword marks with his sharp swordsmanship. Even though Konoha's Jonins and even elite Jonins intercepted the 3rd Raikage and his 3 men, they could only delay them to a certain extent in the end. If they are not careful, even the Jonin and elite Jonin will die tragically at the hands of the 3 Raikages. Roar! Just when the Kumigakure side quickly gained the upper hand, suddenly, a violent roar came from the back of Konoha. The whole body was wrapped in the flesh-like tailed beast chakra, and 5 tails were swaying behind. The one who roared was Kushina, who was uncuffed and turned into a tailed beast. On all fours, she looked like a wild beast. When Kushina turned into a tailed beast, she also burst into an amazing speed while roaring, and rushed into the battlefield quickly. Ah! Some Konoha ninjas did not react in time, and were directly knocked away by the rushing Kushina. This is not a special case. Kushina who entered the battlefield had no concept of enemy or friend at all, and just knocked away the people blocking in front of her regardless of anything. Retreat quickly, it's the Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki is here. Damn it, what's wrong with this monster? Why would it attack us, people? Don't ask too much, after all, it's the incarnation of the tailed beast, as long as it can help us repel the enemy, it's good enough. Kushina appeared, and as they reacted, the people of Konoha hurried away. At the same time, they were very shocked and angry about Kushina's behavior of not distinguishing between friend and foe. Before this battle, although they were informed in advance of the joining of the Jinchuriki, they obviously did not expect the Jinchuriki to be so violent. Jinchuriki? As the Konoha retreated, the people of Kumigakure soon discovered Kushina. The Kumigakure people were not unfamiliar with the appearance of the tailed beast. When they found that Konoha had arranged a Jinchuriki to fight, the people of Kumigakure were shocked. Blood splattered, and limbs flew everywhere. As the Konoha people retreated, the remaining Kumigakure ninjas immediately became the targets of Kushina's attack. Like a wild beast, Kushina shuttled through the Kumigakure ninjas at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind miserable corpses wherever she passed. Thunderbolt! Blue lightning flew over. Before Kushina could kill many Uegakure ninjas, a figure wrapped in lightning quickly attacked. Hell thrust, four-handed penetration. The right hand was a knife, with a large amount of lightning gathering on the front 4 fingers. The third raikage flew at high speed and stabbed Kushina fiercely. Boom! The shock wave mixed with lightning radiated out, causing serious cracks on the ground. Kushina was hit by the hell stab of the third raikage and flew hundreds of meters away in an instant. The 2 tails pierced into the ground quickly. Kushina's body was forcibly stabilized in the midst of the pulling and stretching, and fell to the ground. A 5 or 6 meter pit was trampled on the ground under her feet. As soon as she landed, Kushina, with white eyes, looked at the third raikage. The third raikage was there. There was a deep cut on her left arm. This was caused by the hell thrust of the third raikage just now. However, such an injury was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment, and it did not threaten Kushina at all. Her legs were bent. Immediately. Boom! The ground collapsed, and a huge fan-shaped deep pit exploded. Kushina turned into a scarlet meteor, and in the blink of an eye, she closed the distance between herself and the third raikage. The right hand was a claw, and the right claw condensed with terrifying chakra tore towards the head of the third raikage. Ha! With a roar, the third raikage did not dodge at all, but used his left arm to resist the attack, and violently punched Kushina with his right fist. The strongest shield is obviously not a joke. Even if it is a complete 5-tailed 9 tails, its attack only leaves shallow claw marks on the left arm of the third raikage. On the contrary, Kushina was once again blasted far away by the third raikage, and even killed many Konoha ninjas who had not yet retreated. Roar! Flew very far. When landing on the ground, Kushina opened her mouth and shouted a roar with rolling sound waves. More turbulent tailed beast chakra surged out of her body, not only causing another tail to grow behind her, but also condensing bone-like substances on her body. Swish, swish, swish. Amid the roar, small tailed beast balls condensed and shot out from Kushina's mouth. The body turned into blue lightning. The third raikage dodged decisively. In the endless amazing bombardment, the small-tailed beast balls blew big holes in the ground, and also killed many Uegakure ninjas behind the third raikage. Asshole! Another blue lightning bolt rushed towards Kushina from the side. The one coming was the son of the raikage. As he approached, he used heavy flow and hit Kushina hard with his elbow. Bang! A tail blocked the elbow of the son of the raikage. During the fierce collision, the tailed beast bent, but the elbow of the son of the raikage could not touch Kushina's body at all. Idiot! Retreat! When the third raikage found out that his son had joined, his face changed and he immediately rushed over. During the process, black lightning burst out from the third raikage, turning into leopard-shaped lightning, and blasted towards Kushina at a faster speed. Another small-tailed beast ball erupted from his mouth, destroying the incoming leopard-shaped black lightning. After spitting out the small-tailed beast ball, Kushina turned her head and looked at the son of the Rakage who was retreating quickly. He stretched out his hand and clawed, and the tailed beast chakra expanded, turning into a claw the size of a house, and quickly approached the son of the Rakage. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. Kirabe, wearing a tailed beast coat, rushed over, his right arm was like a knife, and cut off the tailed beast chakra claw. Hell Thrust, One-Handed Hand. The blue lightning rushed forward. The third Rakage followed the black thunder and stabbed Kushina's head with his right index finger, which was condensed with terrifying lightning. Chapter 225 The Dominance of the Nine Tails. Roar. As if instinctively sensing the danger, Kushina turned her head and looked at the third Rakage, and a scarlet chakra storm was raised during the roar. Boom! The scarlet storm formed by the chakra of the tailed beast soared into the sky, causing the third Rakage's hell stab to not only fail to break through, but the whole person was blown away by the storm. The son of the Rakage and Killer Bee were also swept away in embarrassment. The scarlet storm lasted for a few breaths, and then it quickly shrank, revealing a huge deep pit that collapsed. In the deep pit, Kushina, whose body was covered with white bones, opened her mouth and breathed in the scarlet breath, and at the same time, 7 tails swayed behind her. Enter the perfect form immediately, or you will die. Steady figure, Kirabe, who fell in the distance, hadn't seen the situation clearly yet, and the anxious voice of the 8-tailed Ushiki came from his heart. Then I'll leave it to you. Hearing the urgent voice of the Ushiki, Kirabe's heart tightened. He naturally wouldn't doubt that the Ushiki was joking with him, and he cooperated with the Ushiki without hesitation. Boom! Kirabe expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he was replaced by the huge body of the 8-tailed. Complete form. Kirabe's changes attracted the attention of the third Rakage and the Rakage's son. When they saw Kirabe suddenly enter the complete form, their hearts jumped. They were not worried that the 8-tailed was out of control. After all, Kirabe had completely controlled the tailed beast not long ago and became a perfect Jinkraki. What surprised the two was Kirabe's reaction. Complete tailed beast transformation is undoubtedly Kirabe's strongest state. Now that Kirabe has entered this state, it obviously means that he has sensed the danger. Swish! The figure shook. In an instant, Kushina had left the deep pit and appeared on the ground outside. With white eyes, she looked at the 8 tails at the first moment. The next second, a thick tail sprang out from the ground under the 8 tails, and immediately entangled the 8 tails like a giant python. Look at Kushina again. A tailed beast behind her had already drilled into the ground without knowing when. Get out of here! The 8 tails roared with its consciousness unified, turned its body, and broke the tail wrapped around its body with tyrannical brute force. Then it turned into a tornado like a mountain peak, violently crashing towards Kushina. Boom! The 2 tails extended forward, expanded and enlarged, and the front end turned into 2 claws. Facing the attack of the 8 tails, Kushina did not dodge at all, but grabbed it head-on with the chakra claws of the 2 tails. When the 8 tails collided with the 2 chakra claws, a violent impact and a deafening roar immediately burst out. The 2 chakra claws of the 8 tails were pressed to the spot. Thunderbolt! 2 blue lightning bolts approached. The third Rakage and the Rakage's son appeared near Kushina one after another. Lightning style, absolute bull thunder plow hot knife. The father and son cooperated tacitly, their right arms were like knives, and they attacked Kushina's neck with forward and backward attacks. Bang! The attacks of the third Rakage and the Rakage's son were very successful. The right arms of both of them chopped Kushina's neck. But in the fierce collision, their faces changed drastically. Their attacks, let alone slashing at Kushina's head, did not even make Kushina shake. Bang! The abdomen collapsed suddenly. The third Rakage and the Rakage's son spurted blood at the same time, and flew away one after another. The arms that turned into afterimages were retracted. Kushina completely ignored the third Rakage and the Rakage's son who were blown away by her, and extended a tail again, turning it into a huge fist and punched the 8 tails fiercely. Boom! The terrifying power came out from the chakra fist, knocking the 8 tails back and plowing a huge gully in the ground. Too strong, is this the strength of the Jinkraki? No, this is the strength of the 9 tails. Compared with the 8 tails in the hidden cloud village, the 9 tails is obviously much stronger. The 9 tails is indeed worthy of being the strongest tailed beast. Now it is only 7 tails that can suppress the complete 8 tails. They are both tailed beasts, but our tailed beasts are stronger. So fast, what happened just now? Why did the third Raikage and his son suddenly fly out? The Konoha personnel who retreated to a distance looked at the fight between Kushina and the third Raikage, and they all showed joy on their faces. Facts have proved that the complete Nine Tails is far from being comparable to the single state of splitting into yin and yang in the original plot. Just the tailed beast transformation with 7 tails has already allowed Kushina to show unparalleled dominance. The strongest shield of the third Raikage is like a piece of scrap metal in front of the 7-tailed Kushina. It is the 8 tails that resisted the main firepower, otherwise the third Raikage and the Raikage's son would not be just injured. There are already 7 tails. Even if there are no more tails, this guy will be in danger of losing control if the time is too long. Should we wait a little longer? Not to mention killing all 3 people, at least kill one before stopping. No, we can't wait any longer. If we lose control, we can't bear the responsibility at all. Compared to other people in Konoha, Yamanaka Ryo and the root organization members who are responsible for supervising Kushina are much more nervous. The higher the degree of tailed beast transformation, in addition to bringing stronger power, it will also form a deeper erosion on the Jinkra Ki. This erosion is not only physical, but also includes consciousness. Although Denzo destroyed Kushina's self-consciousness, this is only at the cognitive level, not to say that Kushina really has no consciousness. If this is true, Kushina would have become a vegetable long ago. How could she be trained to be a tailed beast weapon? The erosion of the body will cause harm to life, and the erosion of consciousness will allow the tailed beast to take over until it breaks free from the seal. Denzo's training of Kushina actually focuses on curse seals. He set many powerful curse seals in Kushina's body. Some of these curse seals are used to control Kushina, and some are used to suppress the 9 tails. The former is to prevent Kushina from escaping, and the latter is to forcefully interrupt the transformation of the tailed beast. Just like now. Kushina entered the state of the 7 tails. This state, even with the suppression of the curse seal, has already put Kushina on the verge of losing control. Yamanaka Ryoko did not dare to take risks, and hurriedly activated the curse seal set in Kushina's body to strengthen the suppression of the 9 tails. On the battlefield. When Yamanaka Ryo activated the curse seal, Kushina's body trembled immediately, and the tailed beast chakra on her body was found to be weakened, retreating from the 7 tails to the 6 tails. And as she retreated to the 6 tails, the battle situation changed immediately. If the 7 tails Kushina has the strength to suppress the third Raikage and his men, then the 6 tails, the 2 sides are evenly matched. And this is when the third Raikage and the Raikage's son are injured. Otherwise, in her prime, the 6 tails Kushina is slightly inferior to the third Raikage and his men. Of course. Even in her heyday, with the 9 tails recovery ability, even if Kushina is slightly inferior, it is enough to make the third Raikage and his men helpless. Chapter 226 Human Malice. The earth collapsed into large pits. Spiderweb-like cracks can be seen everywhere. After a long fierce battle, the third Raikage and the Raikage's son finally chose to retreat due to severe chakra consumption. Seeing the retreat of the Cloud Village, Yamanaka Ryo did not hesitate, and hurriedly led the root organization members forward, controlled Kushina with a curse seal, and escorted her back to the camp. We won, we won. Finally, we got a sentence back. Long live the Hokage! When Kushina left, the people of Konoha were cheering for the retreat of the Cloud Village. It was just that Kushina was not involved in the cheers. It was as if the victory of this battle had nothing to do with Kushina. Or, in the eyes of the people of Konoha, Kushina was just a weapon sent by their Hokage. 9-tail Jinchuriki. On the 9th floor of the Star Tower, Naraku stared at Kajuro, who hurried to report. Yes, Konoha deployed the 9-tail Jinchuriki in the battlefield with the hidden Cloud Village. Kajuro told the truth. Naraku's surprise quickly faded, and he touched his chin and pondered. Of course, he knew very well about Konoha's recent war situation. It seems that Minato Namikaze's defection still put a lot of pressure on Konoha's war, and Denzo actually exposed Kushina's trump card so quickly. Naraku knew Denzo very well. The other party seemed to be the Hokage of Konoha, but in fact he clearly separated himself from Konoha. In short, Konoha was his, but his own was still his own. Successfully trained Kushina into a tailed beast weapon. With Denzo's personality, he would never use this trump card easily unless something threatened him. After thinking about it, Naraku felt that he still needed to investigate Kushina's situation. The main reason was that he was afraid that Kushina would be killed by Denzo. Yes. Really killed. Denzo destroyed Kushina's self-awareness, which certainly could train Kushina into an emotionless tailed beast weapon. But the lack of self-awareness would also weaken Kushina's control over the nine tails. In the case of Kushina, it is highly likely that she will no longer be able to use the relatively mild-tailed beast chakram mode when using the nine tails, but can only be roughly tailed beast transformed. The corrosiveness of tailed beast transformation to the body is very large. If it is used without restraint, shortening life is considered a minor injury. If you are not careful, you may be directly drained of vitality by the nine tails. After Kaira finished his report, Naraku skillfully used the Sky Eye and used the Yuzuming to investigate again. He looked at the battlefield between Konoha and Kumagakuer. Got it. After a moment, Naraku's eyes fixed and he detected Kushina's figure. Konoha. Denso, there is news from the battlefield of Kumagakuer. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki successfully defeated the Third Raikage and the Ab combination. In the Hokage's office, a member of the root organization was reporting to Denso. The content of the report was about Kushina's performance on the battlefield. Humph, the people of Kumagakuer really thought that I could do nothing to them, but they didn't know that I was just playing with them before. Upon learning the situation on the battlefield, Denso smiled contemptuously. Other people in Konoha were nervous about the disadvantages of the war, but he never thought he would lose. Now is the best proof. He just made a slight move, and the most arrogant Kumagakuer was easily suppressed. Similarly, Kushina's performance also made him more convinced that his way of treating Jinchuriki was correct. It is a complete waste of time to use any bond to cultivate Jinchuriki like Hiruzen did. Destroy Jinchuriki's self-awareness and then control him with the curse seal. Make Jinchuriki a weapon without emotions, this is the correct use of Jinchuriki. As for the lack of self-awareness, which will weaken Kushina's control over the nine tails and she can only use the extremely corrosive tailed beast transformation, he doesn't care at all. If the Jinchuriki is worn out, just replace it with another one. Even if ordinary containers cannot compare with the Uzumaki clan like Kushina, it is enough to change it a few more times. Send a message to Yamanaka Ryo, let him lead the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to attack with all his strength next time, and take care of the Hidden Cloud Village for me as soon as possible. Denso ordered with high spirits. The Hidden Cloud Village is just the beginning. With the Nine Tails Jinchuriki as a trump card, he will reverse the situation of the war with a strong attitude next, so as to establish his absolute authority as the Hokage. At that time, not to mention Tsunade, even other ninja villages will have to bow down to him as the Hokage. Kushina appeared on the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud Village and showed the terrible power of the Nine Tails to repel the Hidden Cloud Village. Naturally, this news also spread to other battlefields. For example, Tsunade. What is Kushina's current situation? Tsunade's face showed a solemn expression when she learned that Kushina appeared, and she fell into deep thought. As for Kushina, she naturally attaches great importance to her. According to the information she has learned, in addition to being supervised by Denso's people, Kushina's performance is also very abnormal. This makes her feel very uneasy. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is definitely the trump card of the village. If this trump card is really in Denso's hands now, it will undoubtedly be a huge threat to her who intends to overthrow Denso. I have to contact Minato immediately to see if he can rescue Kushina. Tsunade said in her heart. Although Minato Namikaze was calculated by Denso and became a traitor, in fact, Tsunade has never broken off contact with Minato Namikaze. Even Tsunade knows very well that Minato Namikaze is training in Miyaboku Mountain. Now that Kushina has appeared, Tsunade will naturally not be indifferent. It's time to eat. In the Konoha camp on the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud Village. In the house where Kushina is supervised, a member of the root organization walks in with a lunchbox. However, these lunchboxes were not prepared for Kushina, but for the food of Yamanaka Ryo and others. As for Kushina, Yamanaka Ryo just threw a soldier pill to her to fill her stomach. It was just a weapon. Yamanaka Ryo obviously inherited Denso's attitude and just treated Kushina as a weapon. As long as the weapon was not damaged, it could be handled casually. If it weren't for the protection of the nine-tailed fox, Kushina's current situation would definitely be even worse. Yes, it was the protection of the nine-tailed fox. Even her self-consciousness was wiped out. What a pitiful human being. In the sealed space, the nine-tailed fox, bound by chains, sensed Kushina's experience and sneered and felt inexplicable sadness. The old man really underestimated the malice of humans. Once humans become evil, it is simply shocking. For example, Kushina. It originally hated Kushina who sealed it. But now, it actually sympathized with the other party. Under the malice of humans, the other party has become an emotionless killing tool. If it weren't for its protection, this human woman would have been brutally tortured. In order to make it easier for everyone to watch, the updates will not be separated from each other, and will be uploaded at once, and the time will be set at the early morning. Chapter 227 Life will always find a way out. Humans, how deep is your malice? Nine-tailed murmured in a low voice, a little confused. Although humans have always regarded their tailed beasts as the embodiment of disaster and the existence of evil. But Nine-tailed knows very well that they wanted to coexist peacefully with humans at the beginning. It's a pity that powerful power can not only bring deterrence, but also attract greed. Now, their tailed beasts have really become the embodiment of disaster. Just like it, if it can get rid of the seal, it will definitely madly retaliate against Konoha and even all humans. Hey! Just when the Nine-tailed was confused, suddenly, it was attracted by the external situation it sensed, and there was a look of surprise in its eyes. However, its suspicion lasted only for a moment. The next second, its eyes suddenly became blurred, and its pupils turned into a pair of three Magadama Sharingan. Outside world. When the wooden Kushina ate the Bing Liang pill, suddenly, a figure flashed to the side. Boom! The terrifying gravity swept across the four directions, and whether it was the house or the root members such as Yamanaka Ryo who were guarding inside and outside the house, they were all shattered. A glance. Kushina, who was avoided by gravity, stood there, allowing Naraku who suddenly came to grab her shoulders and take her away instantly with space jump. What's going on? What happened? Oh no, something happened to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The bombing-like movement made other people in the Konoha camp rush to check. But all they saw was a huge pit. Such a scene, some people were shocked, and some people's faces changed drastically. Kushina. In the crowd, the disguised Minato Namikaze also changed his face. After receiving the message from Tsunade, he hurriedly left Miyaboku Mountain and came to the battlefield to rescue Kushina. But after finally sneaking into the camp, he didn't even see Kushina, let alone rescue her. Star City. In the mansion. In addition to the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan, there are many other spiritual secret arts. Danzo is really cruel. With so many kinds of mental attacks, Kushina is now it was considered lucky that only her self-consciousness was destroyed. In the secret room with the barrier, Naraku, who put his right hand on Kushina's head and pulled out all the curse seals in her body, was investigating Kushina's situation. As he investigated, he couldn't help but sigh. Kushina's situation was worse than he expected. In order to train her into a tailed beast weapon, Danzo not only set up a variety of powerful curse seals, but also destroyed Kushina's self-consciousness very roughly. Although Kushina seemed fine on the outside, in fact, under Naraku's investigation, the other party's mental level was completely riddled with holes and suffered serious mental trauma. This is the situation. I'm afraid that before Kushina is eroded by the Nine-Tails chakra and dies, she will be the first to collapse and die. For this, Naraku is even more fortunate that he timely action. He found that he had overestimated Danzo's means. If he hadn't acted in time, Kushina would have been almost killed by Danzo. If Kushina died suddenly, it would be unknown when the Nine-Tails would be reborn and where it would be reborn. Of course, he would capture Kushina to prevent Konoha from turning the tables. The Nine-Tails is indeed powerful. Especially when Danzo doesn't care about the life and death of the Jinchuriki. If Kushina really continues to perform, Konoha might really turn the tide of the battle. Naraku would naturally not allow this. What he wants is stability. Like now, Konoha is being dragged down by the battlefield on all sides, losing power bit by bit. This is the stable situation he wants. Hey! Suddenly, Naraku, who was probing Kushina's spiritual level more and more deeply, raised his eyebrows and showed a look of surprise on his face. Is this nurturing a new self-awareness? His consciousness actually found a very weak self-awareness in the depths of Kushina's spirit. This self-awareness is like a newborn baby, weak but tenacious. Life will always find a way out. The surprising discovery made this thought flash through Naraku's mind. Perhaps it is the talent of the Uzumaki clan. It may really be a miracle of life. Even though her self-awareness has been destroyed, her spiritual level has been severely damaged. But Kushina resisted the torture of fate, silently reborn, and shaped a new self-awareness. Naraku was silent. This woman is quite powerful. Naraku hesitated for the first time. Now there are two choices in front of him. One is to erase Kushina's new self-awareness and let her continue to be an emotionless tailed beast weapon. The other is. Miracle? You really gave me a shock. Well, then I'll give you this chance for a new life. Naraku sighed. He is such a kind person. It is not because the new consciousness is like a blank sheet of paper that he can guide and cultivate Kushina's body and mind into his own, so he will show kindness. It is Konoha that lost both the wife and the army. No one expected that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who had just made a stunning appearance on the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud Village would suddenly disappear. The loss of Kushina not only made Danzo lose his strongest trump card, but also made Konoha lose the Nine-Tails as a war weapon. So development, not to mention Konoha, other parties are definitely very excited. The greater the loss of Konoha, the weaker Konoha is. The disappearance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki undoubtedly caused Konoha to suffer another heavy blow. This made the parties besieging Konoha see more hope of victory. Whether it is the Hidden Cloud Village or the other three parties, they all increased their efforts to launch an offensive against Konoha, as if they wanted to take advantage of the accident of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to defeat Konoha in one fell swoop. Especially the Hidden Cloud Village. How hard it was suppressed by Kushina before, and now the rebound is how fierce. The battle situation is bad. Plus there is no chance of turning around. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is not as confident as Danzo, and has been anxious for a long time. For this reason, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who has always been the first among the 5 major countries, chose to put down his previous high profile and approached other daimyo very sincerely. Are you seeking peace? Naraku pondered in the office of Xing Chen building. The daimyo of the Land of Wind has long been secretly controlled by him. Now that the daimyo of the Land of Fire has sent a request for peace to the daimyo of the other 4 countries, the daimyo of the Land of Wind will naturally. It was Yekeng who passed the news to Naraku at the first time. Naraku was not surprised by the request of the Fire Country daimyo for peace. Although the 5 major countries fought frequently, in fact, this was more of a ninja village level. The daimyo themselves have close ties such as marriage. It can be said that the Ninja World War was actually the daimyo who deliberately let each ninja village consume its power in order to ensure their own authority, so as to prevent the ninja village from losing control and taking over the magpie's nest. Chapter 228 Truce? Confused. Now, with the Fire Country daimyo's request for peace, except for the Wind Country, which did not respond because it needed Naraku to make a decision, the daimyo of the other 3 countries have coordinated with their respective ninja villages. The best proof is the cessation of the war. Although the Hidden Rock Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Hidden Mist Village have not withdrawn their troops, their offensive against Konoha has stopped. The Fire Country daimyo's request for peace is naturally not just a mouth, but a real offer of huge benefits. Now these benefits are the bargaining chips for the daimyo to coordinate with the ninja villages. According to the current, if the other 3 parties really withdraw their troops, the Sand Village alone can't do anything to Konoha, and this is not conducive to Yekeng's control over the Sand Village. Naraku tapped the table with his fingers, thinking about the pros and cons of the current situation. Although Konoha has lost its former glory, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If the Sand Village alone goes to fight Konoha, not to mention the small chance of defeating Konoha, the casualties will definitely increase. Then stop for a while. Naraku stopped tapping the table and made a decision. The truce actually has little impact on him. Although this will give Konoha a chance to breathe, it will also give the Star Country more time to develop. Compared to Konoha's breathing, Naraku believes that his development will definitely be faster. Besides, the truce is not without cost. In order to weaken Konoha's foundation again, Naraku immediately sent a message to Yekeng, preparing to ask for more benefits from the Fire Country. The reason is very sufficient, that is, the Wind Country is too poor. The losses in the previous 2 Ninja World Wars were huge, so it is okay to want a ceasefire, but the Fire Country daimyo needs to give enough benefits. The Fire Country is the logistical guarantee of Konoha. Getting benefits from the Fire Country daimyo is also weakening Konoha. This is simply a lion's mouth. At the Fire Country daimyo's mansion, when the envoy sent by the Wind Country arrived, the request for a ceasefire made the Fire Country daimyo angry and slammed the table. But this is just the beginning. The other 3 countries naturally don't mind getting more benefits. So when the Wind Country took the lead, the other 3 countries who learned about the situation also raised the stakes without hesitation. Such a situation gave the Fire Country daimyo a headache. Danzo, this waste. The Fire Country daimyo, who was troubled, couldn't help cursing. He was really getting more and more dissatisfied with Danzo, the Hokage. In the past, he, the daimyo, had never suffered such humiliation. It's like the previous 2 ninja world wars. As the victor, although he didn't gain any benefits in the end, he didn't lose anything as a daimyo. But now that Danzo has become Hokage, he has become a loser. No, Danzo has no ability at all. If he continues to sit in the position of Hokage, there will be no chance for him to turn things around in the future. The daimyo of the Land of Fire quickly made a decision. He was actually very clear about the situation inside Konoha. For example, Danzo's promotion was not supported by all the high-level officials of Konoha. Tsunade, for example, has been fighting for power with Danzo. In the past, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was happy to see such a situation. After all, Konoha is too strong. If they work together, he can't sleep well. So it's best for Konoha to have internal strife. But now it's different. Danzo's incompetence makes him feel a greater crisis. After a little hesitation, the daimyo of the Land of Fire quickly wrote a letter and secretly sent someone to send it to the battlefield of Sand Village. The pressure of war left the Fire Country daimyo no other choice but to pay huge benefits to quell the war. After getting the desired benefits, the 4 major ninja villages, including the Sand Village, that besieged Konoha began to withdraw their troops tacitly. For a while, the Third Ninja World War seemed to have come to an end. Great, the war is finally over. It's finally over. I thought I would die on the battlefield. We lost miserably this time. This is the first time we have become losers in the 3 Ninja World Wars. At the end of the war, whether on the battlefield or in the village, some people in Konoha cheered for surviving the war, but more were still dejected. The war was over, but it was different from the previous 2 wars. This time, Konoha tasted a failure that it had never experienced before. Many people were confused and didn't understand what happened to the village. Aren't they the strongest ninja village? Why did they lose to other ninja villages? Especially for the older generation, the failure of the war pulled these people back to the cruel reality from the glory of the early establishment of Konoha. They, Konoha, are no longer the overlord of the ninja world during the first generation of Hokage. In the original plot, why did Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicate to Namikaze Minato? This is naturally not because Namikaze Minato is so outstanding that Sarutobi Hiruzen feels ashamed to give up his position, but because of the pressure brought by the war. Even if they win in the end, all the losses in the war are the responsibility of the Hokage. This is the case even if they win the war, let alone the defeat. The end of the war did not restore Konoha to its former peace, but instead set off a bigger storm. Why did we lose this time? I think the fundamental reason lies in the incompetence of the Hokage. SHH, keep your voice down. Have you forgotten what happened last time? If you make irresponsible remarks about the Hokage, you will be arrested by the police department. What's so great about the police department? We have already lost the war. Aren't we allowed to point out problems? That's right. I thought the police department would get better after the Uchiha clan left the police department. In fact, it has become worse than before. People are arrested at every turn. That's right. The current police department is not a department that protects the village. It is simply a loyal dog of some people. The village must elect a new Hokage. Otherwise, if it continues like this, I can't believe what the village will become. Look. The heated discussion was going on everywhere in Konoha. No matter ninja or civilians, they all looked indignant. Similarly, as the discussion intensified, it soon attracted the action of the police department. How dare you, Lord Hokage, you are not allowed to discuss, arrest them all. What are you doing? Let me go. What is the matter with the police department? Did the village give you the right to arrest people at will? Asshole, don't think you can comment on our department just because you are a jonin. Even if you are a jonin, we will still arrest you. If you dare to resist, I will charge you with the crime of desertion. As a department reorganized by Danzo himself, the strength of the police department has greatly decreased compared to the Uchiha clan period, but its power and attitude have increased instead of decreased. People who talked about it were forcibly arrested by the police department, including ninjas. Even members who have entered the upper echelons, such as Jonin, could not escape the suppression of the police department and were arrested in frustration. Chapter 229 Newborn Kushina. The police department is arresting people everywhere again. The current police department is not as good as the Uchiha period. That's right, but they won't be arrogant for long. What do you mean? Is it possible that Lady Tsunade is going to take action against Danzo as soon as she returns? Almost. Lady Tsunade has already obtained the support of the daimyo. With Danzo's current situation, overthrowing him is definitely a trend. The support of the daimyo? That's great. The impact of the failure of the war, in addition to causing discussion among the lower-level personnel, was also so among the upper-level personnel. For example, the upper-level personnel belonging to Tsunade's faction gathered together to discuss. Among them, when someone said that Tsunade had obtained the support of the daimyo, the others were immediately excited. Although the ninja village and the daimyo are in a cooperative relationship, the support of the daimyo is also one of the important conditions for the replacement of the Hokage. With the support of the daimyo, Tsunade will definitely get a great help in overthrowing Danzo and becoming the new Hokage. In fact, the current heated discussion in Konoha is inseparable from the secret promotion of the upper-level personnel of Tsunade's faction. The purpose is to create momentum. As the Hokage, Danzo has an unshirkable responsibility for the defeat of the war. With the current situation in Konoha, for the upper-level personnel of Tsunade's faction, it is the best time for them to overthrow Danzo. Asshole, it's fine if he goes to seek peace on his own initiative, but he even goes to support that stinky woman Tsunade. Does he think that I really dare not touch him? In the Hokage's office, Danzo skillfully cleaned the desk, then let out a low roar with a ferocious face. He didn't take the village's discussion to heart. Just like before, some lowly people had no right to talk about him as the Hokage, and they would be quiet if they were dealt with by the police department. But the daimyo supported Tsunade, which he couldn't tolerate. Maybe it was to build momentum, or maybe someone was deliberately provoking Dial. In short, the fact that the daimyo supported Tsunade to become the new Hokage was also investigated by Danzo at the first time. Danzo was naturally very angry about this situation. In his opinion, the daimyo was just a tool. How could he get the qualifications to interfere in the position of Hokage? The angry Danzo's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. What daimyo, no matter who the other party is, as long as he dares to shake his position of Hokage, he must be eliminated. Star Country. In the exclusive training ground belonging to Naraku. Yes, that's it, don't be too anxious, you can slowly draw the chakra of the nine tails. On the grass, Naraku softly gave instructions to Kushina, who was sitting cross-legged with eyes closed. In his spiritual perception, he could clearly see that in the sealed space of the nine tails, Kushina's consciousness was trying hard to extract the nine tails chakra. The nine tails' eyes showed 3 Magadama Sharingan. This was enough to prove that the nine tails was still under the control of Naraku's pupil power. But even if the nine tails did not resist, Kushina still seemed to be struggling to extract the opponent's chakra. The reason was that Kushina was not the same as before. Although Naraku relied on the heavenly eye blessed by eternal Mangekyo, he used his pupil power to promote the faster growth of Kushina's new consciousness. But the new consciousness not only made Kushina's personality like a blank sheet of paper, but also completely forgot the skills she had mastered in the past. This made Kushina's control of chakra very immature now. Especially like extracting the chakra of the nine tails. If the extracted chakra of the nine tails cannot be controlled well, it is easy to lose control and run away. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it has been. Boom. Kushina, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly shook her body, and then the golden chakra wrapped around her body, and special marks such as Megatama appeared on her body. This image is like the tailed beast chakra mode exclusive to the nine tails. My lord, I succeeded. When entering the nine tails chakra mode, Kushina also immediately opened her beautiful eyes, like a child, showing a pure and happy smile to Naraku. Naraku smiled and said, "Yes, you succeeded." While speaking, he rubbed the other person's head very naturally. After all, there is a foundation. Even if the new consciousness is like a blank sheet of paper, but the foundation is still hidden in the body. Kushina learned the nine tails chakra mode faster than he expected. Let's talk about Kushina. She did not resist Naraku's action of rubbing her head, but squinted her eyes and smiled even happier. The new consciousness, like a blank sheet of paper, allowed Kushina to let Naraku draw at will. If Naraku had not had some bottom line, it would be easy for him to turn Kushina into his own hot weapon. But even if Naraku had a bottom line, the new Kushina still regarded him as the pillar of life and was very attached to him. Although you have already learned the nine tails chakra mode initially, you still need to continue to strengthen the control of chakra in the future. Only in this way can you get more nine tails chakra. After praising Kushina like coaxing a child, Naraku continued to give instructions. Although Kushina successfully learned the Nine Tails Chakra mode based on her original foundation, the Nine Tails Chakra she has extracted so far is only the minimum. As long as she extracts more Nine Tails Chakra and controls it, the Nine Tails Chakra mode can continue to be enhanced. The Nine Tails is the most special one among the tailed beasts. Unless she encounters a restraining ability, she can only fight with pure combat ability. Even if she has only mastered the Nine Tails Chakra mode as she does now, she can still perform at the level of the second highest level. According to Nariku's estimation, even if Kushina cannot become a perfect Jinkraki, once she can maximize the Nine Tails Chakra mode, she has a great chance of becoming a combat force below the 6 paths. Even if this 6 paths is only at the goalkeeper level, it is enough for Kushina to become the second combat force in the Star Country after him in the future. It can be said that Nariku has great expectations for Kushina's future. This is also the reason why he will cultivate her with extra care. Don't worry, sir, I will definitely work hard to practice. Kushina looked up at Nariku and said seriously. She regarded Nariku as the pillar of her life, so she naturally didn't want Nariku to be disappointed in her. However, after making the promise, Kushina continued to test. Well, sir, can you also agree to one of my requests? Oh? What request? Nariku looked at the other party in surprise. Kushina's eyes tilted to the side, pretending to be calm and said, if I meet your requirements, can I also sleep with you at night like Nono and Jialuo? In order to better cultivate Kushina, Nariku directly arranged Kushina to live together at home. Well, Nariku did find that Kushina had peaked at his communication with Nono, but he didn't expect Kushina to want to join. Chapter 230 The Death of the Daimyo. Well, it's not impossible. Kushina was so active, what else could Nariku do? Of course, he could only put up with it. Anyway, the other party was not a real child, so he didn't have to worry about being 404. After the episode, Nariku began to arrange Kushina's next training project. In addition to continuing to strengthen the control of chakra, he was also preparing to start teaching her to learn the sealing technique. After all, with Kushina's foundation, plus the inherited talent of the Uzumaki clan, it would be a waste not to learn the sealing technique again. Swish! The instant body technique was performed. Just as Nariku was about to continue teaching Kushina, a figure flew over from a distance and landed beside the two. Nariku and Kushina looked at the visitor together. My lord, the intelligence team has found out an important news that the daimyo of the Land of Fire was assassinated. The visitor was Jialuo. She saluted respectfully to Nariku and immediately reported the reason for her visit. Nariku was surprised. The Fire Country daimyo was assassinated. Yes, sir. According to the information from the intelligence team, the person who assassinated the Fire Country daimyo is suspected to be the one who plundered the Fire Country. Jialuo said truthfully. Hearing this, Nariku was even more surprised. He knew that the people who plundered the Fire Country were Nagato and Uchiha Obito. Why would these two people suddenly assassinate the Fire Country daimyo for no reason? Well, it is not impossible. After all, the two of them hated Konoha. Maybe they wanted to take revenge by assassinating the Fire Country daimyo, or even restart the war and let Konoha continue to fall into the quagmire of war. Well, I know, you send a message to the intelligence team and let them continue to pay attention to this matter. After a little hesitation, Nariku gave Jialuo an order. Originally, because the Fire Country daimyo cut his flesh to seek peace, the Third Ninja World War had already shown signs of ending. But now the Fire Country daimyo has been assassinated, and the situation has obviously changed. He needs to pay attention to the next move to see if it will lead to another war. Konoha. The daimyo has been dealt with, remember to send the materials I need as soon as possible. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru said to Danzo opposite with a smile. Satisfied with Orochimaru's ability to do things, Danzo waved his hand and said, no problem, I will send someone to deliver the materials you want immediately. That's good. Orochimaru chuckled, and then he didn't stay any longer, turned around and left. After Orochimaru left, in the office, Danzo pretended to be calm and continued to process the documents, but in fact, the content of the documents did not attract his attention at all. At this moment, he was completely nervous and excited. The orthodoxy of the daimyo has long been a concept in the ninja world. Even the Hokage could not bear the responsibility of assassinating the daimyo of his own country. For this reason, Danzo chose assassination. In order to ensure that everything was foolproof and not expose himself at the same time. Not only did he find Orochimaru by paying for benefits, but he also arranged for Orochimaru to disguise himself as the thug who robbed in the country. This is not because Danzo also discovered the identities of Nagato and Uchiha Obito. It is because Nagato and Uchiha Obito's previous robbery, plus the two of them wore masks to hide their identities. This made them the best targets for Danzo to blame. Daimyo is a taboo for others, but for Orochimaru, he is more unscrupulous than Danzo. So with enough benefits given by Danzo, he gladly accepted the assassination. The daimyo of the Land of Fire naturally has a good guard force around him. But these guard forces obviously cannot stop Orochimaru. In the end, the Fire Country daimyo was successfully assassinated by Orochimaru. Once the daimyo dies, even if a new daimyo takes the throne immediately, the change of power will definitely involve struggles. After calming down, Danzo couldn't help but sneer. Just like the change of Hokage, the change of daimyo is also inevitable for power struggles. This makes the new daimyo have no extra energy to pay attention to the ninja village before he gathers power. In other words, he doesn't have to worry about the daimyo's problem in the short term. His eyes flickered. Danzo has already started thinking about how to get rid of Tsunade and others before the daimyo's mansion stabilizes. How could this happen? How could the daimyo be assassinated? What about the guardian nin? How did they protect the daimyo? The assassin was very powerful. The guardian nin was killed just like the daimyo. Who is the murderer? Have you found out where he came from? Yes, according to the description of the survivors at that time, the assassin is very similar to the criminals who looted the country at that time. Are you sure? Could it be someone deliberately disguised? What do you mean? Don't forget, the daimyo just expressed his support for Tsunade-sama to become the new Hokage not long ago, but the daimyo was assassinated now. I don't believe it if you say there is no problem. Humph, why are you talking so obscurely? I think the person who assassinated the daimyo is from Danzo. The root of Konoha. Danzo is the best at assassinating in secret. He is indeed very suspicious. In the Senju clan's territory, the Konoha high-level people gathered here were discussing with grim expressions. Tsunade, who was sitting in the first place, was also like this. With the end of the war, Tsunade immediately led the troops to evacuate the border and return to the village. Originally, she had already obtained the support of the daimyo and was about to attack Danzo, but she didn't expect that before she could attack, the daimyo was assassinated. This sudden situation undoubtedly disrupted her deployment and made her lose an important force at once. Is Danzo really crazy? He dared to assassinate even the daimyo. Tsunade's face was very gloomy. Like many people present, she also suspected that the person who assassinated the daimyo came from Danzo. After all, since Danzo came to power, what he did has repeatedly broken her cognition, making her deeply understand that Danzo has no bottom line at all. The shadow of a village sent someone to assassinate the daimyo of his own country. Such a thing is indeed unimaginable for other people. But if it were Danzo, Tsunade would have every reason to believe that the other party really had the courage. It's just that suspicion is always suspicion. Without solid evidence, Tsunade knew that she could not do anything to Danzo. Now is not the time to argue. The most important thing is to contact the daimyo's mansion immediately. Once the new daimyo is determined, we must get the support of the other party as soon as possible. Tsunade adjusted her mood and began to make arrangements with the senior officials who supported her. Without the support of the daimyo, it would be more difficult for her to overthrow Danzo. In addition, now that the war is over and the pressure is greatly reduced, Tsunade decided to handle it prudently, first get the support of the new daimyo, and then attack Danzo. Chapter 231 The First Stage of Expansion. Just like the intelligence team of the Star Country was able to find out that the daimyo of the Fire Country was assassinated in the first place. The same is true for other countries. When the death of the Fire Country daimyo was learned, the daimyo of various countries reacted most violently. The daimyo of various countries were all very nervous and hurriedly contacted their respective ninja villages to strengthen the guards around them. For example, the daimyo of the Water Country. Obito, are you controlling this guy to take revenge on the Hidden Mist village? At night, the heavily guarded Water Country daimyo's mansion was strangely quiet. In a room in the daimyo's mansion, White Zetsu looked at the Water Country daimyo who was controlled by illusion, and turned to Uchiha Obito next to him and asked curiously. Uchiha Obito glanced at him and said lightly, controlling him is just to continue the war. He did have the idea of taking revenge on the Hidden Mist village. But more of it was to make the stopped war continue again. With White Zetsu, an excellent intelligence agent, he also learned about the assassination of the Fire Country daimyo at the first time. The most important, he also discovered that the assassin had disguised himself in Nagato. He didn't care about the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but he was very upset by the frame-up. Similarly, for the person who framed him, based on the situation inside Konoha, the first person he suspected was Danzo. Although there was no evidence, he was not from Konoha, and the suspicion was enough for him to take action. Now he sneaked into the Land of Water and controlled the daimyo of the Land of Water, which was the revenge he was going to implement. It can be said that the death of Nohara Rin made Uchiha Obito hate Konoha. Now that Danzo, the Hokage, was suspected of framing him, he hated Konoha even more. This village has no value at all. He wanted to continue to promote the war and destroy Konoha. Is that so? White Zetsu suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. It was really afraid that Uchiha Obito controlled the daimyo of the Land of Water to take revenge on the Hidden Mist Village. It's not that it cares about the Hidden Mist Village, but it contributed to Nohara Rin's death. It's afraid that Uchiha Obito will find out about it when he takes revenge on the Hidden Mist Village, and it will be killed by Uchiha Obito. Obito, you can try to control the Mizu Cage of the Hidden Mist Village again. The opponent is the Three Tails Jinchuriki. With your Mangeki Sharingan and the control technique passed down by Madara-sama, you should have a great chance to control the opponent. Black Zetsu, who is in the same body as White Zetsu, suddenly spoke. Not long ago, the third Mizu Cage of the Hidden Mist Village died of a sudden illness. The fourth Mizu Cage who took over was Yagura, the third Jinchuriki. Uchiha Obito looked at the other party in surprise. Really? Black Zetsu chuckled and said, of course, Madara-sama has a deep research on Jinchuriki. The control technique he developed, coupled with the pupil power of the Mangeki Sharingan, can control even the perfect Jinchuriki. I see, then let's try it next. Uchiha Obito naturally didn't mind controlling the Mizu Cage again. Once the daimyo and Mizu Cage are all controlled, then he will have no problem using the Hidden Mist Village to launch a war against Konoha again. Uchiha Fugaku. In a hidden experimental base somewhere in Konoha, Orochimaru looked at the root member who came to him in surprise. Yes, Lord Danzo has sent an order, please assassinate Uchiha Fugaku. The root member said in a deep voice. Orochimaru looked at the other party thoughtfully. Danzo is using him as a thug after tasting the sweetness. He was not surprised that Danzo wanted to assassinate Uchiha Fugaku. Like Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Fugaku who stands in Tsunade's position is also Tsunade's capable general. Well, the main reason is that there is an entire Uchiha clan behind Uchiha Fugaku. This makes Uchiha Fugaku more important than Minato Namikaze. If Uchiha Fugaku can be eliminated, not to mention reversing the position of the entire Uchiha clan, at least it can have a suppressive effect. I will make a list later and ask Danzo. If he can meet my requirements, I will take care of Uchiha Fugaku. Orochimaru said lightly. He doesn't care that Danzo treats him as a thug. As long as the other party can give enough benefits, being a thug is just a small matter. Especially now he just needs a high-quality Uchiha material. After a long time of research, he has already done a deep study on the cells of the first generation of Hokage and the Sharingan. But compared with the cells of the first generation of Hokage, there are only materials such as the 3 Magatama Sharingan, which makes his research on Sharingan lag far behind the first generation of cells. For this reason, he tried to find Uchiha Madara's cells. But unfortunately, there was a problem when he found Uchiha Madara's remains. Because it was simply a fake. This discovery, in addition to giving him many guesses, also forced him to find a substitute. Uchiha Fugaku is a good substitute. Although the other party did not awaken the Mangeki, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he believed that the Uchiha clan blood inherited by the other party was definitely a high-quality material. Star City. So far, from our country to the west to the coast, all small countries have been annexed. What needs to be digested next is gradual digestion. In the office of the Star Building, Nono came to report the war situation to Naraku in person. Not only did the war between the 5 major countries end, but the same was true for the Star Country. Under the leadership of Xia Rixing and Xiat, the Star Country successfully completed the unification until the western coast, and successfully expanded the territory of the Star Country again. The current Star Country, in terms of territory alone, is a leader even among the 5 major countries. Well done, annexing these small countries, Our first phase of expansion is a perfect ending. When Xiaorixing and others return, remember to distribute the rewards in time. The smooth war naturally made Naraku very happy. He smiled and told Nono. Don't worry, I have a detailed record of the merits of all sizes on the battlefield. I am already preparing for the rewards and will definitely implement them as soon as possible. Nono nodded. After discussing the war, Naraku asked about Nono's practice. How is the practice of Sky Eye? It's okay in the front. Although your improvement has increased the difficulty, it has the original. The first 3 stages were relatively smooth, but the 4th stage was a bit difficult for me. Yano Yu said a little embarrassedly. Naraku nodded and said, the 4th stage is aimed at the Manjiki Sharingan, and the difficulty is indeed higher than the first 3 stages. Let's do this. Next, you take some time every day to come to the 9th floor, and I will personally guide you to practice. Chapter 232 Death of Uchiha Fugaku. With the help of the True Chi Shadow Clone, Naraku has never stopped the subsequent development of the Sky Eye. Until now, the Sky Eye has not only integrated the farsightedness, perspective and all-around insight of the Byakugan, but has also been developed to the 4th stage. The 4th stage is derived from the Manjiki Sharingan. Not to mention that he now has a higher level of Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, but also the multiple Mangekyo Sharingan he mastered before. This has allowed Naraku to have a very thorough study of the Manjiki Sharingan. With the Manjiki Sharingan as a sample, the development of the Sky Eye has naturally been perfected to the 4th stage. But it's like the difference between the 3 Megatama and the Manjiki. From the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, the difficulty of practicing the Sky Eye can be said to have increased a lot. Therefore, Naraku can fully understand that Nono is trapped in the 3rd stage. Okay, then it's troublesome next. Nainoyu naturally would not refuse Naraku's guidance, and took it with a smile. Trouble? When did you become so polite to me? Naraku looked at the other party with amusement. Today, Nanoyu did not wear a professional suit, but a purple cheongsam that showed off her figure very well. Looking at Nanoyu's increasingly slender figure, Naraku could not help but become interested and waved for her to come over. Nanoyu knew Naraku very well, and he understood what Naraku meant as soon as he saw his eyes. Although Naraku was standing behind him as his personal guards, Hinata Rinka and Hinata Yuika, Nanoyu would not be restrained by the 2 women who often participated in the battle at night. With a charming look on her face, Nanoyu swayed her figure across the desk and came to Naraku's side. Naraku took the other party's hand, pulled Nanoyu into his arms with force, and directly hugged the other party's slender and flexible waist. What's the matter? Did I not take good care of you at night, so you became polite to me? The hands around the waist gradually moved up. Nono leaned on Naraku's arms, tilted his head and took the initiative to kiss him, and said gently, I am afraid that your distraction from guiding me will affect my own practice. Really considerate, but I am willing to distract myself from guiding you. Naraku chuckled and kissed the other's tempting red lips. If it is about guiding Kushina, he is more interested in the other's potential. Then guiding Nono, he pays more attention to the feelings of both parties. This queen has been following him from the beginning to now, how can he let down such a beauty? Nono's heart was sweet and very happy about Naraku's words. She leaned close to Naraku's ear and whispered, Do you like my cheongsam today? I have prepared another set of cheongsams with the same style but special models at home. I will wear it to you at night. Special model cheongsam? Hearing the words coming from his ears, Naraku's heart was warmed, and his hands unconsciously increased a little strength. Who can bear this? The beauty in his arms really knows him too well, and has firmly grasped some of his interests. Knock, knock, knock. Just when Naraku was thinking about whether to leave work early and go home, there was a knock on the door. Sir, there is important news to report to you. Jiaoyuo's voice came from the outer door. Come in. After sensing the outside, he found that Jiaoyuo was the only one, so Naraku did not let Nono go and let Jiaoyuo enter the office directly. Open the door and enter. When she saw Nono sitting in Naraku's arms behind the desk, Jiaoyuo was slightly startled, and then she immediately reacted and closed the office door immediately. She even locked it considerately to prevent someone from breaking in and disturbing Naraku's interest. Sir, the intelligence team just received a message that the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, was attacked and is currently missing. Walking to the desk, Jiaoyuo respectfully saluted Naraku and immediately began to report. Attack. Hearing Jiaoyuo's report, not only Naraku, but Nono also showed a surprised expression. After the truce between the 5 major countries, I remember that Konoha's people in various battlefields have been withdrawn. Who could attack Uchiha Fugaku in Konoha? Nono said in surprise. My lord, Uchiha Fugaku was not attacked inside Konoha, but outside Konoha. It is said that Uchiha Fugaku left Konoha with a group of elite family members for some reason that day, and then was attacked. Jiaoyuo said truthfully. Nono frowned slightly. There is a problem. How could Uchiha Fugaku suddenly leave Konoha? Moreover, with his strength and the elite of the Uchiha clan, he is not a threat that ordinary people can pose. There are many ways to make Uchiha Fugaku leave Konoha, including coercion and inducement. There are many people in the ninja world who can threaten him. Naraku said casually. Although he was a little surprised that Uchiha Fugaku was attacked, he didn't care much. After all, the life and death of the other party had nothing to do with him. Nono sighed. Konoha is really full of disasters. First, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was assassinated, and now Uchiha Fugaku was attacked again. I guess he is in danger, and he has probably been killed. Although I don't know who the murderer is, given Uchiha Fugaku's situation, his chances of survival are obviously slim. Uchiha Fugaku is dead. In an underground experimental base somewhere in Konoha, Orochimaru, wearing a white coat, was dissecting a corpse with great interest, holding a scalpel. Although it is not the best material, don't let me down. Looking at the corpse he dissected, Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. The corpse was Uchiha Fugaku, who was pale and had become a cold corpse. Uchiha Fugaku was obviously not Orochimaru's opponent. Similarly, he couldn't stand the pressure brought by Danzo. Even though he had already stood in Tsunade's place. Even though Danzo's malice towards the Uchiha clan was almost exposed. But when Danzo put on the righteousness of the Hokage, and under a lot of coercion and inducement, the weak Uchiha Fugaku still they were easily tricked out of the village by Danzo. Even though Uchiha Fugaku was quite vigilant and brought a group of elites from his family, they were ultimately defeated by the ambush of Orochimaru and the Root organization. A bloody fight. Orochimaru, who did not undergo the reincarnation of the undead, had no spiritual defects, and his illusion resistance matched his own strength. Similarly, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan transplanted from others did not create a miracle and evolve into a Mangeki. The result was that all the Uchiha people, including Uchiha Fugaku, became corpses. Even under the professional cleanup of the Root organization, this ambush did not leave any traces, so that Uchiha Fugaku and others could only be defined as missing on the surface. Chapter 233 Tsunade's Explosion. Stop, Get out of here! Ah! In the Hokage building, there was a loud bang mixed with screams. Tsunade punched away the guards who tried to stop her, and headed towards the Hokage's office aggressively. Behind her were several Konoha high-level officials including Inoshikajo. These high-level officials were members of Tsunade's faction. Swish, swish, swish. Before Tsunade and the others could get close to the Hokage's office, as the noise of commotion started, immediately, members of the Anbu hidden in the dark and guards in the open quickly came to support and surrounded Tsunade and the others. Trample, tramp, tramp. Footsteps were heard. The crowd in front of Tsunade and the others separated into a passage, and then Danzo came over. Tsunade, what are you crazy about? Don't you know where this is? The Hokage building is not a place where you can act so recklessly. Danzo stopped and shouted at Tsunade and the others opposite. Crazy? I think you are going crazy, staring at each other. Tsunade naturally knew about Uchiha Fugaku's disappearance at the first time. Although she did not find any traces after sending people to investigate, the fact that Uchiha Fugaku suddenly left the village was a message from Danzo, which was enough for her to understand that Uchiha Fugaku's disappearance was most likely the work of Danzo. Fugaku? I am also very sorry for his disappearance, but I originally wanted to send him to protect the new daimyo to prevent anyone from assassinating him again. Now that he is in trouble, I am also very sad. Danzo said righteously. But unfortunately, his attitude was not believed by Tsunade and others, otherwise he would have forced his way into the Hokage building. Danzo, I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. I'm here to tell you that from now on, I will be the fourth Hokage of the village. You and your people can have fun. Tsunade looked at the other party coldly, and turned away after saying that. Asshole, do you want to rebel? Tsunade's words made Danzo's face change drastically, and he roared in shock and anger. The other party was so bold that he claimed to be the Hokage, and even the fourth Hokage like him. This was simply a naked provocation to him. Kang! Danzo's roar made the people surrounding Danzo also draw their swords or take out kunao with murderous intent. It seemed that as long as Danzo gave an order, they would surround and kill Tsunade and others. Rebellion? I'm just correcting the chaos. A guy like you who only harms his own people is not qualified to sit in the position of Hokage. Tsunade stopped and turned sideways to look at Danzo coldly. She has now realized that if she wants to overthrow someone like Danzo by gentle means, it will only bring more internal friction. It is better to cut the Gordian knot than to do so. It doesn't matter if she fights Danzo to death or causes the village to split. Compared to this result, it will reduce losses more than dragging it out. The senior officials who came with Tsunade also looked at Danzo and the people surrounding them with cold eyes. They are also fed up. There is Minato Namikaze in front and Fugaku Uchiha behind. If Danzo continues to sit in the position of Hokage, what awaits them will only be a slow death. It is better to fight instead of doing so. Of course, it is not just Tsunade and her people who came this time. Near the Hokage building, there are also ninjas from various ninja clans of Tsunade's faction and many ninjas from the Senju clan lurking in the dark. The former is not mentioned. For the latter, in order to better develop the village, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama took the lead in carrying out the strategy of defamilization. This made the Thousand Hands clan seem to have fallen. But in fact, the Senju clan was divided into small groups, hiding the surname Senju, and scattered throughout Konoha and even the Land of Fire. Now, when Tsunade, the most orthodox inheritor of the Senju clan, summoned them, it was easy to reunite the once largest family power in Konoha. Even after these years of development, compared with the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan that maintained the family, the Senju clan has developed more prosperously. This is also the reason why Tsunade dared to cut the Gordian knot. Even if she fought directly with Danzo, she had more chances of winning. The murderous aura was everywhere. The confrontation in the Hokage building became more and more oppressive. Neither Danzo nor Tsunade had any intention of backing down. Swish! Suddenly, when the fight was about to happen, two figures, one in front and one behind, quickly appeared beside Tsunade and Danzo. Tsunade-sama, urgent news came from the border. The Hidden Mist village suddenly launched another invasion against us. The border defense line will collapse at any time. The Konoha ninja who appeared beside Tsunade reported anxiously. What? Tsunade, who originally thought that there was something new on Danzo's side, suddenly changed her face when she heard the content of the report. The Hidden Mist village. In the Xinchen building, Naraku looked at Nono who came to report unexpectedly. Nono nodded and said, "Yes, I don't know what happened on the Hidden Mist village." Suddenly, it launched an offensive against the Land of Fire again, and the offensive is more fierce than before. Naraku pondered. Although the armistice agreement is just a piece of waste paper, it is too sudden for the Hidden Mist village to tear it up. And this armistice is still led by the daimyo of the 5 major countries, which makes the quality of this agreement still very high. Do you think it is because of the death of the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Nono asked Naraku. Naraku thought for a while and said, "It's not impossible, but given the current situation, this possibility is very small. There must be some unknown reason that caused the Hidden Mist village to suddenly attack the Land of Fire again." As he said that, a hint of amusement appeared on his face. But no matter what the reason is, the Hidden Mist village has made a good start. For him, that's the case. The main reason why he stopped fighting before was that the power of the Hidden Sand village alone was not enough to suppress Konoha, which would cause excessive casualties. But now it's different. With the joining of the Hidden Mist village, if he lets the Hidden Sand village join in, the pressure will be reduced a lot. Not to mention the subsequent reaction. If the Hidden Sand village also launches an offensive against the Land of Fire after the Hidden Mist village, what will happen to the remaining Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Rock village? Naraku is looking forward to this. Naraku, who is looking forward to it, contacted Yekeng on the same day. This led to the third day when the Hidden Mist village launched a war against the Land of Fire again, and the Hidden Sand village also gathered 3,000 ninjas again to attack the Land of Fire. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are very embarrassed. The Water Country and the Wind Country villages tore up the armistice agreement one after another and attacked the Fire Country again, which put the remaining Earth Country and Lightning Country into a weird atmosphere. The daimyo of the two countries did not have much idea of fighting again, but the Hidden Rock village and the Hidden Cloud village had ideas. Although the previous armistice agreement had made the two major ninja villages full of oil, who would mind eating a little more? What's more, there are people rushing to eat now. The weakness of Konoha made the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village afraid that the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Mist Village would eat again, or even swallow the entire Fire Country in one gulp. Chapter 234 Konoha's Two Talkers. Chapter 234 Konoha, Two Talkers. The weird atmosphere did not last too long. In just 1 week, the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village followed the footsteps of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village and launched a war against the Fire Country again. It has been proven that no matter how well the daimyo of each country understand each other, they cannot defeat the real interests. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth finally failed to resist the temptation of annexing the Land of Fire and agreed to their respective ninja villages to send troops again. Soon, with the participation of the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village, the war in the ninja world that had just subsided was immediately ignited again, causing Konoha to immediately return to the bad situation of being besieged by the 4 major ninja villages. What is going on? I thought the Third Shinobi World War was over, but why is it suddenly starting again? I guess it must be because the Fire Country daimyo was assassinated. After all, the truce was settled because the Fire Country daimyo asked for peace. Now that he is dead, the previous truce agreement has lost its binding force. Oh, it's not that simple. You think there will be no deaths in the war? I think the war is starting again because Konoha is weak now, so the other 4 parties are not satisfied with the benefits of the truce agreement and want to completely conquer the Fire Country. Swallow it. I have secret information here, you may not know it. On the day when the Hidden Mist Village attacked the Land of Fire again, a conflict almost broke out in Konoha. Maybe other ninja villages discovered the conflict in Konoha and took the opportunity to start a war. Your information is a bit outdated. I can tell you directly that Konoha is indeed facing a big problem. They have now split. One side is led by the former Hokage Danzo, and the other is led by Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Both sides regard each other as the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha. Ah, is it true that Konoha now has 2 Hokages? Good news doesn't go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. This is well reflected in Konoha. Whether it is a place like Kankinso where there are all kinds of people, or other forces in the ninja world, there are lively discussions as the war re-emerges. Among them, there are those who are surprised that the 4 major ninja villages are besieging Konoha again, and those who are even more shocked by the division within Konoha. Konoha. Now everyone in Konoha, from ninjas to villagers, is in tension and confusion. This situation comes not only from the re-emergence of war, but also from the drastic changes within Konoha. Although the sudden arrival of the war interrupted the fight between Tsunade and Danzo, it only suppressed it, not really reconciliation. This has completely split Konoha into 2 groups. This is true even in war. Both sides tacitly do their own thing. The group headed by Tsunade is responsible for the war between Sand Village and Mist Village. The group headed by Danzo is responsible for the war between Rock Village and Cloud Village. Not to mention the war, such a split alone is undoubtedly a huge blow to Konoha's morale. The same is true for each ninja clan. Many people feel that the situation in the village is very bad. It's as if Konoha, the originally powerful mountain, has reached the point where it will collapse at any time. The death of the clan leader must not be let go. That's right, the clan leader was obviously killed by Danzo, and we must avenge the clan leader. Although the village is now divided, it is still not so easy to seek revenge on Danzo. I think we should take a long-term view. What do you mean by taking a long-term view? I think you are afraid. That's right, what's there for Danzo to be afraid of? In my opinion, we should have overthrown the other party from the beginning, otherwise how could the clan leader be killed by the other party? In the previous war with the Hidden Mist Village, many people have already died. If we don't take action, we will all die on the battlefield sooner or later. The woman of the Senjo clan is not reliable at all. Instead of helping the other party to overthrow Danzo, it is better for us to do it ourselves. In the shrine of the Uchiha clan, a heated meeting was going on. All the participants in the meeting were Uchiha members who had opened the Sharingan. The theme of the meeting was about Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. On the surface, Uchiha Fugaku was only defined as missing, but in fact, all the Uchiha people knew that their patriarch had been killed. The head of the clan was killed, and it was very likely that he was plotted against by Danzo, the Hokage. This made the Uchiha clan very angry. You must know that in the past, Danzo's naked suppression made the Uchiha clan very hostile. Now that Uchiha Fugaku's incident happened again, this undoubtedly aroused the public anger. In the heated discussion, most people were very excited. Some planned to seek revenge directly from Danzo, and some even attempted to launch a coup. There was no way. As the evolution of the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan itself is a very emotional clan. Now the death of Uchiha Fugaku has not only stimulated many people in the Uchiha clan, but also made this clan lose the biggest constraint. Before, although Uchiha Fugaku surrendered to Tsunade, it was not that the Uchiha clan was really willing to follow Tsunade. This was just Uchiha Fugaku's proposition. In fact, many people in the Uchiha clan are very dissatisfied with those who want to surrender to the Senju clan. Compared to surrendering to Tsunade, more people are inclined to control the village through a coup. Now without the constraint of Uchiha Fugaku, the voice of the coup has naturally become louder. And the death of Uchiha Fugaku, in the eyes of many people in the Uchiha clan, is itself a manifestation of Tsunade's incompetence. If Tsunade really has the ability to overthrow Danzo, how could their clan leader be secretly harmed by Danzo? Silence. The discussion in the shrine was getting more and more chaotic. Suddenly, a loud shout overwhelmed everyone's voices, causing everyone in the shrine to look over subconsciously. Looking at the person who shouted, he had short brown hair and a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. This person was called Uchiha Yashiro, and he was once one of the best in the police department. Madam. When Uchiha Yashiro saw that everyone had stopped talking and were looking at him, he turned around and saluted respectfully to the black-haired woman who was kneeling on the cushion beside him, as if she was resting with her eyes closed. Well. The black-haired woman heard the call of Uchiha Yashiro, and she responded softly while slowly opening her beautiful eyes. A touch of scarlet appeared. When the black-haired woman opened her beautiful eyes, she revealed a pair of Sharingan with a hexagram pattern. Boom! The invisible pupil power swept out from the hexagram Sharingan, making all the Uchiha members present feel an innate pressure. Many of them even contracted their pupils when they saw the hexagram Sharingan in the black-haired woman's eyes. Chapter 235 The Wife of the Clan Leader? Clan Leader. Madam, your eyes. An old Uchiha member wanted to say something with a trembling voice. Like the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan also has many elders in addition to the clan leader. The old man who was speaking now was one of the elders of the Uchiha clan. Elder Keisuke, these eyes are the relics left to me by Fugaku. The black-haired woman glanced at the elder named Uchiha Keisuke and raised her hand to touch herself's eyes, and spoke lightly. Madam, have you evolved the Mangeki Sharingan? An Uchiha member with a 3 Magatama Sharingan looked at the black-haired woman's 6-pointed Sharingan with fanatical eyes. Mangeki Sharingan? Many Uchiha members who only had 1 Magatama and 2 Magatama Sharingan were puzzled. Isn't the Sharingan only 1 to 3 Magatama? When did a Mangeki appear? But compared to these people's doubts, the rest of the people in the field, including Uchiha Keisuke and the 3 Magatama elite Jonin who asked the question, all stared at the black-haired woman closely. The black-haired woman's identity was undoubtedly only Uchiha Mikoto, the wife of the clan leader, who could be honored as madam by the Uchiha clan members. Facing the focused gazes, Uchiha Mikoto was not surprised at all. She said calmly, yes, I did evolve the Mangeki Sharingan. Really a Mangeki? Great, our clan finally gave birth to this pair of eyes again. The Mangeki Sharingan is the highest pupil technique that surpasses the Magatama Sharingan. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Although there were speculations before, when Uchiha Mikoto really admitted it, those who knew about the Mangeki Sharingan in the field were still excited one by one. Similarly, those who didn't know about the Mangeki Sharingan saw that their clansmen were so excited and hurriedly asked the reason. After a while, the situation of the Mangeki Sharingan was quickly known to everyone in the shrine. Everyone, the clan leader has passed away, but God has favored our clan and let the lady awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Here, I propose that the lady take over the position of clan leader. The 8th generation of Uchiha, who was standing beside Uchiha Mikoto like a loyal guard, saw that everyone had already understood the situation of the Mangeki Sharingan, and immediately made a loud proposal. Just as he would guard Uchiha Mikoto. Long before, he had already known that Uchiha Mikoto had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. At the same time, as a supporter of Uchiha Fugaku, when he learned that Uchiha Mikoto had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, he transferred this support to Uchiha Mikoto without hesitation. Madam, will you be the clan leader? Of course. With the power of the Mangeki Sharingan, you are fully qualified to be the clan leader. I second the motion. It is destiny that Madam awakened the Mangeki Sharingan at this time. Anyone who dares to oppose it is against me. Madam, no, clan leader, please lead our clan to revive the glory of the past. The proposal of Uchiha Yashiro was quickly supported. Several elders, including Uchiha Keisuke, had no objection. The authority of the Mangeki Sharingan in the Uchiha clan is absolute. With only one pair of Mangeki Sharingan in the clan, it would be almost no difficulty for Uchiha Mikoto to become the clan leader. Not to mention that Uchiha Mikoto is the clan leader's wife. This identity allows her to easily inherit the connections left by Uchiha Fugaku. As for whether Uchiha Mikoto is willing to take over the position of clan leader, if Uchiha Fugaku was still alive, she wouldn't care too much even if she awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. But it's different now. Now that my family is in danger, I have awakened these eyes, so I won't let them down. From now on, I, Uchiha Mikoto, will shoulder the revival of the entire family. Uchiha Mikoto slowly stood up, looked around at everyone in the field, and declared loudly. People will change. Especially the people of the Uchiha clan. From the outside, Uchiha Mikoto has always been very calm when showing her Mangeki Sharingan. But in fact, under this calm appearance is a turbulent undercurrent. The evolution of the Sharingan comes from emotional stimulation. Uchiha Mikoto's double Mangeki Sharingan was brought about by the death of Uchiha Fugaku. The deeper the eyes are opened, the deeper the obsession. Before being stimulated, Uchiha Obito was a template for Uzumaki Naruto, but after being stimulated and opening the Mangeki Sharingan, he immediately became a different person and went to another extreme. The same is true for Uchiha Mikoto. This gentle woman who took care of her husband and children after marriage, now with the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan, has also gone to another extreme. She not only wants to avenge her husband, but also to revive the glory of the family. Meet the clan leader. Uchiha Mikoto's strong declaration directly hit the hearts of the Uchiha clan, making everyone excited and kneeling on one knee to pay tribute to Uchiha Mikoto as the clan leader. Uchiha Mikoto calmly accepted the clan leader's ceremony from everyone, and then raised her hands in the air, signaling everyone to stand up. Clan leader, what should we do next? Should we seek revenge on Danzo? As they stood up, an Uchiha Jonin asked Uchiha Mikoto impatiently. Hearing this, the others also looked at Uchiha Mikoto inquiringly. Uchiha Fugaku is Uchiha Mikoto's husband. The fact that Uchiha Mikoto awakened the Mangeki Sharingan because of Uchiha Fugaku's death is enough to prove how Uchiha Mikoto feels about Uchiha Fugaku. I have an idea about this matter. I will definitely avenge Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto said in a deep voice. Hearing this, those who support revenge showed joy on their faces. Chief, Fugaku's revenge should be taken seriously. It's heavy. With our current strength, if we go to Danzo for revenge, it may be difficult to continue. Uchiha Keisuke was shocked and tried to persuade him. If possible, he would also want revenge. But he knew the current situation of the family better. Why don't we go to the woman of the Senju clan? With the clan leader's Mangeki Sharingan, I believe that the other party will never refuse to cooperate with us to deal with Danzo. Someone suggested. Yes, after Lord Fugaku got into trouble, the woman sent someone to find us and wanted us to continue to support her. We can use this as a condition to let the other party help us kill Danzo. Ridiculous, the people of the Senju clan are not reliable at all. The former clan leader trusted the other party too much and got into trouble. Now that we have the Mangeki Sharingan, why should we bother with the other party? Among the opinions expressed, some people said that they could cooperate with Tsunade, but some people objected. I decided to leave Konoha. While everyone was arguing, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly said something shocking. Ah! When this was said, everyone looked at Uchiha Mikoto in shock. Leave Konoha? If they hadn't found that the reactions of others were the same as theirs, many people would have thought that they had misheard the words of the clan leader. Chapter 236 Leaving Konoha? Target Star Country. Chapter 236 Leaving Konoha? Target, Star Country. Fugaku's matter has proved that Tsunade is not reliable. Similarly, over the years, I believe that you all know the suppression of our clan by the Konoha high-level officials. You must know that when Konoha was first established, our clan was also the founder, but now, our clan has completely become a pawn. I don't know what you think of this situation, but I can't stand it anymore. And Konoha's current situation is obvious to all. It has reached the brink of extinction. Even in such a dangerous situation, those in power are still fighting each other. Why should our clan continue to stay here and be buried with Konoha? To everyone's shock, Uchiha Mikoto made a resolute statement. She knew very well that with the current strength of the family, it would be impossible to succeed in the coup as some people in the family proposed. Similarly, from Sarutobi Hiruzen to the current Danzo, she has also seen the suppression of those in power. Before, because her husband stood in front, she would hide her thoughts in her heart and wanted to support her husband. But now things have changed. Whether it is to avenge her husband or to restore the glory of the family as the head of the clan, she no longer wants to waste time with Konoha. She doesn't want to become a victim of Konoha's internal strife like her husband. She wants to break through the cage of Konoha and lead the family to open up a new future. It must be said that compared to Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto is a woman, but she is much more decisive. Or the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan has turned this woman black. Now Uchiha Mikoto is no longer the gentle wife who takes care of her husband and children, but she wants to be the iron-blooded clan leader who led the family to regain its glory. Although Uchiha Mikoto's decision to leave Konoha was shocking, her statement made many people present unable to refute it. Yes, their Uchiha clan is the founder of Konoha. But compared with the Senju clan, which is also the founder, the treatment of the clan is completely different. Not to mention the Hokage, even the only police department with a little power has been stripped of it now. But when it comes to merit, how could their clan lag behind? Compared with the Senju clan, which split up into smaller groups and chose to develop in secret, their clan's contribution to Konoha is definitely the highest. Some elders even thought of Uchiha Madara's incident. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara wanted to take the entire Uchiha clan away from Konoha, but the Uchiha clan resolutely chose to support Konoha and did not leave with the other party. But this is not to mention that it won Konoha's preferential treatment, and even the most basic fair treatment is not available. Misaka, if you leave Konoha, how are you going to arrange the family? Uchiha Keisuke asked tentatively. If no one had brought it up, perhaps no one would have thought about it. But with Uchiha Mikoto's statement, I have to admit that Uchiha Keisuke was very tempted. However, as an elder, he has to consider more. For example, the family's future arrangements. It is easy to leave Konoha, but the future development is the problem. Not to mention the Warring States period, even since the establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha clan, as the main player, has forged deep hatred with the major ninja villages in the wars one after another. Once the Uchiha clan leaves Konoha, they will inevitably face the revenge of the major ninja villages. Uchiha Mikoto said calmly, I am going to try to join the Star Country. Join the Star Country? Uchiha Keisuke and many people were slightly startled. Uchiha Mikoto nodded and said, yes, if we leave Konoha, we will inevitably be attacked by Konoha in the future, so we must find a new backer. In the current ninja world, only the Star Country and the other 4 major ninja villages can withstand this pressure. An elite Uchiha Jonin frowned and said, if that's the case, why not join other ninja villages? After all, the Star Country is much worse than the 4 major ninja villages. Yes, the Star Country is. I heard that it has annexed many small countries, but compared with the 5 major countries, there is still a gap. You can't say that. I know about the development of the Star Country. The development there is very fast. It is said that it is almost catching up with the 5 major countries. At that time, Huo and his men died at the hands of the other side. Now we join the other side. This is too much. Don't the 4 major ninja villages have any grudges against us? Compared with the Star Country, our hatred with the 4 major ninja villages is deeper. That's true. The Uchiha people immediately discussed Uchiha Mikoto's decision to join the Star Country. Some supported it, some opposed it. The majority supported it. This situation was completely within Uchiha Mikoto's expectations. She actually proposed to leave Konoha, so she had already planned the family's arrangements. She had imagined many arrangements after leaving Konoha. For example, like the Uzumaki clan, they could establish their own country. But she thought of the final outcome of the Uzumaki clan, and the fact that the family left Konoha, in addition to facing the revenge of other ninja villages, in addition, she also had to face the crusade of Konoha, and finally chose to find a new backer. Since it was a backer, she had to be able to withstand the pressure from Konoha and other ninja villages. In the entire ninja world, all she could think of were the other 4 ninja villages and the Star Country. First of all, the 4 ninja villages. The Uchiha clan had a deep hatred with the 4 ninja villages in wars, but if faced with the Uchiha clan's surrender, the 4 ninja villages would never refuse. After all, the strength and potential of the Uchiha clan were there. No force would despise the Uchiha clan. Therefore, as long as the Uchiha clan is willing to join one of the 4 major ninja villages, the ninja village will definitely be very happy to accept them and resist the pressure from other ninja villages for the Uchiha clan. Then there is the Star Country. The Star Country is now definitely the second largest force after the 5 major ninja villages, and in some aspects, it is even more deterrent than the 5 major ninja villages. The most important thing is that the Star Country has the least hatred with the Uchiha clan compared to the other 4 major ninja villages. One of the reasons why Uchiha Mikoto chose the Star Country is this. She knows very well that even if the 4 major ninja villages are willing to accept their clan, the hatred between the two sides will not be it is not so easy to resolve, which is bound to make the integration process of their clan very difficult. On the other hand, let's look at the Star Country. Although their clan had a feud with Naraku and a group of people died, these hatreds were definitely much smaller than those of the other 4 major ninja villages. In addition, the Star Country is a newly rising force. It is better to help in times of trouble than to add icing on the cake. Compared to the 4 major ninja villages with stable internal forces, the Star Country, which is still in rapid development, can not only better integrate, but also allow the family to achieve better development if it joins at this time. Chapter 237 The building is about to collapse. Okay, be quiet. Uchiha Keisuke stopped the increasingly heated discussions. When the shrine returned to silence, Uchiha Keisuke looked at Uchiha Mikoto and said, "Joining the Star Country is indeed our best choice at present, but is the Star Country willing to accept our clan?" He agreed with Uchiha Mikoto's proposal. It's just that changing the mountain is not something that can be done by one party, but requires the consent of both parties. Uchiha Mikoto said in a deep voice, "Next, I will secretly send people to the Star Country. If the other party is willing to accept us, it would be the best. If not, then choose another one from the 4 major ninja villages." Okay, then the clan leader will arrange it next. In addition, should we continue to refuse the battlefield or Uchiha Keisuke nodded slightly, and then mentioned another thing. Although Konoha was divided, the war did not stop because of it. Because Uchiha Fugaku surrendered to Tsunade before, when the war came again, Tsunade sent people to the Uchiha clan many times, wanting the Uchiha clan to go to the battlefield again. It's just that the death of Uchiha Fugaku made the Uchiha clan very angry. Until now, the Uchiha clan has not made a clear response. Don't pay attention to it for the time being, wait for the response from the Star Country first. Uchiha Mikoto waved and interrupted Uchiha Keisuke's next words. One of the reasons why she would list the Star Country as the first choice is that the Star Country can allow their clan to evacuate Konoha faster and safer. When the joint Chunin exam was held, the Sand Village, the Cloud Village, and the Star Village were able to suddenly attack Konoha. Konoha did not fail to investigate afterwards. I hope that man will not refuse. Uchiha Mikoto muttered silently. Uchiha. On the 9th floor of the Star Building, Naraku stopped breathing in and out of the aura and looked at Jiaoyuo, who came to report unexpectedly. Yes, sir, the other party claimed to be visiting in the name of the Uchiha clan leader, and there are important letters that need to be read by you personally. Jiaoyuo said. Naraku touched his chin. Uchiha clan leader? Did the Uchiha clan choose a new clan leader so quickly? And the other party actually sent someone to visit him now, which is even more interesting. Okay, take someone to the office. After thinking for a while, Naraku told Jiaoyuo. Although he didn't know why Uchiha came to him, it was okay to meet him. Very quickly. When Jiaoyuo left, Naraku used shrinking the earth into an inch to go to the office on the 8th floor. After a moment, Jiaoyuo led a woman into the come. This woman is about 30 years old, and it is obvious that she is intentionally hiding her identity. In addition to not wearing the Konoha guard, even the clothes on her body do not have the clan emblem that the Uchiha clan is proud of. Lord Naraku. The woman who walked into the office and followed Jiaoyuo immediately saluted respectfully when she saw Naraku sitting behind the desk. Seeing the other party's attitude, Naraku said with interest, "Open your Sharingan and show it to me." Yes. The woman thought that Naraku wanted to verify her identity, and did not dare to hesitate, and immediately opened her Sharingan. Crimson appeared, and a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan immediately appeared. 3 Magatama Sharingan. This not only means that the woman in front of her is indeed from the Uchiha clan, but her strength is at least at the level of a jonin. Yes, then let's talk about it next. The two of us sat on the chair. My lord, this is the letter from our clan leader. You will understand after reading it. The woman carefully took out a scroll from her arms. Jiaoyuo, who was standing aside, looked at Naraku for advice. After receiving Naraku's signal, he took the scroll and checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, Jiaoyuo stepped forward and handed the scroll to Naraku. He opened the scroll casually. Naraku raised his eyebrows quickly as he lowered his head to read the contents recorded on the scroll. He looked up at the woman opposite him, stared at her and said, "Is your current clan leader Uchiha Mikoto?" "Yes, Mikoto is now the clan leader of our clan," the woman said truthfully. Naraku put down the scroll he had just read and tapped the table thoughtfully. The reason why the Uchiha clan suddenly came to him was more interesting than he thought. The content recorded on the scroll was that the clan leader Uchiha Mikoto wanted to lead the Uchiha clan to join the Star Country. "When did your clan leader awaken the Mangeki Sharingan?" Naraku suddenly asked, his eyes falling on the woman on the other side. As soon as these words came out, the woman looked at Naraku in astonishment. Clan leader Mikoto actually told the other party about the Mangeki Sharingan. The clan leader awakened after Lord Fugaku was killed. The woman who subconsciously thought that the Mangeki Sharingan was recorded in the letter by Uchiha Mikoto hesitated for a moment before replying. Sure enough, she had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Hearing the reply from the woman on the other side, Naraku immediately understood. He said that even if Uchiha Mikoto was the wife of the clan leader, it was impossible for her to replace Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. In fact, there was no indication in Uchiha Mikoto's letter that she had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Naraku just noticed something unusual from the fact that Uchiha Mikoto suddenly ascended to the position of clan leader, so he tried to test her. "It's quite interesting. I didn't expect that Uchiha Fugaku's death would stimulate Uchiha Mikoto to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, and the other party was planning to surrender to me." Naraku pondered in his heart. It was indeed surprising for him that Uchiha Mikoto awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, but what was even more surprising was the other party's behavior. As a couple, Uchiha Fugaku, the husband, was hesitant and timid, but Uchiha Mikoto, the wife, was unexpectedly bold. Naraku expressed his admiration for this boldness. Resources are not just money and property, but also people. The resources he wants to seize from the Land of Fire in the future include the ninja clans of Konoha. The Uchiha clan, for example, is the biggest one among them. Now that the Uchiha clan has taken the initiative to surrender to him, he will certainly not turn them away. Soon, Naraku asked Jiaoyuo to get a blank scroll for him. In addition to replying to Uchiha Mikoto, he also gave her a Flying Thunder God Kunao. The building is about to collapse, and Konoha may not be able to hold on for too long. When the Uchiha woman left with the reply and the Flying Thunder God Kunao arranged by Jiaoyuo, Naraku turned his head to look at the sky outside the window and spoke with emotion. A glimpse of the whole picture. Naraku felt that he might have overestimated Konoha. Based on the situation of the Uchiha clan, Konoha would probably collapse from within before the 4 major ninja villages could capture it. Chapter 238, Letter of Surrender. Have you heard that the Uchiha clan has chosen a new clan leader? New clan leader? Who is it? It's the wife of the former clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Her name seems to be Uchiha Mikoto. Hey? What's going on? How could the wife of the former clan leader become the new clan leader? Could it be that this Uchiha Mikoto is a hidden master of the Uchiha clan? Who knows? Anyway, I don't know much about this Uchiha Mikoto. Who is the clan leader? It's not important. What's important is that the Uchiha clan hasn't sent anyone to the battlefield yet. Are they scared by the hidden mist village? Scared? Even if they are scared, they have to go to the battlefield. Otherwise, if the war fails, can the Uchiha clan bear this responsibility? Yes, the Uchiha clan is really too unreasonable. If something happens on the front line, we will be in danger. Although the Uchiha clan lost all its power under the suppression of Danzo, it is still a powerful family among many ninja clans. When Uchiha Mikoto became the new head of the Uchiha clan, the news quickly spread throughout Konoha. For most people in Konoha are unfamiliar with Uchiha Mikoto. Even if they know her, they obviously didn't expect that Uchiha Mikoto, the wife of the clan leader, would replace Uchiha Fugaku as the new clan leader. Amid the discussions, Uchiha Mikoto became the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, which was not favored by everyone in Konoha. After all, it was only the news that Uchiha Mikoto became the clan leader that was spread. News such as the Mangeki Sharingan and the intention to leave Konoha were well blocked by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mikoto? Humph, it seems that the Uchiha clan really has no one left, and they actually let a woman become the clan leader. In the Hokage's office, Danzo sneered when he heard the news reported by the members of the root organization. Of course, he knew about Uchiha Mikoto. But the only thing worth paying attention to about this woman is her identity as the clan leader's wife. Now Uchiha Mikoto has become the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. In his opinion, it was most likely that the sudden death of Uchiha Fugaku caused the chaos within the Uchiha clan. So in order to quell the chaos as soon as possible, the Uchiha clan temporarily pushed Uchiha Mikoto, the wife of the clan leader, to the position of clan leader. In this regard, he could only say that the Uchiha clan was really desolate. However, this situation also made him very satisfied. Sure enough, compared to the weak Hiruzen, he was the best Hokage. If he could become Hokage at the beginning, how could the Uchiha clan be so carefree for so long? The current desolation of the Uchiha clan is the credit of his hard work as a Hokage. It's not enough. Without Tsunade, that stinky woman, the Uchiha clan itself has no value in existence. Next, we must take advantage of the victory to completely wipe out this evil clan from the village. With a flashing look and a deep face, Danzo immediately gave instructions to the members of the root organization opposite. Although the Uchiha clan has been desolate to the point where a woman is the clan leader, he has no intention of giving up this oppression. On the contrary, he will not only continue to suppress the Uchiha clan, but also make sure that the Uchiha clan will never be able to turn over. Although the conflict with Tsunade led to the division of Konoha, so that Danzo's power was greatly reduced, he still occupied the position of Hokage and still had considerable authority. For example, the control of public opinion. When the war broke out again, the Uchiha clan never took any action. This undoubtedly gave Danzo room for operation. His instructions to the members of the root organization were to mobilize people to promote public opinion, and to use the pressure of the war to make the Uchiha clan a rat crossing the street and be spurned by everyone. Uchiha Mikoto. While Danzo was taking action, Tsunade was also thinking about Uchiha Mikoto in the Senju clan's territory. Uchiha Mikoto's sudden rise to power was also something she had never expected. I have to talk to the other party as soon as possible. Tsunade thought secretly. Under the advocacy of Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan had always been her supporters. But since the incident with Uchiha Fugaku, the clan has cut off contact with her. Even when she sent people to communicate many times, they were directly rejected. She was very dissatisfied with this. After all, the war has started again. In order to fight against Danzo and defend her rights, she took the initiative to take over the battlefields of Sand Village and Kirigakure Village. Although the summons of the Senju clan greatly increased the strength of her subordinates, if the support of the Uchiha clan is lost, it will undoubtedly lose an important force. Tsunade has already planned to go to the battlefield of Sand Village again. For this reason, before leaving, she plans to deal with the Uchiha clan first, so that the clan will continue to support the Kirigakure battlefield as before. Now, the Uchiha clan has elected a new clan leader. Not to mention whether Uchiha Mikoto is the clan leader, but as the clan leader, if he can get the other party's recognition, then it will undoubtedly open a breakthrough to control the Uchiha clan again. Danzo and Tsunade both took action as Uchiha Mikoto took the throne. Late at night. In the clan leader's mansion in the Uchiha clan. In the brightly lit bedroom, Uchiha Mikoto was sweating. After a fierce battle, looking at the beautiful wife who had not yet recovered, Naraku was speechless. He had never expected the current development of the situation. Depending on the flying thunder god Kunao attached to the reply letter. Tonight, he made a special trip to meet Uchiha Mikoto. At first, it was nothing, but it went astray later. I don't know if it was to give a token of allegiance, or if the death of Uchiha Fugaku caused this woman to turn evil. When he met Uchiha Mikoto, he just wanted to show his attitude to control the other party at first, but he didn't expect that the other party was surprisingly aware and directly made an act of sacrifice. What else can he do about this? Naturally, he can only sacrifice himself to appease this beautiful wife. What? You said refuse? Just kidding. If you don't eat the meat that is delivered to your mouth, you will be struck by lightning. It turns out that although Uchiha Fugaku is a very failed Uchiha clan leader, as a man, he still has excellent vision. I have seen your sincerity. As long as you are ready, I can take my sister and worms to Urba to the country of the star at any time. The eyes fell on the person next to him and embraced him in his arms. Chapter 239 Departure. The palm is familiar, put it where it should be and let it move freely. Naraku looked down at the beautiful wife whose eyes gradually recovered from the blur. Hearing Naraku's voice, Uchiha Mikoto, whose consciousness had recovered, subconsciously raised her head to meet Naraku's gaze. As soon as the two sides' eyes met, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes were like a frightened rabbit, and she quickly shifted to the side, not daring to look at Naraku at all. Although her awareness was amazing, it did not mean that she had no shame. Even if the two sides had already had a relationship, she had always comforted herself in her heart that it was just a transaction. But facing Naraku, the second man who entered her body, she still couldn't help but have different emotions. After adjusting her mentality, Uchiha Mikoto said in a hoarse voice, I have collected the property in advance. If the adults can, I can arrange people to gather the tribe members right now. The hoarse voice also reached her ears. As soon as she spoke, Uchiha Mikoto's earlobes turned red unnaturally, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Naraku at all. They are both men, but there are differences. At the beginning of the sacrifice, Uchiha Mikoto didn't think much, but the experience just now made her deeply understand that the second man who entered her body was really much more powerful than her husband. She was married and had children, but she was tossed around like a rag doll by the other party without any resistance. She even felt that she would die of dehydration several times. Oh? I didn't expect you to be ready. Then let's cut the Gordian knot and leave tonight. Naraku paused, and then condensed Tianyi divine water from his palm and injected it into the other party's body. The true energy wrapped Tianyi divine water, and once it entered Uchiha Mikoto's body, it immediately turned into a warm current that swept through her body. Uchiha Mikoto's body trembled, and her sore and detached body immediately glowed with new vitality, and her spirit was involuntarily lifted. What is this? Uchiha Mikoto raised her head suddenly and looked at Naraku in astonishment. Looking at the other party's slightly opened red lips due to astonishment, Naraku lowered his head and kissed her unceremoniously. Uchiha Mikoto's body stiffened, but then immediately softened. He gave her another wave of water. Until the eyes of the wife in his arms were blurred again, Naraku withdrew with satisfaction. It's just a little trick. Okay, hurry up and do it. Naraku chuckled, and then patted the other party's hips naturally to signal. The body trembled again. The blow from the hips woke Uchiha Mikoto from the blur. She got up quickly with a pink body. I will send someone to gather the tribe members as soon as I clean up. After saying this, Uchiha Mikoto ran into the bathroom with a strange posture. Naraku's sight followed the other party, and then moved down to the floor where the other party passed. Seeing the water drops on the floor that seemed to point to the bathroom, a playful look appeared on his face. After all, she was the wife of the clan leader who was carefully selected. This qualification was indeed not something that an ordinary woman could possess. Uchiha Mikoto was more anxious to evacuate Konoha than Naraku expected. During the day, Tsunade even came to her in person, and her words all wanted her to join the other side like Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto naturally sneered at this. But she also knew that she could not delay for long. If their clan did not take any action, the next step would probably not be verbal communication, but pressure. After being nourished by Tianyi divine water, Uchiha Mikoto, who had recovered her physical strength, simply cleaned up and changed into new clothes and left the bedroom. Determined to leave Konoha, she had already arranged for evacuation in advance even before getting Naraku's confirmation. The property of the Uchiha clan had already been sealed in the scroll. At this time, under the arrangement of Uchiha Mikoto, a group of Uchiha members quickly went to various places in the clan under the cover of night. One by one, the Uchiha members who were unaware of the situation were awakened from their sleep, and then gathered together with a confused look on their faces. What is going on? Why are we gathered here in the middle of the night? Hyaku, don't make a noise. The person who brought me here has already said that this is the order of the clan leader, and asked us to keep quiet. Misaka? Does the clan leader have any secret arrangements to give to us? I don't know. Anyway, we just wait quietly. In the open space, more and more Uchiha clan members gathered. Such a situation made the unaware people whisper. However, because they had been explained when they came, and there were also Uchiha elites in combat uniforms around the open space to maintain order, so it did not cause too much noise. Clan leader, the personnel have been counted, and all clan members have gathered. Uchiha Keisuke, who was also in front of the open space and was in charge of command, hurriedly found Uchiha Misaka. When reporting to Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Keisuke unconsciously glanced at Naraku, who was standing next to Uchiha Mikoto. Naraku, standing side by side with Uchiha Mikoto, with his arms folded across his chest, noticed Uchiha Keisuke's gaze and smiled at him casually. Naraku was casual, but Uchiha Keisuke was not. The man in front of him was the future supporter of their clan. Seeing Naraku's smile, Uchiha Keisuke didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly bowed slightly, and gave Naraku a response that he thought was kind's smile. It is true that most of the Uchiha clan are arrogant. But this arrogance also depends on the person. When facing people who are stronger than themselves, the Uchiha will also give respect. This is true even for Uchiha Keisuke, the elder. Not to mention the matter of surrendering, Naraku's strength is enough for Uchiha Keisuke to give the highest respect. Sir, I am ready here and can evacuate at any time. Uchiha Mikoto did not pay attention to Uchiha Keisuke's situation. After confirming that the clan members had gathered, she immediately turned to Naraku for instructions. Well, let's go. Naraku nodded slightly, looked around at everyone in the field, and without any movement, invisible waves spread under his feet. The invisible waves radiated the entire field in an instant, covering everyone present. The next second, swish! Including Naraku, all the Uchiha clan members and the collected finances disappeared in the Uchiha clan land. A light breeze blew past, bringing up dead leaves and dust. It was only a second before and after. But at this moment, the Uchiha clan land seemed particularly desolate. At the same time, the breeze that brought up the dead leaves and dust did not dissipate immediately, but slowly grew stronger. As it left the Uchiha clan land, it continued to blow towards the entire Konoha. Chapter 240 disappeared. Sinking ship? Gone. In the Senju clan land, Tsunade suddenly stood up from the sofa and looked at the subordinates who came to report in disbelief. Yes, Master Tsunade, all the people of the Uchiha clan suddenly disappeared from their clan land, and neither the gate guards nor the perception team found that the Uchiha clan had left the village last night. Tsunade's subordinates nodded repeatedly and reported the situation truthfully. Confirming that she had heard correctly, Tsunade's face gradually changed. How is it possible? How could the Uchiha suddenly disappear? Could it be that someone attacked the Uchiha clan last night and killed all the Uchiha? No. Not to mention the strength of the Uchiha clan, even if someone really attacked the Uchiha clan, there would be no movement last night. Even Danzo couldn't do this. So what is going on? Quick, check the entire Uchiha clan immediately. No matter if it's traces of battle or anything else, don't miss any clues. After a while, Tsunade suppressed her doubts and gave an order with a grim face. Yes. I'll go right away. The subordinate was awed and left in a hurry. It was not only Tsunade who thoroughly checked the Uchiha clan, but also Danzo. When he learned that the Uchiha suddenly disappeared, Danzo was also shocked and sent people to the Uchiha clan to investigate immediately. There are no signs of fighting, and all the important property is gone. Lady Tsunade, could it be that the Uchiha clan secretly defected from the village? Based on the current situation, this is indeed very certain, otherwise it is really impossible to explain the sudden disappearance of the Uchiha clan. But the question is, how did the Uchiha clan leave the village? No one found that any Uchiha left the village last night. Could it be that the Uchiha clan bribed the people in the perception class or the guards? It was not only Tsunade and Danzo who discovered the mysterious disappearance of the Uchiha clan. Many ninja clans and high-level officials in Konoha also learned the news at the first time. For this situation, the high-level officials who supported Tsunade gathered in the Senju clan territory. At this moment, when the results of the thorough investigation of the Uchiha clan territory were reported back, the high-level officials gathered here were all in doubt. There are no signs of fighting. This means that the disappearance of the Uchiha clan was not due to an attack. The disappearance of important property. This further proves that the disappearance of the Uchiha clan was not only caused by themselves, but also prepared in advance. In other words, the disappearance of the Uchiha clan was simply a defection. The only thing that confuses the top leaders now is the way for the Uchiha clan to leave. Do you still remember the attack on us by the Sand Village, the Cloud Village, and the Star Country? Suddenly, someone mentioned something. When this was said, the people present were stunned at first, and then they seemed to think of something, and their faces changed drastically. You mean the Uchiha clan defected from that man? In the current ninja world, the only person who can quietly take away all the Uchiha clan members, I think that man is the only one. It shouldn't be. The Uchiha clan sent people to assassinate the other party, and for this, the Uchiha clan also lost a lot of elites. How could the two sides get mixed up? It's no big deal. How can the death of some people compare to the actual benefits? With the strength of the Uchiha, if they really defected to the Star Country, that man would probably not refuse. As for why the Uchiha defected, when someone raised doubts, someone soon calmly analyzed it. But as the analysis went on, he immediately hesitated and couldn't say anything. The Star Country is willing to accept the Uchiha clan. As for why the Uchiha clan defected from the village, many people present were silent about this. The civilian high-level officials may not know much about the experience of the Uchiha clan, but how could the high-ranking officials of the ninja clan not know about it? During the period of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan was suppressed in both open and covered ways. After Denzo came to power, the suppression of the Uchiha clan was even more nakedly exposed. It was obviously the strongest force in the village, but because of the selfish thoughts of the people in power, not only did they not receive preferential treatment, but they were always suppressed. Even rabbits will bite when they are anxious, not to mention the radical Uchiha clan. As for the situation of the Uchiha clan, not launching a coup was already considered mild, and defection was not worth mentioning at all. Tsunade, who was sitting in the first seat, also remained silent. The defection of the Uchiha clan certainly made her very angry, but the situation of the other party really made her not know how to blame. I will send someone to investigate whether the Uchiha clan defected to the Star Country. The most important thing now is the war. Next, I will immediately go to the battlefield over there in the Sand Village. The Kirigakure village on the other side can only rely on you. Tsunade took a deep breath, looked around at everyone and began to make arrangements. Whether the Uchiha clan defected to the Star Country or not, the Uchiha clan's defection is beyond doubt. Now that the Uchiha clan is missing, the pressure of war she faces will undoubtedly increase. Is it true? The Uchiha clan defected. Of course it's true. This has been announced. How could this happen? How could the Uchiha clan defect? Damn Uchiha, they are so bold that they dared to betray the village. This is troublesome. If the Uchiha clan defected, wouldn't the village's strength be greatly reduced? What about the war? The Uchiha clan's defection not only shocked and angered Tsunade and others, but also caught Denzo off guard. It was just different from Tsunade's. Denzo was furious. He was going to wipe out the Uchiha clan completely, but now they had escaped. He was furious and announced the Uchiha's defection in the village, and even issued a hunting order with great fanfare, as if he wanted to kill all the Uchiha clan. But such a move was obviously useless. On the contrary, with his announcement, the people at the bottom of Konoha were dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the Uchiha clan would defect. Similarly, the defection of the Uchiha clan also made many people feel cold. Because of the police department, many people in Konoha were hostile to the Uchiha clan. But it is undeniable that the strength of the Uchiha clan is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Now even the wealthy families in the village have evacuated, which makes many people with active minds even start to think about the way out. There is no way. The big ship of Konoha is like the Titanic. At the beginning, everyone thought it was an unsinkable super ship, but now it has hit an iceberg and is about to sink. Chapter 241 The Uchiha Clan in the Land of Stars. The Land of Stars. In the Star Building. The Uchiha clan will be arranged by you. In the office, Naraku instructed Nono, who came forward. Nono nodded and said, I understand. I will integrate the Uchiha clan into our country as soon as possible. When she first learned about the Uchiha clan's surrender, she was also quite surprised. But she was also very happy after being surprised. The Uchiha clan is undoubtedly powerful. After receiving Naraku's instructions, Nono has begun to think about how to arrange the Uchiha clan. The treatment will naturally not be harsh. After all, they are not Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denzo, and they will not be afraid of Uchiha for no reason. Besides, she believed that under Naraku's command, the Uchiha clan would not be able to retaliate. The preferential treatment was not only to appease the Uchiha clan, but also to send a signal to the outside world. That is, their star country has a broad mind. Even if they were once enemies, as long as they turned over a new leaf in time, their star country would be willing to accept them sincerely. Of course, treatment is treatment, and Nono has no intention of leaving the Uchiha clan idle in other arrangements. The Uchiha clan's excellent combat capabilities can fully adapt to any combat position. Whether it is the police department stationed in the Star City and other important cities in the country, or the military department deployed on the border and responsible for the war, the Uchiha clan can be the main force with a little training. Next, Nono communicated his preliminary arrangements with Naraku. With Naraku's full support, Nono was eager to implement them. Next, pay more attention to the developments of Konoha. After Nono left, Naraku called Jiaoyuo and gave him instructions. With the Uchiha clan leaving, he believed that Konoha would never be peaceful in the future. Yes. Jiaoyuo accepted the order respectfully. I didn't expect that we would actually join the Star Country. You don't know that I was directly scared at the beginning. Haha, you are too timid. Since you will join the Star Country, you must have arranged everything. What do we have to worry about? By the way, the Star City is really prosperous. It feels that Konoha is much worse. That's right. Although I have heard about some of the situations in the Star Country before, I found that it is far more prosperous than I knew after I came here. The Star Country is now definitely the second largest force after the 5 major countries. It's really good for us to join here. At least it's much better than staying in Konoha. Indeed, the village, no, Konoha's suppression of our clan is obvious to all. I've had enough of that kind of life. Anyway, I think it's good to join the Star Country now. Time flies, and it's been a week before I know it. After Nono's arrangement, an area in the Star City was planned as the new clan land of the Uchiha clan. At this time, in the new Uchiha clan land, Uchiha clan members can be seen everywhere talking excitedly. Especially those who were originally unaware. When they first learned that the family had left Konoha and joined the Star Country, many Uchiha people were very nervous and uneasy. But as many days passed, from top to bottom, the people of the Uchiha clan, it was found that the situation after joining the Star Country was much better than expected. Just as Nono and Naraku communicated. In terms of treatment, such as living, Nono gave the Uchiha clan very good preferential treatment. At the same time, after many days of observation, the people of the Uchiha clan were all surprised to find that the prosperity of the Star City was even better than Konoha. Such prosperity has greatly improved morale. Shisui, I heard that you will enter the military department next. With your ability, you will definitely be reused soon. In a training ground, several Uchiha elites gathered together to talk. One of them was particularly young and looked like a teenager. It was just that the young appearance of the boy did not attract the contempt of others, but instead surrounded the boy in the center. Well, I did receive a call from the military department, but it is still too early to reuse, so I can only try my best. Seeing someone talking about himself, Uchiha Shisui scratched his head and said, "You are too modest. Don't we know your ability? This is not Konoha. I believe that with your ability, it is only a matter of time before you are important." An Uchiha elite beside him patted Uchiha Shisui's shoulder encouragingly. Uchiha Shisui smiled and said nothing. But in his heart, reuse? The clan leader also said so. Star Country is not Konoha, and will not suppress their clan for no reason, so as long as they work hard to gain merit, they will be reused. And as a new force joining Star Country, their clan needs to work hard to perform better. Teacher Naraku, I didn't expect that I would leave Konoha like you, and become your subordinate. Uchiha Shisui muttered silently. When he first came to Star Country, his heart was very complicated. After all, he once regarded protecting his family and village as his life belief. But now, the family has chosen to leave Konoha, and he has also joined the Star Country with the family. It is impossible to say that there is no sense of loss in this process. However, as he discovered the preferential treatment his family received and the increasingly smiling faces of the clan members, he is now gradually accepting the reality. From now on, in addition to the family, what he has to protect is no longer Konoha, but the Star Country. According to the information obtained by the intelligence team, in the past few days, the 4 major ninja villages have increased their offensive against Konoha. In the office of Xingchen building. Sitting in the office chair, Naraku tapped the table with his fingers and listened thoughtfully to the report of Jiaoyuo next to him. The content of the report was exactly the Konoha movement he had explained a few days ago. With Jiaoluo's report, Naraku quickly understood the situation of Konoha in the past few days. In addition to Danzo's useless hunting order against the Uchiha clan, the biggest movement is still concentrated on the battlefield. Danzo announced the Uchiha defection, and the spread was not only in Konoha, but also spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. The rulers of Konoha regarded the Uchiha clan as a threat, and so did the 4 major ninja villages. No force could underestimate the Uchiha clan. Now that the Uchiha clan has left Konoha, no matter where they go, the most direct manifestation is that Konoha's strength has dropped sharply again. Such a situation undoubtedly gave the 4 major ninja villages more hope to break through Konoha. For this reason, they increased their offensive against Konoha at the first time. Chapter 242 The Tiger begins. For example, the Sand Village. Cho, who was originally stationed in the Sand Village, hurried to the front line and cooperated with Yekeng to launch an extremely fierce offensive against Konoha. That is, Tsunade led a part of the Senju clan to provide support in time, otherwise Konoha would definitely face serious losses in this battlefield. The same is true for other battlefields. The situation is even worse than that of the Sand Village battlefield. After all, except Tsunade, the other 3 battlefields lack key top-level combat forces. Therefore, except for the Sand Village battlefield, which is slightly better, Konoha is completely defeated in the other 3 battlefields. Especially the Kirigakure battlefield. Although Tsunade has arranged for the Senju clan to replace the original Uchiha clan, the Kirigakure's offensive is far more radical than before. The fierceness of its offensive is as if it has a life-and-death feud with Konoha, and it is completely attacking without regard for casualties. The Senju clan and the Kirigakure. When Jiaoluo finished his report, Naraku had almost figured out the situation. First is the Senju clan. At the beginning, the Senju clan was divided into small pieces. He knew that the entire Konoha and even the Land of Fire were dispersed. Now that the sign of the Senju clan has been erected again, it is obvious that it is from Tsunade's hand. The Senju clan is indeed extraordinary. And the development strategy of breaking up the whole into parts is also very smart. This has allowed the Senju clan to reproduce better than the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan in these years. However, the development strategy of breaking up the whole into parts also has disadvantages. One is people's hearts, and the other is inheritance. The older generation may be okay after hiding their surnames and reproducing for many years, but the new generation may not necessarily believe in the Senju clan so much. Especially the latter's inheritance. The dispersed reproduction makes the inheritance accepted by most of the new generation of the Senju clan lack a certain degree of integrity. The talents of the Senju clan are indeed excellent, but the lack of inheritance will inevitably greatly reduce the potential for growth. Just according to the report just now by Jiaoluo. Although the Senju clan has reappeared in Konoha, so far, except for the considerable number of people, there are no particularly outstanding people in terms of quality. This situation obviously made the Senju clan lack core competitiveness, and the reappearance of the Senju clan did not reverse the war situation. Then there was the Hidden Mist village. From the sudden tearing up of the armistice agreement by the Land of Water to the obvious abnormal offensive of the Hidden Mist village now. It was hard for Naraku not to think too much. He seriously suspected that the 4th generation Mizukage, Karitachi Yagura, was very likely controlled by Uchiha Obito as in the original plot. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain the current abnormality of the Hidden Mist village. With the current situation of Konoha, I'm afraid it won't last too long. Naraku thought silently. The reunion of the Senju clan certainly brought new strength to Konoha, but the negative impact of the Uchiha clan's departure was also real. The best manifestation is morale. The morale of people on the battlefields of Konoha is now quite low. For such a situation, Naraku can only say that the other party is completely asking for it. Not to mention preferential treatment, if Konoha can treat the Uchiha clan fairly, based on the relationship of establishing Konoha, the Uchiha clan will not be so radical as to leave Konoha. Galuro, immediately summon Nono, Natsuisa, Sasori, Yu, Uchiha Mikoto, and others to the conference room. Naraku slowly stood up and ordered Galuro on the side. Yes. Galuro was slightly startled, and then immediately took the order and left. Looking at Galuro leaving, Naraku also strode out of the office and went to the conference room. Originally, he wanted to wait until the expanded territory was completely digested before sending troops to the Land of Fire. But now Konoha is already doomed. In order to seize more benefits, he is ready to send troops in advance. What's going on? Are we going to fight again? Haven't all the small countries to the west and up to the coast been annexed by the Star Country? Why does the Star Country look like it's going to send out another expedition? So many ninjas. This scale is even larger than the previous expedition. Could it be that they are preparing for a new round of expansion to the Wind Country and the Earth Country on both sides? It shouldn't be the Wind Country. After all, we are allies of the Wind Country. The Earth Country is very likely. Do you think the target of this expedition will be the Fire Country? The next morning, the residents of Star City looked at the Star Ninjas walking through the streets in amazement. Some were even curious and followed until they came to the city gate. Finally, the people of Star City were shocked to find that a large army of ninjas with a total of 2,000 people had gathered at the city gate. And at the front of the 2,000 ninjas were Xiaorixing, Scorpion, Yu, and Uchiha Mikoto. Let's go! After the assembly, Xiaorixing, who was in the center and also served as the commander, waved his hand and gave the order with great power. Swish, swish, swish. Amid the dense sound of breaking through the air, the two ninja armies, led by Xiaorixing and his 4 men, quickly moved away from the Star City. Star Tower. On the 8th floor, standing in front of the window, Naraku quietly looked at the departing army. This time we will send out 2,000 troops. Although the troops are not as strong as the other 4 parties, with Xiaorixing and her men in charge, we will definitely not lose to any party in terms of combat capability. I believe that in the next war, all forces in the ninja world will see our strength. Next to him, Nono, who was also looking forward to the departure of the army, spoke with a very excited mood. This expedition to the Fire Country, whether in terms of lineup or significance, is not comparable to the previous annexation of those small countries. After all, the Fire Country is one of the 5 major countries, and even before the 3 wars, it has always been the leader of the 5 major countries. The young tiger has just grown into a fierce tiger. Now that the Star Country has set out to attack the Fire Country, it can definitely be regarded as the newly formed tiger of the Star Country beginning to show its fangs to the entire ninja world. Well said, it is indeed time to let the outside world see our strength. Hearing Nono's words, Naraku smiled slightly. Although it is earlier than expected, with the current military strength of the country, it is enough to show off its muscles to the outside world. There are Bird Country and Rain Country between the Star Country and the Fire Country. The Bird Country is nothing, the key is the Rain Country. Relying on the Tamazu life, Naraku has confirmed that Nagato, like in the original plot, not only killed Hanzo, but also ruled the Rain Country. If it were normal times, he would not mind fighting with the other party and taking down the Rain Country, but now in order to quickly to enter the battlefield of Fire Country to seize benefits, he chose to go through Wind Country. Xiaorixing was the commander-in-chief, Sasori was the deputy commander, and Yu and Uchiha Mikoto were the main generals. The army of Star Country quickly went through Wind Country, crossed River Country, and finally joined Sand Village to the border of Fire Country. Star Country. Yes, it is said that Star Country sent 2,000 ninjas to join the siege of Fire Country. 2,000 ninjas? Has Star Country's military power developed to this extent? Would it dare to target Fire Country together with the 4 major ninja villages? The Star Country's army joined with Sand Village? The relationship between the two sides is too good, isn't it? 2,000 ninjas would be nothing in normal times, but with Konoha's current situation, Star Country's joining is probably the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Is Fire Country really going to be finished? Without hiding their whereabouts, Star Country's expedition to Fire Country was quickly detected by major forces in the ninja world. Some were shocked by Star Country's military power, while others gloated over Fire Country's misfortune. Please collect, recommend, and vote. Chapter 243 Battlefield Fight. Especially Rock Village, Cloud Village, and Mist Village. When they learned that the Star Country not only went to war with the Fire Country, but also joined forces with the Sand Village, the 3 parties suddenly became nervous. Of course, they were not nervous about the safety of the Fire Country, but they were afraid that the alliance between the Star Country and the Sand Village would grab more benefits. The Fire Country cake is so big. If the Star Country and the Sand Village take one more bite, then the other 3 parties will inevitably take one less bite. Not to mention the Rock Village, which is already in a hostile relationship with the Star Country, even the Cloud Village, which is also an ally. When they learned that the Star Country had joined, they were nervous and hurried to increase their offensive on the battlefield again. Kill. In the dense forest, the deafening sound of fighting went straight to the sky. Various shuriken, kunao and other ninja tools formed a force that covered the sky and the sun and clashed. Some of them splashed countless sparks when they collided. Some of them exploded violently because they carried detonating talismans. Some even passed through the other party's ninja tools and fell into the crowd. Blood splattered. Figures fell out of the team screaming because they were hit by ninja tools. The clash of ninja tools was just the prelude to war. In the forest, two streams of figures kept approaching each other and finally collided fiercely. Two streams. One was the Konoha army led by Tsunade. The other was the combined army of Sand Village and Star Country led by Yekeng and Natsuisa. Ninja tools flew. Swords and swords were flying. Ninjutsu blossomed. Fists and feet burst out. When the two armies collided, fierce fighting broke out immediately. Someone fell down almost every moment, and the forest was quickly filled with a strong smell of blood. With the tacit cooperation of Naraku and Yekeng, the combined Star Country Army and Sand Village Army launched a large-scale and fierce offensive against Konoha at the first time. Be careful of the summoned beasts on the enemy, they can heal the enemy's injuries. Get rid of the enemy's summoned beasts first. Kill, don't give the enemy a chance to breathe. In the fierce fight, you can see that the Konoha personnel have a slug on their shoulders. Whenever a Konoha member is injured, the slug will immediately release chakra to heal the wounded. Although its healing effect is not as good as the 100 healings technique, such healing undoubtedly greatly reduces the casualties of Konoha personnel. The Sand Village, which has fought with Konoha many times, is no longer surprised by this scene, and even loudly reminds the Star Country personnel as an ally. Kamikaze slash. A huge wind blade slash swept across. The superfast speed and terrifying sharpness directly caused more than a dozen Konoha ninjas in front to be cut off without even a chance to react. At the same time, the damage of the broken body also made the slugs on these Konoha ninjas helpless. Tsunade's summoning beast? The other party is really brave. With such a large scale of war, they dare to disperse such a large amount of chakra to heal other people. You, who came from the root organization, was naturally familiar with the slugs on the Konoha ninjas. Her eyes swept over the slugs on the nearby Konoha ninjas, and she sneered in surprise at Tsunade's healing ability. The healing of the slugs did indirectly enhance the combat capability of the Konoha side, but this method was obtained by exchanging a large amount of chakra. Even with the advanced storage of the yin seal, the chakra effect produced by such a large-scale healing is absolutely amazing. Without pausing, Yu immediately killed other nearby Konoha ninjas while her eyes swept. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Suddenly, a figure rushed over quickly. Only 3 seals were formed during the approach, and a mighty huge water dragon quickly condensed and bit Yu fiercely. He looked at the person who performed the water escape technique. This person was a Konoha ninja who was about 30 years old. To be precise, this person was an elite jonin of the Senju clan. Though the Senju clan failed to produce top-level combat power, it was clear that there were still some elite jonin. Zhang! The knife flashed. The appearance of the huge water dragon not only gave Yu instant insight, but also he turned around without giving in and slashed the water dragon in half with a sharp strike. The golden vertical pupil of the sky eye between the eyebrows. Yu cut off the water dragon and locked his sight on the Thousand Hands elite jonin who attacked him. Wind-style chakra mode. The invisible wind wrapped around his body, and Yu immediately turned into a residual image, and quickly closed the distance between the two sides. Crack! The knife light was sharp. When the approaching Yu swung his knife, the Thousand Hands elite jonin on the opposite side hurriedly blocked with a kunao. Just in the collision, the kunao was immediately cut off by the knife light. Ah! The Thousand Hands elite jonin who could not dodge was torn by the knife light that continued to approach, and blood spurted out of his chest, forming a deep knife mark. Kicked with both legs. After a knife, Yu took advantage of the victory and kicked the staggering Thousand Hands elite jonin, causing him to spit blood and fly away. Dense shuriken swept over. Although Yu's mastery of the Sky Eye is only at the second stage, due to Naraku's improvement, it has already incorporated the insight of the Byakugan. This allows you to immediately perceive the incoming shuriken, and decisively spins to sweep away all the approaching shuriken. Several figures rushed over, and it was the nearby Konoha ninjas who discovered the danger of the Thousand Hands elite jonin and wanted to come to support. Peacock Mystery Beast. Wind-style vacuum ball. Fire-style great fireball technique. Soft fist empty palm. The people of Konoha wanted to support, but the problem was that there were not only people from Konoha nearby, but also ninjas from the Star Country. Several Konoha ninjas who wanted to support had not yet approached you, and various attacks immediately attacked from all around, directly killing these Konoha ninjas on the spot. Look at the people who made the move. There are ninjas trained by the Star Country itself, ninjas who surrendered during the expansion, and Hyuga ninjas and Uchiha ninjas who joined the Star Country later. Go ahead, kill all the enemies. Don't think you can be so arrogant just by relying on a mere summoned beast. Kill. The ninjas of the Star Country were all in high spirits, shouting and killing the people of Konoha. All very capable. Seeing the high morale of her people, Yu smiled slightly and immediately continued to kill the Thousand Hands elite Jonin who had just been injured by her. Send seal release. Perhaps influenced by the people below, Yu no longer kept it to herself. As the red lotus bloomed, the celestial chakra swept through her body, greatly improving all aspects of Yu. Ah! In the almost flashing flight, Yu quickly met the Thousand Hands elite Jonin again. A sharper sword light enveloped. Facing the greatly increased strength of Yu, the already seriously injured Thousand Hands elite Jonin only lasted a few rounds before being killed by Yu with one sword. After eliminating a high-ranking enemy fighter, Yu looked for other nearby Konoha ninjas with sharp eyes. Swish! The body turned into a shadow at a very fast speed. With the sharp sword light blooming, Yu quickly shuttled through the crowd, harvesting the lives of Konoha ninjas one by one. Chapter 244 Dominant Suppression. Lightning Release, Pseudo-Darkness. Hands quickly formed seals, and the huge thunder spear shot out, directly killing several Konoha ninjas on the opposite side into charred corpses. The six-pointed star pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Uchiha Mikoto, who was performing the lightning release, quickly glanced left and right, and then her hands turned into hand knives, condensed lightning, and attacked the nearest Konoha ninja. Puff! The hand knife wrapped with lightning was like a divine weapon, and it tore the approaching Konoha ninja in half when it was swung. Traitor, die! A roar came from not far away, and two Konoha Jonins rushed towards Uchiha Mikoto angrily. The combat uniform on Uchiha Mikoto had the traditional clan emblem of the Uchiha clan, which made it easy for Konoha people to identify her identity. The Uchiha clan's departure from Konoha not only brought panic to Konoha's people, but also caused hatred from many people, who regarded the Uchiha clan as traitors. The word traitor came into her ears. Uchiha Mikoto glanced away coldly. The six-pointed star rotated. The two Konoha Jonins who came to kill froze, and they were invaded by illusions, and their eyes became distracted. Puff! Flashing over, the hand knife wrapped in lightning quickly cut off the heads of the two Konoha Jonins. Traitor! You betrayed our clan! Uchiha Mikoto said coldly, and then killed other Konoha ninjas nearby again. Puppets shuttled through the crowd, using various mechanisms and poisoned hidden weapons to start a frenzy of killing. Scorpion, puppet control is not just about the accumulation of numbers, but about the number of them. Humph, can't you see my puppets? They don't just rely on numbers to kill the enemy, their quality is also excellent. Cho and Scorpion, standing side by side, controlled their puppets to kill the enemy with their own white secret techniques and red secret techniques while still talking. It was unknown what kind of communication Scorpion and Cho had. At this time on the battlefield, the two not only did not have a conflict, but also fought side by side tacitly. Hearing Scorpion's words, Cho looked carefully at Scorpion's puppets, and her eyes soon showed surprise. She thought that her grandson's way of puppetry was on the road of quantity. But after careful observation, she actually found that her grandson's puppets were of extremely high quality. Even faintly surpassed her Kinmatsu 10 people. You should know that her 10 Kinmatsu people are from their village. The masterpiece carefully crafted by the puppet master ancestor Bunzamon. His puppetry skills are at the pinnacle. Don't be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The battlefield is not like an ordinary battle. It is the most challenging for the puppet's strength. Although he was surprised at the quality of his grandson's puppet, Cho still forced himself to act like a senior. Scorpion. Sure enough, it is easy for people to get presbyopia when they get old. Although the quality of his red secret technique puppet is not as good as that of the third Kazekage, it is definitely superior to that of the 10 Kinmatsu. Scorpion is too lazy to talk to the old man next to him, and is ready to use actual results to prove that his puppetry skills have surpassed the other party. The joining of the Senju clan has brought new strength to Konoha. But at most, Tsunade's total strength is only more than 3,000 ninjas. In comparison, the combined forces of the Star Country and the Sand Village have a strength of 6,000. Even if Tsunade was willing to use the slugs to improve the combat capability of Konoha, it would still be difficult to change the situation of the war, not to mention the disparity in the top combat power. Large-scale war is the most challenging test of combat capability. The situation of the war that has broken out is developing very quickly. Although Tsunade and the Konoha army led by her were aggressive at the beginning, it took only a moment for Konoha to completely fall behind. Especially the dominant suppression of top combat power such as Uchiha Mikoto, Yu, Sasori, and Cho. When facing the top combat power of the coalition army, the people of Konoha suffered continuous casualties. Boom! The two fists collided, and the impact mixed with lava burst violently, causing serious cracks and collapses on the surrounding ground. The owners of the fists were Tsunade and Natsuki Sing. In the short stalemate, Natsuki Sing fell behind in terms of strength with the help of the strange power technique, and was repelled by Tsunade. But Tsunade was also no match for the high temperature of the lava, and her fist was burned. 100 Healings Technique Regeneration. At the beginning of the battle, Tsunade had already used all her skills to unlock the Yin Seal. With her extraordinary regeneration ability, the burns on Tsunade's fist healed quickly. But during this process, someone quickly took over from Xiaorixing. Senjutsu, Burning Escape. Condensing a huge fireball, Yaking attacked from the side with cold eyes. Boom! The huge fireball engulfed Tsunade, and the terrible high temperature contained in it almost melted her whole body. Destruction and Regeneration. Under the regeneration obtained by the rapid consumption of chakra, Tsunade rushed out of the fire wave formed by the huge fireball in a panic. But what greeted her was Xiaorixing, who attacked again. In the previous collision, Xiaorixing was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. But whether it was the defense of the peacock armor or the self-healing ability brought by the four-tailed beast, it did not cause substantial damage to Xiaorixing. Peacock Magic Technique, Eagle Claw. The sharp claws tore. Tsunade, who hastily blocked, was blown away, and her defensive arms were torn with claw marks deep enough to see the bone. Ball of Fire. Fireballs flew out one after another, quickly catching up with Tsunade, who was flying backwards, and once again made her fall into the terrible burning of the Burning Escape. Flying Wing Slash. Spreading wings and flying. Flying at low altitude, Xiaorixing used her wings as swords, and quickly added another burning slash mark to Tsunade's body. You come and I go. Although it was the first time to cooperate, Xiaorixing and Yaking still fully demonstrated the level of top-level combat power. The two did not give Tsunade any chance to breathe, and launched offensives again and again. Similarly, facing the joint efforts of Xiaorixing and Yaking, Tsunade had great difficulty in parrying, let alone counter-attacking. From the beginning of the battle, she basically relied on the 100 Healings technique to hold on. But the 100 Healings technique also has its limits. The slugs that healed the Konoha personnel would consume a lot of Tsunade's chakra at all times. Add to that the repeated injuries. This made Tsunade's chakra completely like a flood that broke through the dam, consuming it crazily. Tsunade-sama, I'll help you. A figure emitting green energy shouted and rushed from a distance. Wind Style, Thousand Faces Wind. Peacock Magic, Beast. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Countless tiny wind blades and materialized chakra formed tiger and other ninjutsu to intercept the attacking green figure. The interceptors were ninjas from the Sand Village and the Land of Stars. When Xiaorixing, Yaking, and Tsunade were fighting, their own people were watching closely nearby. When they found that someone from Konoha wanted to interfere with their own commander's battle, the people from the Land of Stars and the Sand Village nearby would naturally not allow it. Chapter 245 Blue Beast. The Sixth Gate, Jingmen Open. The green energy emanating from his body suddenly surged. Facing the attack, Might Dai not only did not retreat, but burst out with a faster speed. While galloping, Might Dai relied on super-fast speed to avoid the attack, and at the same time quickly closed the distance, and kicked Xiaorixing, who was closest to him. Eagle Claw. The eye between his eyebrows allowed Xiaorixing to immediately detect Might Dai's attack. Knowing that the opponent's attack was unusual, Xiaorixing decisively extended his hand and released a hot lava claw. Boom! The naked eye can see in the turbulent air waves, hot lava splashed everywhere. Although Might Dai was not as good as his future son, he opened the sixth gate of the 8 gates, and his speed and strength reached a very amazing level. In the fierce collision, his flying kick actually kicked Xiaorixing's lava claws and made them explode. But Might Dai did not have the upper hand. His right foot was also burned by the lava, and he staggered to the ground in pain. Be careful of this guy has mastered a very powerful physical technique. Might Dai's joining also attracted Ye Kang's attention. Seeing Might Dai, Ye Kang immediately reminded Xia Rixing loudly. It is obvious that Might Dai did not just enter the battlefield, but had already fought with Tsunade in the Sand Village. To be precise, Might Dai is now Tsunade's newly promoted capable general. The reason is precisely from the 8 gates. Different from the experience of the original plot. In the struggle for power between Tsunade and Danzo, in order to recruit more talents in the village, they accidentally discovered the buried genius Might Gai. At that time, although Might Gai was only a 10,000-year-old genin and was despised by many people, he attracted Tsunade's attention because of his practice of the 8 gates. Mainly because she had read the Book of Seals, she knew that the 8 gates were not simple. So when she learned that someone in the village practiced this forbidden technique, she, who was eager for talent, made a special effort to understand it. The result was that she found that Might Gai not only learned the 8 gates, but also practiced it to the 8th gate. Although Might Gai did not open the 8th gate, just the display of the 7th gate made Tsunade know that she had picked up a treasure. Back to the present. Feeling the burning pain from his feet, Might Gai did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately crossed his arms in front of him. Shock gate, open! With a roar, the blue steam formed by the evaporation of sweat not only wrapped around Might Gai's body, but also violently shattered the nearby ground. The further unrestricted chakra flowed wildly throughout his body, increasing Might Gai's physique to an exaggerated degree. The huge lava claws attacked. Although Might Gai opened the 7th gate with amazing power, it did not shock Xia Rixing. He stretched out his hand and burst out even more ferocious lava claws. Boom! The ground exploded. Might Gai disappeared in the attack of the lava claws. Looking up at the sky, the disappeared Might Gai leaped to the sky, and with his terrible explosive power, he walked in the air, like a falling meteor, and swooped down and punched Xia Rixing. The wings flew. Might Gai's fist hit the lava wings that turned into a shield. Boom! Lava splashed. The roaring and rolling shock wave radiated all around, causing the nearby air to distort. The terrible power from Might Gai's fist caused pits to burst out of his lava wings. But he still failed to break through. The pits that burst out were quickly filled with new lava. Might Gai's face was distorted by the terrible high temperature, and he jumped into the air in a hurry. Spreading his wings, countless lava feathers fell and swept. Ha! Might Gai, who was walking in the air, looked at the huge range of feathers coming at him, and roared with his fists. The fists rubbed against the air. In an instant, like a peacock spreading its tail, flame-shaped fists flew out of Might Gai's fists, colliding violently with the feathers. Boom! The fire dragon flew and violently hit Tsunade. When Xia Rixing and Might Gai fought, Ye King continued to attack Tsunade. Damn it! Tsunade, who was pale, dodged in a hurry, but Ye King controlled the fire dragon to follow closely, forcing her to use the strange power to confront head-on. With one punch, the fire dragon exploded, but Tsunade also slid backwards, and her fist and arm were burned to the bone. Breathing was rapid. Sweat flowed down. When the 100 healings technique was regenerated, Tsunade was filled with intense fatigue. Not to mention her own consumption. The huge disparity in military strength made the slug heal the Konoha personnel very frequently, so that her chakra consumption rate in this war was much faster than before. I will die, I will definitely die. We can't win at all, I don't want to stay. I surrender, don't kill me. Run away. When Xia Rixing, Ye King fought with Might Dai and Tsunade, the development of the battlefield continued. The rapid increase in casualties, when reaching a certain level, it was like crossing the red line, and soon there were deserters. The deserters were undoubtedly from Konoha. The tragic casualties, the overwhelming gap. From the first deserter, the situation quickly spread, causing more and more Konoha ninjas to flee the battlefield. Retreat, everyone retreat immediately. Using her extraordinary strength to fight against the scorch release again, Tsunade shouted unwillingly as her chakra was depleted. In addition to being able to heal Konoha's personnel, the slug also allows Tsunade to share the slug's vision. The tragic casualties on her side and the increasing number of deserters. Tsunade knew clearly that her side had lost, no matter how unwilling she was. If they continued to hold on, not only would they suffer more casualties, but they would also likely lead to a total rout. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Retreat, retreat quickly! Tsunade's roar was heard by the nearby Konoha ninjas and spread throughout the battlefield. The Konoha personnel, who had already reached their limit, turned around and fled when they learned that they could retreat. Don't let the other side escape. Kill, I will kill all the enemies with you. Want to escape? It's not that easy. No one will be killed if you surrender. The allied forces saw that the enemy wanted to retreat, so they would not let them go easily and immediately started to chase them. During the chase, the Konoha ninjas who were caught up were killed directly if they stubbornly resisted, and those who surrendered were disarmed and detained. Konoha's strong force whirlwind. At supersonic speed, Might Dai kicked Xia Rixing with a whip from the side. Boom! The whip kicked Xia Rixing's raised left arm. The collision between the two was like the triggering of a large number of detonating tags, which immediately caused an amazing roar and impact. The ground under his feet cracked. His feet plowed 2 long furrows on the cracked ground. After sliding for a distance, Xia Rixing launched a counterattack without hesitation, blasting lava claws at Might Dai. Please collect, recommend, and vote for me. Chapter 246 8 Gates of Dungia vs Peacock King. Swish! While his body was shaking, Might Dai moved at a very fast speed again and dodged Xia Rixing's attack in an instant. This guy is too fast. The Sky Eye is insightful. Even with the Sky Eye of the second stage of the 3 Megatama Sharingan, Xia Rixing could only barely catch a trace of Might Dai. Xia Rixing frowned slightly at Might Dai's extreme speed. Although the opponent's brief stagnation during the attack gave her enough time to respond. But if she counterattacked, her attack would still be difficult to hit the opponent. Immortal Seal Release. Finding it difficult to quickly take down the opponent, Xia Rixing decisively burst out with all her strength. Boom! A dot of vermilion under the eye of heaven blossomed into a red lotus. As the endless stream of immortal chakra swept through Xia Rixing's body, the terrible fluctuations also easily shattered the surrounding ground. Immortal Technique Peacock Magic Flying Wing Slash. The immortal chakra combined with the melting chakra mode. This made the peacock armor on Xia Rixing seem to have changed from mud to steel. With the wings flapping, Xia Rixing burst into extreme speed in the howling wind, spreading his wings and flying towards Might Dai who was walking in the air. The wings are knives. In the immortal mode, Xia Rixing's speed directly surpassed Might Dai, and the wing knife slashed at the opponent fiercely. Danger! Xia Rixing's sudden outburst made Might Dai's face change drastically. When the wing knife attacked, he had no time to dodge and could only hastily raise his arms to block it. Boom! Blood splattered, and Might Dai was chopped and flew out with a scream, like a falling meteor, hitting the ground in the distance. Bleeding profusely on his arms, he was torn with deep scars that could be seen to the bone. Might Dai vomited blood from the violent impact. But he didn't dare to stay at all, and he hurriedly fled from the collapsed pit while enduring the pain. Boom! Just as Might Dai left, Xia Rixing, who swooped over, crushed the pit with his peacock seal, forming a huge deep pit like a meteorite impact. The air wave radiated violently, rolling up a large piece of rock and soil. Fleeting to the distance. Might Dai stopped and turned around, raising his arms to resist the incoming air wave. The opponent actually hides such power. When the air wave dissipated, Might Dai saw Xia Rixing flying up from the deep pit in the distance, and his eyes were full of shock. He thought that he had opened the 7th door, and if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he could at least delay the opponent. I never thought that the other party had hidden his strength before. He glanced at Tsunade who was farther away. Might Dai's heart sank to the bottom when he found that Tsunade was suppressed by the wind shadow of Sand Village and it was difficult for her to escape. Tsunade-sama, I'll hold them back, you leave quickly. With determination in his heart, Might Dai shouted at Tsunade in the distance, and then inserted his right thumb fiercely into his heart. The 8th gate, the gate of death, open. Pulling out his bloody thumb, Might Dai roared, and the blue steam emitted from his body changed again, turning into red steam. Chakra gathers towards the heart. Xia Rixing, who was originally ready to rush forward, saw the sudden change of Might Dai, his eyes were stern, and he immediately felt a strong danger from the other party. Dai. Tsunade subconsciously looked at Might Dai when she heard his roar, and when her eyes came into contact with the red steam on Might Dai, her face suddenly changed. Red steam? This is the color of steam that can only be produced when the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Dungia is opened. Swish! The blood is evaporating, and the infected hair has turned red. Looking at Xia Rixing with white eyes, Might Dai flashed and burst out with a speed far exceeding the previous one. So fast! The pupils contracted. The sky eye, which was also strengthened by the fairy chakra, pushed the limit. Xia Rixing suddenly looked up at the sky. I saw that Might Dai had arrived high above Xia Rixing at some point. Boom! Looking down at Xia Rixing below, Might Dai did not hesitate and punched down immediately. The air was squeezed crazily, and the elephant foot-shaped air cannon carried a terrifying power, like a beam of light, falling from the sky and covering Xia Rixing below. Boom! Melting lava erupts. Like a humanoid volcano, Xia Rixing also raised his arms to blast lava into the sky when Might Dai punched. Boom! Up and down. The air cannon and the lava collided fiercely. In an instant, the violent air wave carried a large amount of lava and radiated in all directions. After a brief stalemate, the lava was suppressed by the air cannon and blew up. Xia Rixing was also hit into the ground by the air cannon with its residual power, causing the earth to collapse into a deep hole. Swish! The air exploded. Might Dai disappeared. The next second, where Yekang and Tsunade were, Might Dai suddenly flashed and punched Yekang. Senjutsu Scorch Chakra Mode. Might Dai's sudden appearance made Yekang's pupil shrink. She hurriedly crossed her arms to block, and at the same time, the scorch escape like fire wrapped around her body. The deafening roar sounded again. Yekang was also enveloped and blown away by the terrifying air cannon. Crack! The two consecutive air cannons showed Might Dai's amazing strength at this time. But this also caused the sound of bone fracture in Might Dai's body. Master Tsunade, I can't hold on for much longer, please leave. Might Dai roared at Tsunade with a distorted face after Yekang was blown away. Damn it! Tsunade, who knew the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, knew what would happen if Might Dai opened the 8th gate. She saw Might Dai asking her to leave quickly, and knew that if she insisted on staying, it would only waste Might Dai's sacrifice. Under the unwilling roar, Tsunade suppressed the grief in her heart, turned around and ran away. The ground turned red. Just as Tsunade was moving away, the ground under Might Dai's feet turned into a volcano, erupting terrifying lava. Swish! When the lava erupted, Might Dai moved away at a very fast speed. The lava erupting nearly 100 meters high did not disperse, but instead changed its shape and condensed into a huge lava peacock. Senjutsu Lava Escape Peak King. Inside the huge lava peacock was Xia Rixing, whose mouth was bleeding and whose peacock armor was cracked. Might Dai was indeed not the future Might Dai. But the death gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu is the ultimate sublimation of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Opening the 8th gate, even though Might Dai's strength was not as good as Might Dai's 8th gate, it also rose to the level below the 6 paths. Boom! The lava peacock was formed, and Xia Rixing locked onto Might Dai who was flying far away. Without any hesitation, he immediately spread his wings, like a burning meteor, carrying a terrifying force and slamming into him. Ah! The continuous collapse of his body made Might Dai roar and vent. He ran out and kicked the lava peacock that was colliding with him. Boom! A shocking collision broke out. When Might Dai, who turned into a red meteor, collided with the lava peacock, violent impact and hot lava immediately spread wildly. During the collision, the lava peacock was kicked and collapsed. But Might Dai was also infected by the lava. Until the end, when the lava peacock exploded, the charred Might Dai fell to the ground below. Chapter 247 Conquering the City. Miracle rained from the sky. Xia Rixing also fell to the ground with the exploded lava. The ground was crushed by her feet. In the cracked pit, Xia Rixing looked at Might Dai on the opposite side with sharp eyes. Under the defense of the peacock armor, the impact of the aftermath alone did not cause much damage to her. On the other hand, Might Dai on the opposite side. The burning of the lava and the backlash of the 8 gates turned the charred body of Might Dai into ashes bit by bit. Is it over? Kai, you should be proud of me. Lying on the ground, Might Dai looked at the sky, with the last brilliant smile of his life on his face. A moment of beauty is eternity. Might Dai, the 10,000-year-old genin of Konoha, proved to the world the brilliance of physical skills at the last moment of his life. What a terrible guy. If I hadn't held on a little longer, I'm afraid I would have had to seek help from Lord Naraku. Looking at Might Dai turning into ashes and dissipating, Xia Rixing relaxed and couldn't help but show admiration in her eyes. The strong deserve respect. Especially the strong like Might Dai who is willing to sacrifice himself to cover his companions. A figure came from a distance. Ahem, where are the people? The figure that came was Yekang. At this time, she was covered in blood, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. He's dead. How are you? Can you still hold on? Xia Rixing pointed to the ashes left by Might Dai, and then looked at Yakang's injuries and asked. It's okay. Knowing that the enemy was dead, Yakang also relaxed as if relieved. She shook her head at Xia Rixing's question. The air cannon attack just now did cause her serious injuries. However, because she used the fairy technique of burning escape to defend in time, the damage was reduced by half. Of course, in order to advance on the battlefield, Yakang immediately summoned a jade gourd filled with water and drank it quickly. As he drank, the injuries on Yakang's body healed immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xia Rixing immediately understood that the jade gourd should contain Tianyi divine water. She was not surprised that Yakang, the wind shadow, had Tianyi divine water. Although he had never cooperated with the other party, he also knew that this Kazekage was also the lover of Lord Naraku. Seeing Yakang drinking Tianyi divine water to heal his injuries, Xia Rixing also summoned the Tianyi divine water that he had prepared in advance to heal his own injuries. Let's go. Now that Konoha is defeated, it is a good time for us to advance. After a while, Yakang and Xia Rixing's injuries were all healed under the nourishment of Tianyi divine water. Without stopping, Yakang and Xia Rixing joined other people on the battlefield. When Tsunade fled, Konoha had already been defeated. Under the arrangement of Yakang and Xia Rixing, only a part of the battlefield was left to clean up and escort the prisoners. The rest of the people, led by Yakang and Xia Rixing, advanced towards the land of fire. Advancing. In addition to continuously expanding the occupied territory, they also captured many fleeing Konoha ninjas. I don't know if it was the impact of the defeat. Only a few of the captured Konoha ninjas resisted to death, and more chose to surrender. Somewhere in the land of fire. How is it? Is Lady Tsunade okay? Not good. Lady Tsunade has a serious chakra overdraft and her vitality is very weak. What? Is there any way to treat her? What should we do? Lady Tsunade is in a coma, and the people of the Land of Stars and the Sand Village are chasing us again. Should we stay and organize an interception or retreat to the village first? During the defeated retreat, many Konoha ninjas were scattered, but some of them gathered together and even supported Tsunade. But at this moment, the gathered Konoha personnel were all nervous. Just because Tsunade, who had joined together, fell into a coma. Kakashi, who was in the crowd, looked at Tsunade, who was pale and in a coma, and unconsciously touched a kunao hanging on his waist. Tsunade-sama is in a coma now. If she returns to the village, she might be plotted against by Danzo. Let's contact the teacher. Pulling down the flying thunder god kunao from his waist, Kakashi silently injected chakra into it. Star Country. Where our battlefield is, Konoha has been completely defeated. So far, the occupied area has expanded several times. In the office of the Star Building, Naraku listened thoughtfully to the battlefield news reported by Jiaoyuo. The joint army formed with the Sand Village undoubtedly won the war with an overwhelming advantage. From the great victory of breaking the defense line, the joint army of the Star Country and the Sand Village did not encounter any decent resistance in the following days. Towns and mineral resources were occupied and taken over one after another. In the process of advancing, the territory occupied by the joint army is expanding rapidly every day. With this trend, it may not take too long to advance to the location of Konoha village in the heart of the Fire Country. What's the situation on the battlefield of the other three parties? Naraku, who knew the situation on our battlefield, asked Jiaoyuo. Jiaoyuo quickly flipped through the documents in his hand and immediately found the relevant information recorded. After we broke through Konoha's defense line, the three parties of Rock Village, Cloud Village and Mist Village all launched large-scale offensives. Jiaoyuo replied. Naraku smiled slightly. Sure enough, he was stimulated. Although the offensive of Rock Village, Cloud Village and Mist Village against Konoha was fierce, they rarely launched large-scale offensives. The reason is very simple, because large-scale offensives consume the most manpower. Unless they are facing a desperate situation and want to turn the tables, or encounter special circumstances, they generally will not launch large-scale offensives. Now it is obviously a special situation. The Fire Country is now like cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. If he eats more, the other three parties will naturally eat less, so it is normal to be anxious. Rinka, Yuika, you are still a little far from being an elite jonin. Training alone is not enough. You still need to experience more practical training. Let's go to the battlefield tomorrow. Naraku turned his office chair and looked at the twin sisters guarding behind him. Hinata Rinka and Hinata Yuka were slightly startled. But what about you, my lord? Hinata Rinka said hesitantly. Naraku smiled and said, why, do you think I really need protection? Hinata Rinka. Hinata Yuka on the side glanced at her sister, and then respectfully said to Naraku, my lord, you are right, we do need practical training, and the stronger we are, the better we can serve as your guard. So obedient. Naraku smiled and raised his hand to pull the other party into his arms, and kissed Hinata Yuka's crystal red lips. Hinata Yuka's beautiful eyes lit up, and she happily slid down and began to take things out of the bag, serving Naraku enthusiastically. In the Star Country, even without Naraku, the top-level combat power is not inferior to the 5 major ninja villages, and even better. However, who would complain about having too many top-level combat power? The war with Konoha is not only a rich plunder, but also an excellent training ground. Hinata Yuka and Hinata Rinka are just the beginning. Naraku is also going to send talents with outstanding potential such as Kajiura and Moroko to the battlefield to cultivate more top-level combat power. Chapter 248 The Rotten Land. Konoha. She is just a waste. She still wants to compete for my position as Hokage. If she really becomes Hokage, the village would have been finished long ago. Inside the Hokage's office, Danzo looked disdainful. He naturally learned about Tsunade's defeat at the first time. For such a result, he felt that it was all Tsunade's fault. This woman is incompetent in other aspects except for her medical ninjutsu. If the other party had not split the village, he believed that under his leadership, the war situation would never have fallen into such a bad situation. Don't send people to support? You know, the joint forces of Star Country and Sand Village are now aggressive and have advanced deeply into the country. Danzo was not the only one in the office. In addition to the root organization and Anbya members who secretly protected him, there was Orochimaru opposite. Seeing that Danzo was only gloating there and had no intention of supporting Tsunade, Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal a playful look. Support? Tsunade dared to split the village with me, why do I need to send people to support her? Danzo sneered. Support? That's impossible. After all, from what he had learned, Tsunade was not dead. Although she had lost her trace since the defeat, how could he support the other party before she was confirmed dead? Aren't you afraid that the Land of Stars and the Sand Village will advance all the way to the village? Orochimaru said faintly. Don't we still have the impure world reincarnation? Danzo said lightly. Why didn't he send people to support? In addition to wanting to use the Land of Stars and the Sand Village to get rid of Tsunade, he also had enough confidence to resolve the crisis. This confidence was the impure world reincarnation. Although he didn't have the trump card of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Danzo, who had seen the power of the impure world reincarnation, also regarded the impure world reincarnation as another trump card of his own. He had already thought about it. This war was a crisis, but it was also his opportunity. Through the war, he could not only take the opportunity to eliminate Tsunade and other rebels, but also rebuild his prestige. Once the village falls into danger, as long as he comes forward to turn the tide, he will surely be able to win the hearts of the people and firmly secure the position of Hokage. Immortality reincarnation. Orochimaru repeated, his eyes flickered slightly, and he chuckled inexplicably. When are you going to use the immortality reincarnation? Orochimaru smiled at Danzo. Danzo thought for a while and said, the defeat of that woman Tsunade has led to the intensification of the offensive of the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. You will use the immortality reincarnation to summon some powerful characters to support these two battlefields. The personnel in the battlefields of the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village are all his people. Thinking that he will need manpower to manage the village after turning the tide and regaining his prestige in the future, he feels that the battlefield he is responsible for still needs to reduce casualties. I need more cells from the first generation of Hokage, especially brain tissue. Orochimaru made his request very straightforwardly. Danzo frowned. This guy always makes demands when he wants to use him. Doesn't he know that he is just a subordinate who depends on him, the Hokage? Danzo couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Orochimaru's behavior of not being able to distinguish his own identity. However, considering that the other party still has value, Danzo temporarily suppressed his dissatisfaction. Well, I will send someone to deliver it to you later. In addition, you arrange for the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama Senju. I plan to use him as a guard. Remember to erase his consciousness. Danzo ordered Orochimaru without hesitation. Orochimaru said readily, "No problem, I will arrange it immediately." Seeing this, Danzo's dissatisfaction was relieved a lot. Although Orochimaru was a little confused about his identity, he was still very obedient sometimes. Orochimaru acted quickly. That day, Hashirama Senju, whose soul was sealed, was reincarnated again, and his consciousness was erased, and he was arranged to be a guard beside Danzo. It seems that his performance made Danzo very satisfied. The next day, the cells and brain tissues that Orochimaru needed were also delivered to him by the root organization. The master has already told you to use the impure world reincarnation to support the battlefields of Iwagakure and Kumagakure today. The root organization member who delivered the cells and brain tissues of Hashirama Senju said. Orochimaru glanced at him. He did not reply immediately, but slowly sealed the cells and brain tissues into the scroll and put them away. Seeing this, the root organization members were immediately displeased. He came to deliver the order on behalf of Danzo. Orochimaru was so negligent that he seemed to lack respect for Danzo. The displeased root organization members opened their mouths and rebuked. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, before the root organization member could speak, the ground under his feet strangely turned into densely packed venomous snakes. Ah! The sudden change made the root members completely unable to react, and they were immediately bitten on the legs by the poisonous snakes under their feet. The poison entered their bodies, and the root members screamed and fell to the ground, and soon their bodies turned black and lost their vitality. It's time to leave this rotten place. I hope Tsunade can see clearly sooner. Orochimaru looked at the dead root members, sighed, and then left. Danzo regarded Orochimaru as a subordinate, and even because Orochimaru protected Tsunade several times, he wanted to eliminate Orochimaru after he lost his value. But he obviously overlooked one point. That is, he was also regarded as an object of use by Orochimaru. After one transaction after another, until now, Danzo's value has been squeezed dry by Orochimaru. How could Orochimaru care about a person who has lost his value? Relying on his understanding of Konoha, Orochimaru easily escaped from Konoha after leaving the experimental base and disappeared far away. Even when he left Konoha, Orochimaru did not forget to cancel the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama Senju. After all, Hashirama Senju was his most precious collection, so how could he leave it to a worthless waste? It's a pity that impure world reincarnation is too difficult to learn, otherwise why would Orochimaru stay? In the office, Danzo looked at the expressionless reincarnation of Hashirama Senju beside him, feeling satisfied but also a little regretful. Of course, he had tried to learn imperial world reincarnation. It's just that the learning difficulty of this forbidden technique is very high, and he can't learn it at all. Subconsciously touching his newly transplanted right arm, Danzo felt even more regretful. Although this arm was cultivated and integrated with multiple pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingan, the domineering power of wood release was still beyond his expectations, so that until now, he has not been able to control it. If it weren't for the checks and balances of multiple pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingan, he would even be backfired by the wood escape of this arm. Chapter 249. Watching him build a red building, watching him entertain guests, watching his building collapse. Hey! Just when Danzo was regretting that he couldn't control the wood escape, suddenly, like a flash of electricity, his face suddenly changed. Someone died? What's going on? Wait, this coordinate is... The seal of tongue rooting has been cracked by Tsunade. But in order to control subordinates, such as members of the root organization, Danzo simply replaced another curse seal. The new curse seal is similar to the seal of tongue rooting. In addition to being able to control life and death, it also has a special sense. At this moment, Danzo changed color because he sensed the death of a member of the root organization. After a brief confusion, when he sensed the coordinates of death, he was even more shocked. Orochimaru. After a while, a roar came from the Hokage's office. Danzo was a step too slow after all. Although he found out through the induction of the curse seal that the dead root member was the one he sent to find Orochimaru. But when he sent people to investigate, all he got was the dead body of the root member. At the same time, with the memories read from the body and the release of the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama Senju, Danzo didn't understand what he was facing. His last trump card had vanished with the departure of Orochimaru. Inspired by the Star Country and the Sand Village, the Rock Village, the Cloud Village, and the Mist Village all launched a large-scale fierce offensive against Konoha. Similarly, in order to undermine Konoha's morale, When the three major ninja villages attacked fiercely, they deliberately spread the news of Tsunade's defeat to the Konoha personnel on the battlefield. Such a situation undoubtedly triggered a chain reaction, which directly led to the rapid defeat of Konoha personnel in the three-way battlefield due to the decline in morale. You fight for it. The defeat of Konoha has completely entered the competition of the five forces of Star Country, Sand Village, Rock Village, Cloud Village, and Mist Village into the battle of conquering cities. Today you take a town, tomorrow I take a mine. The Fire Country has become a feast for the five major forces. During this period, the newly appointed Fire Country daimyo attempted to seek peace again. But unfortunately, the only two daimyo of the Land Country and the Land of Lightning who were not controlled both chose to refuse mercilessly. There is no way, the collapse of the Fire Country has been fully revealed. At this time, everyone has been dazzled by the benefits that are about to be obtained, and who would be willing to give up the fat meat in hand. And among the five major countries, the Fire Country has always been the big brother. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth also want to sit in the position of the big brother now. I watched him build a red building, I watched him entertain guests, and I watched his building collapse. The situation of the five major countries had already taken shape in the Warring States period. Especially the Fire Country, which is definitely the leader of the five major countries. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for all forces in the ninja world to believe that such a powerful country would collapse one day. During the siege of the five major forces, Konoha had reorganized its manpower to try to fight back at the beginning. However, with repeated defeats, fewer and fewer people fought back, and even later, the ninjas of Konoha tacitly retreated to the village. This retreat was not to concentrate forces for the final decisive battle, but to survive. From the Warring States period to the Ninja Village period. It seems that the times have changed, but the essence has not changed. In the years since the Ninja Village period, except for the Senju clan, no ninja clan has ever disbanded. After all, the ninja clan joined the ninja village just to seek better development and inheritance. Now the building is about to collapse. Anyone who still has a bit of brains would not want to fight for Konoha. Especially the ninja clan. They retreated to Konoha. To put it politely, it can be said that they did it to improve their own value. To put it crudely, it was to seize Konoha's resources in advance for future backers. That's right. The retreat of the ninja clan was tacitly agreed by the five major forces. During the siege, each force welcomed the surrender of the Konoha ninja clan to a greater or lesser extent. In order to compete for the legacy left by Konoha, the five major forces would let the surrendered ninja clan go. Return to Konoha. 1 month. Just 1 month. Originally prosperous Konoha has become dilapidated and desolate. On its streets, even a few people can be seen. At the same time, as if they had made an appointment, the five armies formed by the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Rock Village, the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and the Land of Stars all gathered in Konoha. At the front of the five armies were representatives of their respective forces. The five representatives were the Land of Stars, Natsuisa; the Hidden Sand Village, Cho; the Hidden Rock Village, Yellow Earth; the Hidden Cloud Village, Rakage Sun; the Hidden Mist Village, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. The gathering of the five armies in Konoha was enough to represent that the war in the Land of Fire had come to an end. It might be due to fear of each other, or it might be to leave some room for the final negotiations. The leaders of the five major forces all tacitly did not come in person, but instead sent out representatives of their respective forces to make the final arrangements. The armies all arrived. When they arrived at the gate of Konoha, everyone stopped. The five people led by Xia Rixing all looked at the figures coming out of the gate indifferently. These figures were the ninjas of Konoha. There were ninjas from the ninja clan and civilians. At this time, the many Konoha ninjas who came out of Konoha did not panic when they saw the five armies. Instead, they saluted Xia Rixing and the other five people silently, and then consciously joined the forces they had joined. Let's not talk about civilian ninjas. As for the ninja clan, for example, the Hyuga clan, the force that joined was the Hidden Cloud Village. So fate is so wonderful. In the original plot, the Hidden Cloud Village, which was supposed to force the younger brother of the clan leader Hisashi to death, has now become the new owner of the Hyuga clan. There are also the three tribes of Ino, Deer, and Jo. These three tribes also joined the Hidden Cloud Village. Among the five major forces, the Hidden Cloud Village is the most warlike. At the same time, the Hidden Cloud Village is also the most outstanding in military affairs. This point obviously makes the Hidden Cloud village a good new backer. What a pity. Narasura, who led the tribesmen to join the Hidden Cloud village army, looked at the Star Country army on the other side unconsciously, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Narasura is the new head of the Nara clan. He sighed because he knew that among the 5 major forces, the best choice is not the Hidden Cloud village, which is currently selected, but the Star Country. The reason is very simple, just like the Uchiha clan's surrender. The newly rising Star Country seems to be inferior to the other 4 major forces in terms of military strength and foundation, but in fact, even if Naraku is not counted, its comprehensiveness is even better. For example, development space. Compared with the 4 major forces that have been passed down for many years and have been stable internally, the newly rising Star Country is obviously still in its rising period, which makes it easier for those who surrender to integrate and develop. Chapter 250 Dividing Konoha. Just as the Nara clan and the other Yamanaka clan and Akimichi clan would choose to join the Hidden Cloud village, the situation of the 3 clans is not suitable for joining the Star Country. The reason is that the first 2 clan leaders of the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans all died in the Star Country. Such hatred, and it happened in recent years, the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans can't let it go at all. In fact, most of the many ninja clans in Konoha have grudges with the Star Country. After all, in the original Konoha collapse plan, Naraku's true energy shadow clone killed many clan leaders of Konoha. But not all ninja clans are like the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans. The death of the clan leader is certainly worthy of grief. But don't forget that compared with the Star Country, the ninja clans of Konoha have fought more with the other 4 forces. In terms of hatred, the Star Country is the lightest. Therefore, there are those who gave up the Star Country because of hatred, and there are those who let go of hatred for the better development of their families. For example, the Inyazuka clan, the Abarame clan, the Kurama clan, and other ninja clans joined the Star Country army. The Nara clan is famous for its wisdom, but it does not mean that the top leaders of other ninja clans are stupid. Most ninja clans also see it very clearly. Among the people of Konoha who defected, the Star Country seems to be at the bottom of the 5 major forces, but in reality, whether it is the ninja clan or the civilian ninja, the most people defected to the Star Country. There are many reasons for this situation. There is the development potential shown by the Star Country, the top combat power shown by Natsuasa, Uchiha Mikoto, and others during the war, and the reason for Naraku. To this day, even though Naraku has rarely taken action, his battle with Senjo Hashirama in the Konoha collapse plan alone makes him regarded by many people as the top master in the ninja world. Especially Konoha. The battle between Naraku and Senjo Hashirama not only brought deep fear to the people of Konoha, but also brought strong shock. This shock, now, has naturally become an important factor in the people of Konoha to turn to. It was found that the most people turned to the Star Country. Cho and the son of the Raikage, who were allies of the Star Country, were fine, but the remaining Huangtu and Ziguishan Puffer Ghost had a gloomy face. In their hearts, the two couldn't help cursing the people of Konoha for being blind and unable to see who was the real backer. The Hidden Cloud village is fine, but what's so good about the Star Country? The other party has just risen, how can it compare to themselves here? But the curse can only be kept in the heart. The fact that they can come together in tacit understanding shows that the 5 major forces have already established contact. For example, the surrender of Konoha personnel now, the 5 major forces have already achieved unity, and no party can interfere. It is necessary for Konoha people to choose by themselves. Well, only surrender. If you try to escape or resist, it will be killed by the 5 parties. Soon, the surrendered people completed the reunion. Next, Xia Rixing and the other 5 immediately led their respective troops to stride into Konoha. Those who know the current situation and surrender will naturally not lack people who resist to death. The 5 armies entered Konoha, and they would find people who attempted to assassinate from time to time on the way. For such people, Xia Rixing and the other 5 did not need to take action, and their respective guards easily solved them. Until the end. Xia Rixing and others arrived at the Hokage building in the center of Konoha. Hokage? Haha, a coward, do you think you can be alright if you hide and don't come out? Stopping and looking at the Hokage building in front of him, Ziguishan Puffer Ghost, as a representative of the Hidden Mist Village and also a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, sneered. Next to him, Cho glanced at him and said lightly, "Little ghost from the Hidden Mist Village, I heard that you are implementing some blood mist policy. I was quite confused at first, but now I see your expression, I probably understand. Old man, what do you mean? Zigwishan Puffer Ghost's face sank, and he looked at Cho fiercely. Isn't it obvious? Of course, it means that the people in the Hidden Mist village are all brain damaged, otherwise why would they kill each other? Xia Rixing, who was on the other side of Cho, glanced at him and said lightly. Bang! Zigwishan Puffer Ghost, who grabbed Samehada behind him with his backhand, suddenly burst out with amazing chakra, and looked at Cho and Xia Rixing with murderous intent. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist village behind the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost also exuded murderous intent when they saw the actions of their leader, looking at the people of the Land of Stars and the Hidden Sand village. Their posture seemed as if they would take action in the next second. Similarly, facing the actions of the Hidden Mist village personnel, the people of the Land of Stars and the Hidden Sand village did not back down, and they all drew their weapons and confronted each other without showing any weakness. The same was true for Xia Rixing and Cho. One condensed the peacock armor, and the chakra burst out was even superior to that of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. One threw out the 10 Kinmatsu people, and the chakra controlled the cold weapons. Tacit understanding is tacit understanding. But this does not mean that the 5 major forces are really harmonious. Whether it is hatred or fear, or even for the next negotiation, if there is a chance, they will definitely suppress it without hesitation. Ahem. Hidden Mist, it's just a joke, don't take it so seriously. Looking at the Yellow Earth, who turned a blind eye and had no reaction. The son of the Rakage knew immediately that this man was unreliable, so he had to go into battle himself to ease the tense atmosphere. At the same time, he was a little speechless. He had never thought that he would have to be a peacemaker one day. When he thought of his father often saying that he had a bad temper and was not calm enough, he really wanted to run back to the village and tell his father that others were obviously more irritable. Humph! Zigwishan Puffer Ghost snorted coldly and released Samehada. Seeing this, Xia Rixing and Cho also dispersed their peacock armor and took back their puppets. The leader did so, and the people below naturally did the same. Soon, the tense atmosphere was resolved by the son of the Rakage. To be precise, both sides found a way to step down. Before the interests were divided, it was impossible for a real conflict to break out. Both sides were just bluffing. Recovering as before, Xia Rixing and others looked at the Hokage building again. The purpose of their coming here was very simple, that was for Danzo. Whether it was the perception ninjas of all parties or the Konoha ninjas who had surrendered, all parties had long known that Danzo was in the Hokage building. Danzo was the Hokage of Konoha. Only by solving him could the war in the Land of Fire be truly over. In the Hokage building. In the familiar office, Danzo sat blankly in his seat. In the entire Hokage building, he was the only one left. It seemed that all the Anbu and root organizations controlled by him had been solved by the 5 armies in the interception halfway. Why is this happening? Danzo, who was sitting blankly, was very confused. He really didn't understand why things had developed into what they were now. After becoming the Hokage, he should have led the village to a brighter light. The village should have been invincible, but why did it face a disastrous defeat? He was so outstanding, why did he encounter such hardships? Danzo had too many obviously in his heart.